Welcome to Manhwa Recaps, spoilers ahead, watch out, and take care. Huge shout out and special thanks to the channel members. The manhwa starts by showing us a city in the middle of an apocalypse. The city's actually low-key kind of run down. Stores have been closed, and roads have been blocked off. There's an announcement from the government that says, in accordance with government regulations, Walmart is limiting the amount of water and food that may be purchased by each individual, and they ask for their understanding. The announcement gets cut short by a shelf falling over, almost crushing somebody. Everybody begins panicking, grabbing whatever they can. And we see a man in the back of the group doing his best to reach in, trying to grab something, but settling for the scraps that everybody else left behind. He looks at what little he was able to get in his bag, gassed out. Then he hears crying and looks over, seeing a kid bawling while her grandmother holds onto her bleeding face. The man explains that even though the earth is still spinning, it only took 3 months for this to happen. 3 months, for humanity to destroy itself. And what started this apocalypse was none other than one piece of news. There was an asteroid called Rama that was expected to pass dangerously close to Earth, and then crash into Jupiter or Mars. We see the man looking at his computer 3 months earlier, before the apocalypse. He's scrolling through an article, and his coworker asks if he's not going home yet. We learn that his name is Mr. Kang. He tells her to go on ahead, and she and another coworker leave. They mention how Mr. Kang is divorced, and since he doesn't want to go home to an empty house, he works late every night. At that time, Rama was just another chunk of rock floating around in space that only the academic world was interested in, and it was widely ignored by the general public. However, Mr. Kang was different, as he understood how dangerous it truly was. Sometime later, on the news, they announced that Rama, which was predicted to only pass by the Earth, has slowly changed its direction toward Earth itself. As we see Mr. Kang counting utensils, they continue explaining that a proposal to redirect the asteroid's trajectory with nuclear bombs was put forward by the International Space Development Conference. However, experts are saying it's not enough, and they have an expert here with them today to share his opinion on the matter. The professor is introduced as Professor Tae-Koo Kim. He says it's his pleasure to be there, and he's a thermonuclear engineer. Mr. Kang watches the news and explains that Rama slowly changed course and began to show its true colors. Tae-Koo explains that right now, it is a massive rock over 160 kilometers in diameter, hurtling toward Earth at a speed of 17.5 kilometers per second. The news reporter says it's kind of hard to grasp the reality of the situation, and Tae-Koo says he'll put it in simpler terms. The distance between the Earth and the Moon is 380,000 kilometers, and at the speed the asteroid is moving, it can cover that distance in just 6 hours. If an asteroid of that size, at that speed, crashes into Earth, it will literally smash the Earth into pieces. To demonstrate, he throws his glass onto the ground, explaining that it will shatter completely, and hiding in bunkers will not save them. Even if they take immediate action, it is too late. He says they're trying to reassure the public with idle measures, and the ISDC is planting false hopes in people's minds. Mr. Kang's coworkers say they can't trust anything on the news, and they continue talking about how worried they are, making it hard for him to concentrate on work. While they keep talking, Mr. Kang sits there, looking at his water. They say that if the asteroid is going to end the world, they want to spend time with their family. One of his coworkers asks if his parents are worried about him. He tells her it's been a while since they died. On the news, Tae-Koo says if they had discovered the asteroid 3 years ago, or even just a year ago, they would have been able to do something. Mr. Kang continues saying that even in the middle of all the speculation, fear, and optimism, Rama stubbornly kept hurtling toward Earth. The ISDC makes an announcement, saying their plan is to simultaneously fire all of their nuclear bombs into space to direct the asteroid away from Earth with the impact of the explosions. Even in the face of humanity's greatest crisis, one which they have never had to face before, they are sure humanity will prevail. And that the crisis will also serve as a beacon of hope. For the first time in history, the world has come together as one in solidarity to overcome the threat of Rama. People are now starting to protest in the streets, saying that Rama is divine judgment for the non-believers and that the only way to enter heaven is to accept their death. Mr. Kang drives by this and watches their protest. And it's not just him, every single person on the street is obsessed with looking at the news about Rama. He looks up at the sky in the middle of his car, wondering if it really is going to be the end. Meanwhile, the president of the ISDC says they have completed all final inspections, and there is no need to fear, as they will not fail. We are introduced to the president, named Daniel J. Kluski. He says they will stop Rama at all costs, and they again ask everybody to remain calm. Mr. Kang just sits there, waiting for his red light. People behind him start getting impatient, telling him that he needs to move because the light is not working. And that is how he has gotten to where he is now, 3 months later, in the convenience store, handing the little girl some of his food, telling her she can take it. They then hear a very loud rumble outside. Mr. Kang turns, sweating nervously, only for all of the rioters to kick him and literally walk over him as the food in his bag starts falling out. He looks over, with his head bleeding, and the little girl's grandma is stealing his food. Mr. Kang, now sitting on the floor, is surprised but realizes now that he shouldn't have trusted them. And he is now all alone without any food. Luckily, though, they left a can of beer, and it rolls all the way over to his foot. He looks down at it and decides that it is better than nothing. He picks it up, walks over to the cash register, puts some money down to pay for it, and then walks out of the store, looking up at the asteroid. He says, with the last hope of humanity riding on their efforts, all the nukes around the world got sent up in unison toward Rama. Everyone around the globe looked up and hoped that maybe this would actually deter the asteroid, and things could go back to how they were. But of course, their hope was hidden from view behind the dazzle of fireworks, because all it did was break the asteroid up into more pieces, sending them hurtling down toward Earth. Mr. Kang says, in the end, humanity failed to redirect the asteroid's trajectory, and the apocalypse was now imminent. He heads back to his house and browses through photo albums. We see one of him and his mother when he was younger, then it follows his school life from middle school to graduation, and so on, until he finds the pages are now blank. The only thing left in there is a photo of him graduating from university without his parents by his side. He looks as if he misses them dearly, then looks out the balcony, realizing that he might as well enjoy what he can for now. He puts the photo album down, picks up the beer from the convenience store, and walks over to his balcony. He props up against it, cracks a cold one, and raises it up, as the asteroid is now just moments away from impacting Earth. As it hurtles down, it disintegrates everything around it. He still sits there raising his beer to it. All of the buildings in the vicinity start to collapse. And these were humanity's final moments. In just a few seconds, nothing would be left. His final words are, "Cheers," as he looks up at the asteroid. He doesn't even get a sip of his drink. He then jolts awake in bed. He sees he has a middle school uniform, a backpack, and some middle school science books too. He immediately sits up, sweating bullets, wondering what happened, saying that the world definitely came to an end. And when he looks inside the mirror, we finally learn that Mr. Kang's full name is Cheolsu Kang. He is an ordinary office worker who died when the asteroid crashed into Earth, and now, he is returned back to when he was 13 years old. Cheolsu says that this can't be real. He starts to stand up but slips, falling over. Not waking up from that, he looks around, still confused, in his room, and then starts to walk around it, wondering if maybe he's in a flashback, like when they say your life flashes before your eyes when you die. He walks over to his desk and looks down at a book that's called The Secret of the Universe. He can even read the author's bio, the table of contents, and pretty much anything that he wants, and he says that if this is really a flashback, there's no way he'd remember all of these things. He wonders how this is real and steps backwards, sitting down into his chair, saying he needs to think about the possibilities. All of his books now start on the floor, but the birds continuously just chirp. He decides that he should try something else, so he rolls up to his desk, cutting on his computer. It boots into Windows 2000, and he types in Rama and searches it. As it starts loading, he anxiously waits. But of course, dial-up is hella bad, so it's taking forever. He says this is way too slow. Then he decides to look up asteroid collision and finds no results. He looks up Rama and again finds 0 results, and even stuff about preventing the asteroid, and he can't find a single thing online. He's still having a lot of anxiety. He tells himself to calm down. He thinks he's traveled back in time, but he wonders how, why, and who made it happen. He's sitting there, messing with his school science book, saying that maybe it could be aliens, and they could have used his DNA to create a clone of himself, and then used his memories to recreate this room, and they might be observing him right now. He decides to go for it, asks if there's anybody there, while looking up at the ceiling in silence. He says this is something he can confirm right now. Another possibility is that this is a parallel universe. The many worlds interpretation. One interpretation of quantum mechanics is that the world branches out in every direction at every moment, and he wonders if he's out of divergence. But from what he remembers, it's impossible for the branched out worlds to affect one another. He then starts thinking about another theory called the theory of eternal recurrence. He turns his chair, and then starts tapping the floor, saying for that to be the case, he shouldn't have memories of his past life, but he does. Then he wonders if maybe this is the afterlife, like heaven or hell, but to him, the situation is neither a reward nor a punishment. The memories of his last moments feel too real for it to have been a dream as well. Everything he felt that day with the rioters in the store, his head bleeding, the asteroid, the nuclear missiles being shot towards the asteroid, the rumbling and everything. None of it worked. He tightens the grip on his pants, low-key on the verge of a panic attack, as the sweat is rolling down his face. He lets out a sigh, and then his mother opens the door, calling out to him. She's surprised that he's awake, and asks why his books are all over the floor. He looks up at her, and she continues by walking in and picking up all of his books, saying this is a mess, and that he should put them back on the shelf when he's done reading them. He's still just stun-locked, and he's staring at her, not sure what to say, and she says that even his desk is a mess, asking if he was looking for something. She then turns to him, wondering why he's not answering, and then is surprised, as he immediately jumps up out of the chair, hugging onto her. She says that he's acting so strange, asking if he had a nightmare or something, and he says whether this is the afterlife, or he's a clone, he doesn't care. He gets to see his parents again, then he knew it wasn't a dream. But right now, he wants to think that those memories were nothing, that it was just a long, terrible nightmare. He sits there, looking at one of the science books on a bench, wondering if maybe everything's going to repeat itself. He hears his father call out to him, and he looks up, saying after seeing his parents again, he scrapped his clone and alien observer theory. Since his parents were cremated, and their ashes were laid to rest in a cemetery, it would have been impossible for the aliens to obtain their DNA and recreate them. He doesn't really know what he's experiencing, but he's certain that he's in a world just like the one he had previously experienced. But he wonders how and why him. There must have been people more qualified for this than an ordinary office worker like himself. As he's looking at portraits of people like Einstein and so on, he says that it would have been one of these people, somebody who you hang on the wall. He walks away, a little overwhelmed. His parents notice him being a little down, and as he keeps walking, his head sinks further and further, until a bright light causes him to look up, and he sees a giant sphere of the earth standing in front of him in this room. He says that even though he is still thinking these thoughts, Rama is hurtling towards the earth at every moment. And if this world is no different from the world he was in his dream, then the future is pretty much decided. As he watches these people talk about how the model of the earth is so beautiful, the asteroid's collision with earth is an established fact, and pondering over the hows and whys is a waste of time. He raises his hand up, putting it on it, saying to hold on to problems one cannot solve is pretty illogical. And what's clear is that he's faced with a problem for which he knows the cause and the effect, but he has no solution. He wonders what he must do to save the earth this time around. He slowly opens his eyes, and his parents ask if he likes this model of earth, and suggest that they take a picture right here. His mother says to make sure the earth is visible, and Cheolsu smiles a little bit. His father then starts counting down, and he hears a woman on the screen above his dad saying that the universe is infinite, as is the future that awaits them. And he recalls that one guy, Taiku, talking on the news that if they had discovered the asteroid 3 years earlier, rather even just a year earlier, then things could have been different. His eyes are open really wide now. As the countdown hits 3, he realizes what he must do. His father tells him to give him a smile and asks why he's spacing out like this, and Cheolsu realizes there might be a way to stop the asteroid. Then it jumps to a whole month later, as he's being welcomed to middle school, and he says that he needs to explore more of the science. The bell starts to ring, and Cheolsu heads to his class. His teacher welcomes them all to the 7th grade and congratulates them on their first day of middle school. She introduces herself as Miss Yuri Na, and she is their homeroom teacher. Cheolsu says he doesn't remember much about his previous life, but his memories aren't completely gone, and just like deja vu, old memories come back to him at certain times. She says that they will have the same homeroom teacher and classmates throughout their time here in middle school. Cheolsu says that when he watches the news, he gets the feeling he's seen it before. After a talk with his parents, he gets the feeling they've already had the same conversations. Even this classroom and this teacher, everything feels very familiar. It's not simply deja vu, and these are just his actual memories coming back. Miss Yuri says that they must be a little shy, and she's sure most of them feel that way, so on that note, they should introduce themselves, and they'll start with none other than Cheolsu. He just wonders if maybe he's being punished for something, as she continues calling out his name. He heads up in front of the class and sits there for a second, and she says that he should tell her what he likes to do or what he wants to be when he grows up. He wonders what he liked in the first place when he was this age and says that he'd never spent much time planning his life. But it's different now. He says that his dream is to be an astrophysicist. She says that means he must like to look at stars and asks what he wants to do when he becomes one, and if he has any specific goals. He thinks about it in the asteroid, saying that he wants to look for asteroids hurtling towards Earth while they're still a safe distance away so they can be prepared for them. He wants to find them, even those that are extremely far away, and as long as it's early enough that he can predict their trajectories and save the world. His classmates start to go crazy, and Miss Yuri says that the chances of an asteroid hitting Earth are pretty slim, though. He says yes, but that doesn't mean they're zero. Some people call him lame, saying that he must have gotten the idea from a movie, and that he sounds like a little kid, saying that surely he can tell the difference between a movie and reality. Miss Yuri tells everybody to quiet down and tells him that's a great dream, but before she can, someone stands up, saying that's amazing, tech, and Cheolsu's just confused. The kid starts to walk forward, saying that he's rooting for him, and he shakes his hand, saying that he wants to do tech too. Miss Yuri calls out to him, and we learn that this is Taiku as she yells out his name. After she says it, Cheolsu then remembers that this is the same dude who researched the asteroid on the defense committee. He says when the world was coming to an end in his past life, this guy was very well known, and it was his interview that made him decide to become an astrophysicist. She says that he can't just come up when it's not his turn, but he just continues saying tech over and over again, raising his hand, saying that technology is the pinnacle of knowledge and anything and everything of value. It's a word that describes human history and their possibilities in the future. He starts spinning around with Cheolsu's hand, looking really happy, saying that this is everything. Cheolsu asks if he's trying to compare it to a utopia or something, and Taiku says that technology is not a utopia, even if its imperfections are a part of it. It's that he wants to prepare for something that might never happen, and the odds of success are minuscule, but still, he's going to learn about it, and he's trying his best, though it might not work. That right there is technology, and he's been teching without realizing it. Miss Yuri says the same thing we're all thinking, saying that sounds really weird, and Taiku says it's not difficult at all, and she'll understand everything once they've tech-ed. Cheolsu sighs and thinks about it, asking Taiku what he wants to tech, and he laughs, saying that he wants to tech superstring theory. Then he starts moving his hands in ripples and rockets and making just completely psychotic gestures. A bit later, we see Cheolsu drawing a rocket, saying he's going to stick with these. Taiku asks why not superstring theory, and Cheolsu thinks about it, looking out the window, saying that he has to develop a rocket engine that's powerful enough to change an asteroid's trajectory, and he wonders how he can get this kid to join in his plan. He says that superstring theory is interesting, but it's difficult to prove through actual experiments, and he's not into research based only on theories. Taiku says that's what makes it fun, and Cheolsu says he's just telling him what he thinks. Cheolsu also says he prefers a field where he can do actual experiments and get tangible results, like developing rocket engines. If he chooses rocket engines for Tech 2, then he can help him with his. Taiku asks if he's talking about rocket propulsion systems, and Cheolsu says yes, but with the propulsion technology for rockets they have now, it's not enough to redirect an asteroid, and they need a better engine, like a thermonuclear one. Something with a liquid core so it'll be effective in case anything happens. Taiku picks up his book, thinking about it, saying that today, scientists have not made any headway into solid core tech, and that's the next generation stuff. He asks if he really thinks it's possible to create and commercialize an engine that's 2 generations in the future. But still, he thinks about it, saying that if the tech works, he wonders how fast it'll go. Cheolsu says it's the thrust that matters more than the speed, but he hasn't done any exact calculations. Taiku says that he should still have a rough estimate, and Cheolsu says he doesn't know, maybe about 10% the speed of light. Taiku looks shocked by this and starts looking through his notebook, looking back and forth between all the pages, and taps it on the desk, saying that now that is tech. Then he asks if he can join him with it, and they should do this tech together, as 2 heads are better than 1. Cheolsu still doesn't know what the hell tech is, neither do I, but he decides that it's better than nothing, and he says of course, his help is always welcome. We then get a whole 20-year time skip, and the news is saying to interrupt the broadcast to bring them breaking news that the International Space Development Conference has officially announced the day, and that the countermeasure against Rama has failed, and that the end of the world is near, as we see both an older Taiku and Cheolsu sitting on the couch, with beers all in front of them. The news continues, saying that the previously mentioned countermeasure against the asteroid Rama was to use a rocket propulsion system to change its trajectory. Cheolsu says that he thought Taiku had told him everything was going well. The news continues, saying that, however, the plan was deemed not feasible due to technological limits, and that Professor Taiku, the lead scientist of the project, took responsibility and stepped down. Taiku sits there laughing, saying that this is his first time hearing about his resignation. The news then says that the final resort is to use nuclear missiles, which they already know will not work. Taiku says this is hilarious, and asks if he's ever heard of a company handing in your resignation for you. Cheolsu is deadly serious, and Taiku says that none of the experts believed his claims except for him. He might be a world-renowned astronomer, but he just wasn't convincing enough. We see on the news that they've actually got Cheolsu, the first person to discover Rama, in an interview. According to what they have confirmed, as soon as he discovered the asteroid, he spoke up strongly, asserting that there was a danger of it crashing into Earth. Cheolsu continues just yapping about how it is. He says after becoming an astronomer, he discovered the asteroid 3 years earlier than before. He accurately calculated its course and warned the rest of the world about its inevitable collision with Earth. He wonders if it really wasn't enough. Taiku says that to them, he was just a famous astronomer who went on TV and told everybody that the asteroid was a threat. They probably thought it was an excuse to get more government funding. He's known him since he was a kid, so he knew he's not someone to bullshit, but it must have sounded crazy to everybody else, especially since he was saying a chunk of rock that wasn't even remotely close was going to slam into Earth. They just pretended to be working on a solution because people were worried. But now they understand the truth. It really is coming straight towards them. They are panicking, wondering what to do. Taiku says this is bad because they're out of beer. Cheolsu starts face-palming while Taiku continues, saying that they have developed their propulsion system, but whatever, they'll just shoot it with nuclear missiles. Cheolsu says that he was in charge of the team, saying that he thought he worked on the engine. Taiku says of course he did, but the others refused to cooperate. They wouldn't let him use the testing facilities because they were like, oh, it's too dangerous, and they ignored his instructions on how to build the parts. And the directors were only interested in using it for political clout. So how was he supposed to finish the engine while dealing with all that shit? Cheolsu asks why he didn't mention this earlier to him, and Taiku stares at him, saying that he didn't have the security clearance. Cheolsu says he at least could have told him if the project wasn't going well. They then stand there in silence for a second, and Taiku says that it's because of one reason, all because of his pride. Cheolsu asks what he means, and if he really kept this from him solely because of pride. Taiku says to him it might not mean much, but to him personally, it means a ton. And after pushing through all their bullshit, he wanted to finish the engine and show it to him and the rest of the world. But this is the first time he's learning that not everything goes the way he wants, and it was not easy. Cheolsu says no, and it would have been easier if it hadn't been for that pride of his. Taiku asks if he really believes what he says, and Cheolsu says he surely wasn't that serious. He asks when he started working on the engine, then says forget it, that was probably just for his amusement, as that's the kind of guy he is after all. Taiku smiles, saying that he can't believe he already knew. Cheolsu says yes, and it's his fault for trusting him, then slams the door. Taiku stares at it and says, fuck that, it actually makes him feel a little better. We see the same protesters as last time, saying that Rama is here because of their sins, and this time, Cheolsu is walking by them rather than driving by them. He says he couldn't save Earth this time either, and then he wonders about it, asking if he'll even have another chance. This might have just been a one-off opportunity. And Rama will once again inevitably crash down into them because there's nothing he can do. We see him looking up at his ceiling as it starts crashing down. He's holding a beer in his hand. He tightens his grip on it but remains staring up, and raises his beer, saying cheers as he explodes. But then again, he wakes up in his bed, looking around at himself when he was 13 years old once more, in the same bedroom as last time. Groundhog Day vibes. Cheolsu really wonders if he's back, then looks over at the calendar, seeing that it's April now, and that he actually came back on a different date, about 2 months earlier than last time. He guesses that he doesn't always come back to the same starting point. And then, of course, we see a couple of months later that he goes to school, and we see his teacher, Miss Yuri. She's looking into the classroom window, seeing Cheolsu off to the side, and wonders what he's doing. Beside him are books on thruster engineering. She says being very gifted is not a bad thing, but he's going to have to learn how to make some friends. Sitting beside him is none other than Taiku, who's not having a care in the world about his tech this time around. Taiku is staring at him, and Cheolsu's just saying that he thought he'd remember everything from his past life, but he can't really recall anything. This is just how it is when you study, and forget stuff you learned for an exam the night before. He doesn't remember anything about astronomy that he studied in college, and it won't be easy learning everything about rocket engines again from scratch. Looking back now, he guesses he was sort of irresponsible as an astronomer. There was a limit to what he could do. He didn't do anything constructive to help stop the asteroid. Discovering it early was important, but he shouldn't have put the burden of stopping the asteroid on Taiku's shoulders alone. Instead of focusing on how to find the asteroid, he's going to spend this time around figuring out how to change its trajectory. Taiku then asks him how far he's gone with his tech, which startles him, and he says that he's studying Fourier transforms and Laplace transforms and memorizing conversion formulas. Taiku asks why he's memorizing something that'll come naturally if he just understands the tech, and Cheolsu says it's not that he doesn't know how to do mathematical inductions. He just wants to know them by heart. Taiku says that if he can't remember them right away, it means that he doesn't understand the tech, and if he makes the tech his, he'd be able to write the formulas down without memorizing them. Cheolsu goes to explain it but then says never mind. We see Taiku surprised while he's staring at all the books beside him, and Cheolsu says if he's not going to help, he should just leave. We see exactly that, with each and every day of the month passing by, Taiku and Cheolsu growing further and further apart until they were nowhere close to talking anymore. The end of April comes, and we're now in May. We see Cheolsu going into his classroom, and everybody's telling Taiku that was pretty awesome and they can't believe he made it onto a pro Mooncraft team. This surprises Cheolsu, and we see Taiku smiling, but Cheolsu's just in disbelief because this definitely did not happen last time, and he's confused about it. A bit later, we see Taiku in the hallway, and Cheolsu calls out to him. Taiku turns, and Cheolsu says that he thought his dream was to launch rockets. Taiku says it was, but the more you live, but sometimes things change, and his dream surely has changed too, just like his. Then he walks away. As he starts to get down the stairs out of sight, he teases Cheolsu and leaves. In class, the teacher is telling everybody to turn their books to page 52, and they'll be measuring changes in mass during chemical reactions. As he keeps yapping, Taiku sighs, and Cheolsu watches how bored he is in class and how little effort he's putting into his studies, understanding that this is not a good thing. But he says that in the end, he's always been this kind of guy. He does whatever he wants and has no sense of responsibility. He almost trusted him again, and from now on, he can't expect anyone else to help him. He has to stop the asteroid all on his own, and he doesn't need any help, as he can do it all by himself. We get another time skip of 20 years, as we are at the ISDC building. They're going through, saying that everything is checking out okay, and they get the all systems ready. They cross-check everything is all clear. A lady tells the doctor that everything is ready. She's talking to none other than Cheolsu, and he tells her to please proceed. She says okay, and they're going to start igniting the engine. As the countdown begins, Cheolsu watches intently until it hits 0. After they hit 0, they start throwing papers into the air, saying they finally did it and they're going to get bonuses. The lady tells Cheolsu that they did it, and she's super happy. But, of course, he doesn't really make an expression, and she asks if he's not happy. He says that he is, and she says that he doesn't seem it to her. If she were in his shoes, she would be ecstatic, as he just laid the foundation for Mars exploration with the rocket engine. Cheolsu says they still have a lot of work ahead of them, and they have to repeat the tests, start analyzing data, and so on. She asks if he's really still thinking about future work on a day like this, and if he's planning on using it for the upcoming Mars shuttle, hopefully, and laughs. He says if it's possible, why not? It meets all the specifications, after all. And they have to do a lot more field tests before Rama appears. We finally learn that her name is Oda Lee, and he tells her that she needs to type up today's report and send it to him, as he needs to submit it to the Mars Exploration Committee. She goes to call out to him as he leaves, but as he gets close to the door, she holds back and looks down at 2 musical tickets she has, saying even on a day like this, all he thinks about is work. Bro is locked in on the bag. We see an old man telling Cheolsu that he heard his test was a success and that it's excellent news. Cheolsu says this guy's name is Smilov, and if it wasn't for this man, he would have started work on the engine a year earlier. He's a stereotypical manager, greedy and incompetent. Smilov says that he's sorry, telling him to have a seat, as he needs to make a quick call, and a new report came in that requires his immediate attention. Cheolsu says his personality is definitely how he clawed his way up to the chief position. He asks if it's that urgent, and Smilov says that he doesn't think it's urgent per se, but there is an asteroid that may pass close to Earth. Cheolsu freezes up, looking very confused, wondering if the time's already come and if they discovered it earlier than the first time around. But maybe it's just that he doesn't have a good sense of the timeline. Cheolsu asks if he's going to be putting together a task force to deal with it. Smilov says probably. Cheolsu asks who's going to lead the team, and Smilov says that's Charlotte since she's been working on asteroid contingency plans. He then notices that Cheolsu is deadpan staring at him, and Smilov laughs, saying that the answer is no. Charlotte is the expert in this area, and he should focus his energy on his expertise. Cheolsu slams his hands on the table, saying that the asteroid task force will also need an engine expert as a consultant. A bit later, we hear a woman, whom I assume is Charlotte, telling everybody to look at the documents in front of them. As they already know, they believe there are 10 asteroids that could collide with Rama. She starts listing out each and every one of the asteroids, naming the first 4, and that these are the primary ones to look for. The other people in the room look anxious, and she says fortunately none of these asteroids are more than 100 kilometers in diameter. Everybody in the room also wonders why the engine development team leader is here. Charlotte says the problem doesn't seem too difficult to handle, but Cheolsu cuts her off, saying that this is their first meeting, and it sounds like she's already decided what to do. She says even if they do discuss the options, they have to start somewhere, and she already came up with a plan. He sighs, saying that he wants to guess, asking if her plan is to redirect the asteroid with nuclear missiles. She says yes, as that seems to be the safest and most cost-effective solution. He drops his book on the table, saying that a nuclear impact will not change the asteroid's trajectory. She says that it seems like he also came in with a plan and that he should share it with them. He says they have to attach thermonuclear propulsion engines on Rama's surface and push it away from Earth's orbit. She says that thermonuclear engines would certainly be more capable, but they are too expensive, and it would be too difficult to install them on all the rockets. He says that it's his understanding that they were given more than enough funding. She says surely he's not forgetting about the maintenance cost. He asks who cares about maintenance costs when the fate of humanity is at stake. She comes to a stop, saying that he's blown this out of proportion. As she sees it, his plan is no different from using a semi-truck to haul a piece of carry-on luggage. He asks what they are going to do if the situation worsens and even a semi-truck will not be enough. She says she understands that his pride is in his engine work, but what they need right now are not unproven and untested thermonuclear engines. Instead, they need durable and reliable chemical propulsion engines, which is why they have to use nuclear missiles. They will provide more than enough power to redirect the asteroid. Oda Lee asks if she's really saying she's never considered his engines as a solution. She says she did, and that is why she can tell her that it's not the answer. Cheolsu says with how things are right now, Charlotte is right. They won't be able to stop Rama with her current plan, and even if he told them right here that it's going to plummet into Earth, nobody would believe him. She turns away from the table, saying that she's an expert in asteroids and not him, and she did not invite him or Oda Lee to this meeting to hear his thoughts on contingency plans. She invited him here for their expertise on engine matters. Cheolsu says that he might lose his last chance at saving the world and wonders what to do, saying he needs to think. She asks if he has any other objections, and she sees him sitting there frustrated. She thinks to herself that if it wasn't for Smilov, he wouldn't be sitting here at all. She says that if he has nothing to say, they will proceed with the plan to use chemical propulsion engines and end the meeting. She turns off the monitor, and everybody starts heading out of the room. Oda Lee tries to get her to wait, but Cheolsu yells instead. They turn, and he says that Rama is not headed towards an asteroid belt and that it will soon change its course, and its final destination will be here on Earth. He realizes this choice is do or die, but they'll probably just treat him like a schizo. While they're all kind of staring at him, Charlotte asks what in the world is making him think this, asking if he has any proof. He starts to panic, saying the proof, but she tells him to spit it out already. He says it again, and she stares at him, annoyed, and he closes his eyes, saying that he has none. She sighs, saying that this is a problem, and they can't just take him at his word, asking if he really thinks they're here to play around. This might be a joke to him, but the rest of them are here to make sure humanity is safe, and asking how big his ego could be. And everyone in this room has a PhD, just like him, so he should never come back to one of their meetings. She then slams the door, and he and Oda Lee just sit there. Oda Lee looks surprised and looks back toward him, seeing his fist clenched, and that he is actually hella angry. He says it's going to be too late. If he waits for enough evidence to convince the experts, he has to do something, wondering what it could be. And he's got to do something to warn people, at least. Surely, some will believe him. He starts to think that maybe if he spreads news about the apocalypse, it'll be sensational enough. And if he tells them the countermeasures they have right now are also not enough to combat it. Later that night, at a bar, we see him sitting there, just waiting for somebody else. Somebody slides their business card by him. He works for Daily Magazine. His name is Oliver Townsend, and he says that he's a reporter for NK Magazine, and asks if he's Dr. Kang of the ISDC. He says he takes it that he understands the nature of their magazines, since he reached out to them first. They certainly are not a scientific journal. And he's got to admit, he has some doubts that someone of his caliber has anything interesting to say to their readers. Cheolsu chugs his drink, then puts his glass back down, saying he assures him he won't have to worry about this, as everyone on Earth will be interested in what he's about to tell him. Oliver is surprised about this. A bit later, we see Cheolsu getting hit in the face by some paper, and we hear Smilov asking if he's out of his mind. He's looking at an exposé article about an alien weapon heading toward Earth, and Cheolsu's face is on it. It was an interview with the father of thermonuclear engines, and according to him, Earth is facing a great threat, and the ISDC is complacent, and if things continue like this, it will perish. Smilov asks if he understands what he did, and he just told the world that everyone here at the ISDC, except for him, is a goddamn idiot. Cheolsu says that was not his intention, and Smilov says whether he intended it or not, that does not matter. The fact he did is the problem. He caused social unrest, humiliated his colleagues, and tarnished their reputation, asking what he expects him to do with him. Cheolsu says he expects to be suspended or fired. As he grabs his belongings, he starts leaving, and Oda Lee yells out his name, saying surely the reporter took his words out of context in that article. And he was using him for promotion. Rather, he must have used his name without permission, and he was slandered, and it's not too late. Cheolsu says no. The reporter did not take his words out of context. He did the interview knowing exactly what he wanted the article to say. Oda Lee is surprised, asking if that's really the case. He stares at her for a second, then just leaves her on read. She starts asking him what he's going to do now, and he says that since he has a lot of free time, he's going to go tell the world more about the threat of Rama. She asks if he's going to do more interviews, and he says as many as possible. She asks what his plan is if the ISDC tries to sue him. He says he guesses things will get a little rocky for him. She looks worried and calls out to him, asking if there's any way she can help him. He looks back at her, says thanks, but no, and the door closes. Then it jumps to a talk show, and the lady, Evelyn, says they have a very special guest with them today, who is at the epicenter of the week's biggest news. She wants everybody to welcome him in. This is the lead scientist of the thermonuclear engine development team at the ISDC, none other than Cheolsu. He corrects her, saying that he's the former lead scientist, and Evelyn laughs, saying that Dr. Kang is an expert in matters related to space, and he's here to share with them some exciting facts, asking if he's really here to tell them about a secret alien race kept classified by the ISDC. He says, alien, yes. Race, no. And he's here to tell them about Rama, an asteroid that is headed toward Earth at this very moment. Evelyn starts pogging out of her gourd, asking if it's really coming to Earth, and that means there's a chance it might hit them. He says that is correct, and she says that earlier, as he said, he was the leader of the thermonuclear development team, but he was only an engine expert, and she didn't know asteroids had anything to do with engine development, asking if he has any evidence that the asteroid is coming to Earth. He says she's right, he's not an expert in astronomy, but he can still make predictions based on pre-existing data. And that Oumuamua was the first interstellar object detected in their solar system. As many of them already know, its unusual structure allowed it to function like a solar sail. As a result, Oumuamua exhibited non-gravitational acceleration as it moved away from the Sun and left their solar system, and its trajectory completely contradicted their initial predictions. He keeps yapping, and Evelyn looks bored. Then they get a cue, as a man appears behind Cheolsu, calling out to him on the screen. He says that if the asteroid does function like a solar sail, then should it decelerate the closer it gets to the Sun instead of accelerating? He's afraid he doesn't understand his reasoning. Everybody starts to get excited, and there's going to be a debate. Cheolsu says that Rama's surface is rather unusual, plus the combination of the asteroid's rotation and gravitational anomalies will gradually cause it to accelerate. The man on the screen says that he doesn't think they have any optical instrument that can give them a clear picture of something so far away. Cheolsu doesn't know how to word it, because if he tells them he saw it in the future, they won't believe him. The dude says for the sake of argument, he wants to say he's right, asking if he could show the calculations that support his claim, and he, for one, wishes to believe him, but if there are no calculations, asking if he's basing this on similar precedents, he wants to have one example. Everybody begins to laugh at Cheolsu. Then he tells them that, to his knowledge, Rama has no precedent. After a bit, it's a wrap, and everybody starts thanking Cheolsu for coming, and he greets them. Evelyn asks her coworkers if they're sure he worked for the ISDC, as he sounded nuts up there, but it'll definitely generate some buzz, and maybe he should have written novels instead of being a scientist. Cheolsu heads back into his car, closes the door, and just sits there. The reality starts to sink in as he slumps over. His phone starts to ring, and he picks it up, saying it's probably just Smilov again, so he throws it away, and we see it was actually none other than Odalee who was reaching out to him. On cue, some shadows appear around his car, and he looks up at them as they are surrounding him. They call out to him, saying that there is someone who wishes to have a chat with him. The phone rings, and Cheolsu looks out of his car and sighs. Smilov says he already knew he was out of his goddamn mind, but not to this extent, and he's still going around spewing the same bullshit even after he made a mess with the article, and that he's gone too far, and they will not ignore this matter. Cheolsu says that Rama should be changing course, and they have to keep an eye on it. It's not too late to start preparing countermeasures, and if they do, they have a glimmer of hope, but they shouldn't think about using nuclear weapons, as it will not work, and propulsion is the only solution. Smilov is surprised that he's still going on about this, and Cheolsu says if he focuses the resources on developing propulsion systems and how to land them on the asteroid's surface, he'll be able to steer it away from Earth, and Rama will change course after showing unexpected acceleration. Smilov says he's tired of his nonsense, but Cheolsu continues, saying that right now its early acceleration rate will be negligible, but they should still be able to detect it. Smilov continues, saying that they're going to file a lawsuit against him, but Cheolsu says they must mistake it for a measurement error. Smilov says he doesn't want him to mention that he did not warn him, but Cheolsu continues yapping about the asteroid to the point that Smilov throws his phone across the room, looking pissed. He asks how he even knows that the asteroid keeps changing course. Somebody knocks on the door, and Smilov yells, asking what they want. They open it, and a man enters. Smilov says that if he sees more nonsense about how the asteroid is unpredictable, then he needs to stop, but of course, we get a surprise visit from none other than Daniel, who we saw in his very first life. Smilov apologizes, saying he didn't mean to act rudely to him, but Daniel says they've finished calculating the trajectory, and that Rama is actually heading directly toward Earth. Some time later, another door is open, as we see Cheolsu's feet. He slowly enters, and everybody is silent, staring up at him. We see Charlotte is there as well, not looking happy, but Odalee is ecstatic, and Cheolsu introduces himself, saying that he is the new head of the asteroid defense team, and he looks forward to working with them all once more. That felt satisfying. Some time later, we see some people from the news at a launch site. She says that she is standing in front of the St. Tussville Space Center, and as previously announced by the ISDC, the Atlas R project is set to launch at 10 p.m. this evening, which is 8 a.m. local time. It's going to launch a total of 30 rockets and land them on the asteroid's surface. The rockets will then use their thrust to push the asteroid off course. After the 10 rockets set to launch today, the ISDC aims to launch the additional 20 as soon as they are ready. The next launch will be in 3 weeks, and the final launch will be in 6. On the news, a lady says that she's sure it will be a sight to see, but asks if there is a reason they are dividing the rockets into separate launches instead of all at once. That is because of Rama's distorted, elongated football shape. Therefore, each rocket must use a special landing mechanism to land at various points on the asteroid before they ignite all at once and exert enough force to push the asteroid away from Earth. The news lady says she sees, and that does seem like a very effective method. At the ISDC tower, we see them all starting a countdown for Atlas's launch. Everybody is sucked into their monitors, and eventually, the countdown gets to 0, and it's blast off. The rocket engines start ripping, and we watch it fly up into the sky as they are as well from the ISDC. They say that the altitude is reached, and they are going to suspend stage 1 engines and separate. The separation was successful, and they continue going down and down. Cheolsu watches from up above, hoping that this will actually work. After a bit, the rocket goes all the way up into the sky until it can't be seen anymore. Odalee tells them that they did it, and they successfully launched all 10 rockets. But he's immediately on the phone, saying there is an issue with the Stage 2 rockets on Rocket 13, and it looks like the same problem they had with the L3 and N1 valves, so they have to have them both replaced. The other person says something, but we don't get to hear it. Cheolsu barks at them anyway, asking if he's really complaining about something insignificant. Then he asks if they are out of their mind, saying if even one rocket explodes in their atmosphere, the nuclear fallout would be devastating, asking what they'll do if that happens. The person on the other end starts to argue, but Cheolsu sighs, saying that they are fired, and they need to pack their shit and leave immediately. He wonders how this is possible, and how all these so-called experts, who are more than qualified to work here, take this so lightly. Now he can tell that Taiku was not whining for no reason. If only he was here. As much as he does want to trust him, he understands that he only does stuff because of his pride, and he realizes that he can't trust anyone. If he doesn't do everything himself, something is bound to go wrong. He asks Odalee what she needs, and she says that all of the launches were successful. He asks if it's over already, but says he guesses it's about time, asking if there's anything else. She says no, and that's it, and he tells her good work while going away on his phone, calling someone else. He says he needs a new lead components engineer. Then we get a time skip to 3 weeks later, with the Atlas 10 rocket now attempting its landing. We see Daniel is present as well, and he's looking down at Cheolsu and Odalee. They successfully land on Rama, and the propulsion system is now securing in place. Odalee looks at Cheolsu, saying that he doesn't look that good, and we see he looks like ass. She says that the mission has been going well, and this is the last rocket, so he should go home early today and rest. He says that won't be necessary, but she tells him that he's the cornerstone of this project, and if he gets sick, it won't be good. But he tells her that even if they lose one rocket, they won't be able to redirect the asteroid, and he can't afford a single error. Atlas 10 is now secure on Rama's surface. She starts hugging him, saying that they did it, and Cheolsu smiles, saying that they're only halfway there, but they did it, which is good. Now if everything is good with their propulsion system, they can relax. But we see the screen immediately start flashing red, and there's a glitch with R10, and that the altitude control system is malfunctioning. They detected a problem with the direction of the gravitational force, and it's way stronger than they expected. Cheolsu asks if there's any similar areas near the landing sites for other propulsion systems. They say none they've found so far, and they wouldn't be surprised if there were. Cheolsu asks if they can just map the gravity of the area. Odalee says that'll be difficult, as they're measuring as they orbit, so it's hard to focus in just one area. She's not sure they can pull Atlas R10 back up and land it again somewhere else. It landed on a tricky spot, and it might slip and fall if they try to do it. He asks if it's because of the gravitational anomaly. Odalee says that's one reason. Another is that it landed on a mountain slope, and the mountains on Rama's surface are steeper than they thought. She goes to say maybe it's best they do something, but she gets cut off as we hear somebody yelling, "Oh no." They hesitate for a second as they double check. Cheolsu says somebody needs to talk to him. They tell him that they lost signal from R10, R5, and R6, and that the ground collapsed from underneath them. Odalee asks if they really did lose 3 rockets, and Cheolsu starts to fall backward onto the floor. Odalee turns, only to see him hit it, and yells out his name. Sometime later, Cheolsu wakes up, looking at the hospital ceiling, with Odalee sitting beside him. She starts calling out to him, and he wonders what she's doing here, and we see tears in her eyes. He says they lost 3 rockets, but they still have where to land, and that she has to make sure it's successful. Before he can say anything to her, she runs out, calling for the doctor. We see Daniel and a bunch of other people from the ISDC standing in front of him. They start telling him that it's such a pity, and this is why you shouldn't trust a guy who goes on TV shows for publicity, and that it's all his fault. Daniel says that it's meaningless to point fingers now, and they'll figure out whose fault it is later. They have to discuss the next steps, and he's staring at Cheolsu. Daniel tells him that he'll be blunt, and that the Atlas project has failed, and that he's deeply disappointed. But frankly, he never had high hopes for it, but it's still a pity nevertheless. However, he won't be telling the public that the project has failed. After all, social unrest could hinder their evacuation plan. Cheolsu wonders exactly what the hell he means by evacuation plan, and asks if he's really saying that. The people say that, as the saying goes, it's not wise to put all your eggs in one basket, and if he really thought that they would entrust the fate of humanity into his hands alone. They've been preparing backup plans ever since the threat of the asteroid became evident, and he wonders since when. And if, when they said they could no longer fund any more engine tests, It's because they put the money into an evacuation fund instead. Daniel smiles, and Cheolsu looks up at him but low-key looks like he's having trouble staying up. Daniel says that now that the Atlas project has failed, he wants to entrust him with the evacuation plan, Project Noah. And he's sure a man of his talents can take the helm and see it to its success. They all look at him with anticipation in their eyes, and he sees Odalie staring at him from behind. He makes eye contact with her, and says Project Noah seems like it's okay. It then jumps to the ISDC Space Center, called Port David. And now they are in the last stage of Project Noah. We see a giant ship with everybody boarding, and Cheolsu watches from below. And man, he looks worn out. Odalie asks if he's really not coming with them, and he says that's right. She asks why, and he says he's told her many times it's because of his health. She asks how they're meant to manage without him, and both Project Atlas and Noah were only possible because of him. He says then they'll have her, so they don't have to worry, and he's sure the others will do their best too. She looks depressed, and he can tell that she's disappointed. And he looks up at the sky, wondering when the last time he felt disappointment was. She calls him a liar, which startles him, and she says that she knows that he doesn't trust anybody else. He asks what she means, and before he can say anything else, she says that he never trusts anybody, and he always does everything by himself. So why the hell is he backing out now, and if he thinks it's because he's too good to go out into space? She slams her helmet on the ground, saying that she doesn't want to go either. He tells her to calm down, and if she doesn't go, there's no one who's going to manage the engines. She says that she does not care anymore, and she takes off her gloves. He grabs onto her hand, which surprises her, and she starts to completely break down, bawling her eyes out. She says that if it's because he feels guilty about Project Atlas failing, to just forget about it, and he did his best. And that the Cheolsu she knows would never let failure stop him from finding another way, so why is he giving up now? He tells her he's not giving up, and there's a different reason he's staying behind. She looks at him, asking what it is, and he hesitates for a second. She asks why she's the only one who's so sad right now, and tries to fight back her tears, but of course, she can't. They start calling for her, saying that she needs to come to the boarding gate immediately. He's still holding onto her hands, and he stares at her, saying they will meet again. It's a cliched farewell, but he doesn't care. She asks when and how, and if he's talking about the afterlife when they're both dead. He says no, and to trust him. And they will definitely meet again, and he shakes her hand. She looks into his eyes and sees that he's completely serious, and she starts to feel a little hope, saying when they meet again, she wants him to promise her. She starts to hold back her tears, saying that she wants him to trust her and share his burdens with her. He watches as her rocket soars up into the sky, and he says his heart ached a little whenever he thought about her. But in the end, he knows what he must do. As Rama starts hurtling down towards Earth once more, this time he's out in a park, sitting on a bench, looking up at it. He says that she's just a memory he's bound to forget in the next 20 years. He cracks open a cold one, and as the ground continues to rumble, he says this is the third time. He looks down at it, takes a swig, and doesn't even cheers at this time, and just closes his eyes, accepting his fate. We see him as his younger self as he opens his eyes, looking at his ceiling, and he is back to where he started. His parents start calling for him to wake up. We see it's now May. His mother says it's almost time for school. He sits at the edge of the bed for a second and then sits up, heading outside. The bell rings, and we see that his name and Taiku's are both on the board. Cheolsu's looking out of his window with his Thruster Engineering 101 book at his desk, and his astronomy book, watching everybody else play. He says detecting the asteroid sooner, correctly predicting its course won't stop the catastrophe. And neither will the advancements in engine technology, as he's already tried that too. He wonders what the hell his plan should be this time around. It's a shame he can't find Rama's location now, because even if he did and warned people, nobody would believe a child. He recalls Odalie asking if there's any way she can help him, and he wonders what that was since his memories are really fuzzy. And how they made a promise that they'd meet each other again. And how sad she was. His heart starts to ache, and Taiku asks if he's not doing his tech today. Cheolsu looks at him, confused, and Taiku says he's not doing his tech today, saying that he was doing it like crazy for months, and if he gave up or something. Cheolsu says something like that, and it kinda became pointless, and there was no use developing a better engine. Taiku asks what he's talking about, saying that it sounds like he managed to develop something already. Cheolsu, startled, realizing that he slipped, says that he lost interest, just like how he gave up on becoming an astronomer. He wonders why Taeku is so quiet and if it's obvious he was lying, but he sees Taeku is absolutely furious. Taeku asks if he's really just going to give up after stealing someone's tech halfway through, just because it's not fun anymore. Cheolsu asks what he means, saying he's the one who decided to be a pro gamer, asking how he stole his tech in the first place. Taeku realizes he's right and starts to think about it, but can't come up with a comeback, so just sits down in front of him, asking him if he knows what tech is, saying that it's about being the best. Taeku asks what his name is, and he says it's Taeku, which is short for tech. Cheolsu's confused, asking what it matters, and Taeku asks if he really doesn't get it. He's saying because he's tech, he has to be the best. Cheolsu asks what that has to do with him, and if he was a threat to him. Taeku says yes, asking if he doesn't get it. Cheolsu says he doesn't, and Taeku sighs, saying that he's seriously so slow sometimes, and if he really has to spell it out for him. He's been doing the tech at a scary pace, and it made him wonder if he was going to have to play catch up with him later on, asking if he understands how anxious it made him feel. He is supposed to be tech, but in his world, Cheolsu came up, saying that he is now tech, and that was a big problem. He continued showing him that he was better in his field and was towering above him, and that he couldn't stand the thought of someone else becoming the best. And that means that he won't be tech anymore. Cheolsu asks if he's saying that he changed his dream because he can never settle for being second best to anyone, and that is why he decided to become a pro gamer, because he was sure he'd be the best in that field. Taeku says that he's starting to get it. Cheolsu asks if he's now saying that he's going to go back to studying rocket engines because he was giving up on it, which means he's going to be the best in the field again. Taeku says that being a pro gamer is cool, but making rocket engines is cooler. Now that he's taking rocket engines again, there's no take-backsies. Cheolsu agrees, saying it's all his. Taeku says that it's a good thing he hasn't signed any contracts yet, or else that would have been a pain in the ass. And Cheolsu says he regrets the time he wasted stewing in anger over this asshole. He hears some people yelling. A girl is saying she said she'll pay her back, and she really didn't mean it. And asks if she can't give her any more time since they are friends. The girl says she already gave her enough, and if she's forgotten, she shouldn't just stand there and say she's going to pay her back. She needs to give her her money. As they continue staring at her, Cheolsu starts to recognize her, saying that her name is Yumi Gong. On the first day of the new semester, after Cheolsu and Taeku were told to take their seats, the teacher asked who's next and told Yumi to come up. We see her walk up to the front of the board, and she introduces herself, saying that her dream is to be the richest person on the planet. She's good at investing, stocks, real estate, bonds, pretty much anything. She also gives out loans, and she takes about 1.5 interest per month, so that's just under 20% a year. If they need cash, they should not hesitate to come talk to her. But if they don't make their payments on time, she's going to do whatever it takes to collect from them, and she hopes there's nobody here thinking about borrowing without the intention of paying back. Ms. Yuri says that's great, asking if there's anything else she'd like to share about herself. She says that she'll show a sample of a loan statement, and Ms. Yuri says that it won't be necessary, she can go back to her seat. Cheolsu says at that moment he remembered everything about this girl, and they were not good memories. Yumi always had nasty rumors following her throughout middle school, like how she would drag away the ones who owed her money and made them work for her, or how she would sue people for defaulting on their loans, and even force their parents to pay her legal fees and damages for emotional distress. And if anyone still refused to pay her back, she would make sure they were branded with a bad credit rating for the rest of their lives. We learn that the girl Yumi is arguing with is Semi, and they say that must mean that Semi has not paid her back yet, and she better do it quickly, as Yumi is one determined lady. Semi looks to the side, annoyed, but brushes it off and runs away. Cheolsu says the rumors are ridiculous. Even if Yumi was that vicious, she is still just a minor, and she can't do any of the things the rumors say. She turns, looking to the rest, and just looks defeated. And Cheolsu says he's sure the rumors are exaggerated. Later that day, he says that Taeku is an asshole, and he knows he is skipping his cleaning duties, but he said he'd help him take the math homework to the teacher's office, and their roll call numbers aren't even close, so why is he assigned to class duties with him? We hear Semi yelling once more, saying that she already told her she'd pay her back, and why she keeps bothering her. Yumi says she has to settle her accounts for the month, and she can't wait any longer, and she remembers what she said a month ago. She said if she loaned her more money, she'd pay everything back next month. Cheolsu says the teacher's office is just down there, but they're blocking the hallway. Even if he comes up on the stairs on the other side, he would run into them, so he'll just wait. Yumi says that she made it very clear when she told her this would be her last chance, asking if she really thinks she's a pushover because she kept lending her money. And she's not, and she has been watching her to see what kind of person she actually is. Semi asks what she's talking about, saying she's been nice to her this entire time, and this is the thanks she gets, and she guesses she was wrong about her. Semi's friends say that they're always fighting, and they're so tired of it. Semi realizes that this isn't good, and starts fake crying, calling Yumi mean, asking if she even thought of her as a friend to begin with, and she thought they were close. Her friends start getting on her side, begging Yumi, saying that she said she'll pay her back. Yumi stares at her with cold eyes, saying that friends are supposed to keep their promises, especially promises that involve money, so she should stop fake crying and pay her back already, and this is seriously her last warning. Semi immediately stops the crocodile tears, and asks if she's going to call her mom or something. Yumi says no, and she's just going to sue her. Semi instantly bolts off the floor, asking if she heard that right. Yumi says that's right, and she's given her enough time to pay the money back, and she's still refusing to cough it up, so she has no choice but to sue. Semi asks if she's serious, and Yumi says truth be told, she did think about calling her parents first, but she decided it would be best not to. And looking at her, it's pretty obvious where she gets her attitude from, so instead of dealing with her parents, it'll be easier to sue her instead. Semi starts to go crazy, calling her a bitch, and asks if she really just insulted her parents. Yumi says if she didn't want to hear that sort of thing, she should have behaved herself in the first place. Then we see Semi clench her fist out of anger, and raise it up into the air, about to slap the hell out of her, and Cheolsu is just watching from the corner. Yumi says to go ahead and hit her, and that she just needs to be ready to pay the price. She's gonna report her for bullying and make sure she gets a suspension on her academic record. We see Semi's hands trembling. She decides that she shouldn't do it and puts her hand down, saying that she'll give her back her freaking money, asking if she's happy now. She asks her friends if they have any money. What a horrible friend. They start throwing their money on the ground. Then Semi yells at Yumi, saying that she should never, ever think that they'll hang out together again after this, and they walk away. She's looking at her money on the ground. She's staring down at it and starts to pick it up one after the other, collecting her money. It starts to fly away and lands at the end of the hallway. She goes over and grabs it, only to look up and spot Cheolsu standing there, staring at her. They make eye contact, and she looks back to the side towards her money. Cheolsu asks why she doesn't try being a little nicer, and that if she keeps this up, it's only gonna be harder for her. Yumi asks why it matters to him, and he says it's not his business, but watching her is sort of frustrating. She laughs, asking what he means, saying she's just doing things her way. And if he thinks that he's not frustrating, he always has his nose buried in a book, he doesn't even talk to the other kids, and he doesn't have any other friends except Taiku. Then she wonders if they're even friends, and she'd rather get advice from someone with actual social skills, not him. Then she walks away, and he watches her go down the hallway. Again, he starts getting flashbacks of Odalee and how he constantly turned her down when she asked for help. He wonders who in the world that was, but in any case, that attitude she has won't do her any good. The next day, in the classroom, we see Semi crying, and they're saying that Yumi's parents called and threatened them to pay up. Some people in the classroom say that they get she wants her money back, but why did she have to bring her parents into this? We learn that the two other girls are named Minhee and Youngmin, and they look nervous, as they were brought into this without their own free will. Semi says it's her fault. She borrowed money from her, and now her parents are involved. She continues crying, saying that this sucks, and the other students tell Yumi she went too far, and that she must not treat people like that just because they don't pay her back. Apparently, she was the exact same way in elementary school. They keep talking about the rumors about her, even though she's sitting right there in the room. She then stands up at her desk and turns around, glaring at them, and they start to feel very nervous. But she just walks out of the room. They ask what the hell her deal was when it was all her fault. We see Cheolsu sitting there, thinking about how their gazes are similar to what he's felt as well, and how he's been ostracized before. He stands up and walks towards the hallway. We see Yumi looking at a fire extinguisher, crying, and Cheolsu calls out to her. She asks what he wants and tells him to leave her alone. He can tell her voice sounds a bit strange, and she says that she doesn't need him to comfort her. If he wants to sympathize, he can just give her money. He's surprised, saying that he's not here to comfort her. We see she's wiped away her tears, and she turns back, looking at him. Cheolsu says he's here to offer a solution to her current problem. She asks why he would do that, and he says maybe it's because he dealt with false rumors about him in his past life. But since he has no way of explaining that to her, he says that it's because he can't concentrate on studying when their class atmosphere is like this. She's surprised and turns back to hold her laughter. He sees her doing this, saying that she seems like a different person when she laughs. She doesn't have that cold expression she usually has. She asks what his solution is then, and he says that he'll explain it to her now. Sometime later, the school bell chimes, and Cheolsu looks over toward Yumi, who's giving him the okay hand gesture. He then stands up and walks over, asking if she still lends people money. Everybody's surprised by this, and she says of course, asking if he needs some cash. He says he needs $2, and he wants to go to an internet cafe after school, but he left his wallet at home, and he'll pay her back tomorrow. She's surprised that it's just $2, and he asks if she gives out small loans. She says of course, the minimum is 1, and the interest is only 1.5% a month. She gets him to sign the contract, and they exchange glances because this is all according to plan. We get a flashback, and Cheolsu says tomorrow he's gonna borrow some money from her in front of everybody. She asks what he's gonna borrow the money for, and he says that if they see him borrowing it from her, it might change their perception. He signs the contract with his fingerprint. She thanks him, looking forward to doing business with him again, and she says that she got another customer today. Now she's gonna go to the bathroom, and as she walks out and leaves, Cheolsu's looking down at the pain on his thumb. Semi asks why he'd borrow money from her when she's dangerous, asking if he hasn't heard the rumors and if he has any idea. He says he has no idea what they're talking about. They tell him that it's pretty bad, and he asks how bad they could actually be. Semi says that she's heard that Yumi hangs out with bad people and tells them to go collect from those who don't pay her back on time. She even heard that she takes people's clothes or things as payments, and there's a reason why she can lend people lots of money at a time. As Cheolsu's trying to get the stuff off his thumb, they continue, and Semi says that they're only warning him because they're worried. Cheolsu says, wouldn't that just mean everything's okay if he pays her back on time? Semi asks what he means. He says that if he pays her back on time, then there's not gonna be any issues. She says that's true, but something still feels off about her, and he's getting himself mixed up with someone who lives that life. He says if the rumors are true, sure, but has she actually seen Yumi hanging out with bad people herself? Semi says she is not, and that her elementary school friend told her about that. Cheolsu then asks who exactly the elementary school friend is, and they are all kind of surprised. Semi says she doesn't know her name but changes the subject, asking why he's defending Yumi in the first place. He says he's not defending her, he just finds it strange, and he's also heard some rumors about her, but they're very different from what they're telling him right now. Semi asks if he's serious and what he's heard. Back to the flashback, Cheolsu says that just like how the girls are spreading fake rumors about her, he's gonna make some rumors up too. She's surprised, and he tells her that she shouldn't be worried, as they're gonna be good ones. He says that he heard she can be super strict, and it can be a pain, but she never goes back on her word. Because she never messes around when it comes to money, you know you're good when you borrow from her. If there's no money involved, she's your typical good friend, and nobody's ever seen her break the law. Of course, this is all going according to plan. Semi asks who he heard that from, all confused, and Cheolsu says he doesn't remember. Semi asks if he really expects them to believe that when he doesn't remember who he heard it from, and he realizes that this is it. He told Yumi that by steering the conversation in this direction, he'll poke holes in Semi's story, and when he points them out to her, that'll be it. Before Cheolsu can ask why they would believe her story then, Yumi runs in, asking why they wouldn't believe what he's saying about her. She looks absolutely pissed. Cheolsu's confused, she's going off script, and Semi is just surprised to see her. Yumi says she heard the words coming out of her mouth, and she said that she wouldn't believe Cheolsu because he doesn't remember who he heard the rumors from. Then what about her? She doesn't remember the name of her friend who mentioned anything about her. If she believes the fake rumors about her because she heard it from someone, then she should probably believe the good rumors that Cheolsu is saying about her too. Then her friends realize she has a point, and so do the other classmates, saying that they've never actually seen Yumi do anything bad. They've all heard the rumors but wonder who they even heard them from in the first place. It was none other than Semi, and they wonder if Semi made up all the rumors. Semi says it's because she's personally experienced them, and she's heard Yumi talk shit about her parents, asking both of her friends if she's right. They look at each other, saying that they heard it too. Semi thinks that she's winning now and says it's true, Yumi did shit talk her parents, asking Yumi if she has anything to say about that. Yumi says that she did indeed do that, and she's not ashamed of it. Everybody stares at her, and she says that, as they can see, she tells it like it is. But Semi here likes to go around spreading false rumors about people, asking her two friends if they've noticed. She asks Young Min if she remembers the rumor about her cheating on that pop quiz, and Min Hee if she remembers the rumor about how she bought new shoes with the class funds. She's sure they do, because they had a hard time clearing their names after that, and those rumors were started by none other than Semi. They all start glaring at her, and Semi asks who says it was her, and if she has any evidence. They both look at each other, and Min Hee says that she does, and that she was the one who told her that Young Min cheated on that pop quiz. Young Min says that she was the one who told her that Min Hee bought those shoes with the class funds. Semi's entire reality starts to collapse, and she realizes that she's been caught, so she defaults to blaming Yumi, saying that she still insulted her parents. She says yes, she talked about people behind their backs, but Yumi still insulted her parents, which means she's a bitch, and she's worse than trash, asking if they all agree and why they're turning on her. We see her full on crashing out, and Yumi says that she's right. Semi starts to tear up, and Yumi says that she went too far, and that she was a little mean. She decides it's her turn to cry, putting on the crocodile tears, saying that she wouldn't have had to if Semi had just paid her back on time. Semi realizes this is bad, as Yumi looks like an angel, saying that no matter how overdue her payment was, she shouldn't have said those things about her parents, and she starts apologizing. Everybody starts whispering, saying that Semi's already been trying to weasel her way out of paying her back, but now she's just spreading false rumors about her, and she's trying to outcast her. They say that she's the pot calling the kettle black. Semi starts to run off while they comfort Yumi, and they say that she had it coming. They don't even know if Yumi insulted her parents to begin with. As Yumi sits there crying, she turns, looking toward Cheolsu, and he stares at her, wondering if she's okay. Of course, she sticks out her tongue, showing that it was all just an act. We also see their school motto, "It's not over till it's over." Later in the day, we see Cheolsu sitting outside, with Yumi walking over, handing him a drink, telling him to take it. He catches it, and she says it's a small token of her gratitude, and it all worked out, thanks to him. He stares down at the drink, surprised, saying that he never thought he'd get a free drink out of her. She says that she knows how to give people gifts too, and he says that it makes him wonder about the impression of her he had in his mind. He had gotten her all mixed up with the one in his memories, and though he still gets the feeling he's misjudged the girl in his memories as well, he wonders how many people he's gotten all wrong in his previous life. He has not come up with a plan to save the world yet this time, but he at least got to do something good for someone in need. And unlike his previous life, he was able to actually make a change. So even if he can't save the world, he can still help those around him. He cracks it open and thanks her for the drink, and she cheers him as well as they tap their cans together. They start chugging it, and then he realizes something, asking why she suddenly jumped in. He thought that it would sound like excuses if she said all those things herself. As they agree on his idea of things, she continues chugging it and says that just because he's defending her and pointing out the holes in Semi's argument, did he really think that everyone would be like, oh, I guess all those awful rumors about her were just not true, and that they'd really believe it? He realizes he was naive, and she says that with his model student reputation, it might make sense, but he's still a loner. He's a bookworm whose only friend is Taiku, and he never says a word to anyone and has no social skills. Poor bro is catching stray after stray. She says that to make sure her problem was completely solved, she had to step in and expose Semi for making up the fake rumors. They used to be very close, so it wouldn't be weird for her to know these things about her. But if he had said those things too, it would have been awkward. And frankly, when he came up to her with a little confidence, saying he had a solution, it made her feel a little weird, as if she wanted to punch him in the face, and that this was her surprise. Cheolsu says this is his fourth life, but she is still better than him at dealing with people, and she clearly anticipated how things would play out just from that little bit of advice he gave her. She says that it's because he's a boy, and if he kept standing up for her, the class might think he had another motive. They might have even thought that, hey, she starts to freeze up and stutter, and he looks at her, asking what she's trying to say. She starts to blush and then hits him in the side. He asks what that was for, and she is still blushing, saying that he totally deserved it. He asks what he did wrong, and she says that he called her super strict, and there's nothing about her that's like that. He says that's the impression she gives people when they borrow money because she makes them sign a promissory note and fingerprint it too. She says that's not being strict, that's called being thorough, and she's spitting facts. I agree with her. She asks why he only borrowed $2, saying she can't make any profit off that. He asks if she wanted to profit off of him, and she says of course. As they walk away, we see their shadows painting an image of them growing up together. She says that the excuse about him going to an internet cafe was so unconvincing because nobody believes he even plays games after school. And they continue bantering. We now see it as June, and Cheolsu says that he still has not found a way to save the world in his fourth life, and to be honest, he hasn't really given it much thought. But after helping Yumi, he is motivated to keep trying, and he's begun thinking of ways to save Earth. He's come to the conclusion that it's impossible to do anything about the asteroid itself with the technology they currently have on Earth. He thinks about setting up a shelter somewhere else, like on the moon. The ISDC has always been interested in colonizing the moon, using their natural satellite as an outpost for deep space exploration, extracting rare resources to produce unique alloys in a low-gravity environment. However, the plan never materialized because it just cost way too much money. If he presents the ISDC with an effective solution, a base on the moon might become a reality, though the technology he'll need will probably be very hard to develop. He wonders how long humans can even survive on the moon. Since gravity is about 1/6 of Earth's, a 3-year-old born on Earth and a 3-year-old born on the moon will be vastly different. Studies have shown that low gravity causes muscle and bone loss. After 10 years, a normal kid on Earth would turn into an absolute freak of nature on the moon. They wouldn't be able to grow up healthy, they'd be overgrown due to low gravity, they'd have complications from chronic organ hypertrophy, muscle damage from rapid bone expansion, and bone fractures due to weak bone structure. No one can be sure how long humans will be able to live on the moon without sustaining too much damage. Maybe it would be better to build a shelter on a space station, something like what he did for Project Noah at the end of his third life. But it's hard to build a space shelter that checks all the necessary boxes. If he suggests it to the ISDC long before the asteroid, they'll say it's a waste of money. He's going to have to do this all on his own. If he joins the ISDC again, he'll have to deal with those shitty bosses, so instead, he'll raise private funds and work independently. Then he can build the space shelter however he wants. He then thinks about just building a space habitat. It isn't an impossible dream. A space habitat is doable with today's technology, as long as there's money. He wonders how much it would cost, guessing maybe 10 billion, but realizing it's closer to 100 billion. He tries running some calculations on his computer, but it's too slow, and as more data loads, he starts growing more and more worried. It's closer to $1 trillion. That was the estimate for Island 1, a space habitat for only 10,000 people at Lagrange point L5. Lagrange points are a point of equilibrium where objects with small masses, under the influence of two massive bodies like Earth and the Moon, can be parked. There are 5 such points, and L4 and L5 are the most stable locations. But he has no idea where to get this much money. The next day at school, everyone is doing their jobs, cleaning up after the day, and as Taiku goes to skip out on his duties, he looks happy. Then Cheolsu calls out to him. It startles him, but he's relieved it's only Cheolsu. Cheolsu says he has a question. Taiku asks if it's about tech, saying this is new. Cheolsu says that now that he thinks about it, he rarely talks to him first and should approach him more often in the future. He says he wants to build a space habitat and asks what he thinks is the most realistic way to go about it. Taiku asks why he's suddenly talking about that, saying he sure does change his tech tree fast, and asking if he's sure he won't change his mind and give up on this halfway through like the others. Cheolsu says he won't, as long as nothing major happens. Some girl tells them to move since they're blocking the path. Taiku waves Cheolsu over, saying there's still a chance he might give up, and asks what scale he has in mind for his tech. He asks if he's talking about a bishop ring and does a pretty nice drawing of it, or maybe a McKendree cylinder. Cheolsu says neither. He's thinking of something much smaller since those are impossible to build. Every single space and engineering expert in the world would have to work day and night for hundreds of years to maybe finish one. He'd be happy with something that can hold 10,000 people, though it would be great to build something bigger in the future. Taiku says it's better to start small instead of jumping straight into big projects. Cheolsu draws it out, but it looks awful. He says he's thinking of something along the lines of Island 1 or maybe Kalpana 1. Taiku teases him, saying his drawings are terrible and asking if that's meant to be a croissant. Cheolsu says he's leaning more toward the Island 1 design. Luckily, Taiku redraws it for him. Taiku asks why, since Kalpana 1 looks way cooler. Since it's a more recent design, it improves on the flaws of the older models too. Cheolsu is surprised by how well he draws and says he doesn't know much about that, but he can't go with Kalpana 1 because of its weight. Taiku asks what he means. Cheolsu explains that Island 1 is estimated to weigh 500,000 tons, while Kalpana 1 is estimated to weigh 7 million tons. If he had to choose between the two, he'd go with the lighter option since it would cost way less. Taiku looks confused, saying that if Cheolsu already chose the kind of space habitat he wants, then what does he need him for? Cheolsu says it's the cost. He calculated what the cost would be based on the estimates from Island Design, once designed, and if they build it today with today's money, he thinks they'll need about $1 trillion. So he wants to pick his brain about that. Taiku says this isn't about tech, wondering why he's asking about money stuff, and he's completely lost interest now, and Cheolsu says he has a point, but he doesn't know who else he can talk to about these things, and he has to at least try to get something from him. And he explains how tech and finance have a connection. He tells him to think about it. How many products with awesome new tech products couldn't be done because of cost? Electric motors were developed actually before gas motors, but tech and maintenance cost too much. The light bulb is another example. The original light bulbs overheated and burned out too quickly to be sold. Only after Edison made some improvements was it finally commercialized. Amphibious hovercrafts as well, and he just keeps yapping over and over, and he's just trying to figure out how to make it work. Taiku asks how exactly does he plan to build this. Cheolsu says that they'd have to start simple first. They have to establish a base on the moon, then with the parts they've stockpiled there, they build a colony at Lagrange point L5, between the Earth and the moon. He wonders if Taiku has any ideas about how to cut down on the cost, or how to raise the funds. Taiku says he doesn't know anything about making money, and Cheolsu continues, saying that he's pretty sure labor and transportation will be the biggest expenses. Bro just flicked a boogie out the window. Taiku asks why he doesn't use robot tech, since he won't need to hire people for anything. Cheolsu is surprised, and he says by going fully automated, not only would they save on wages, but also on other expenses like sending workers to the moon, building dorms, and food, and Taiku says that would save a lot of money. Besides, transporting parts to and from the moon ain't going to be cheap, so if he can only come up with tech that can reduce the transportation cost, it would be cheaper to send finished products directly to the habitat from Earth instead of going through the moon. But rockets are out of the question, and it would be way cheaper to send supplies from the moon base instead of launching from Earth. Cheolsu then wonders if there could be another way about this. While kids are playing in the hallway, one of them bumps into a girl. She gets pissed, she shoves him, and he starts to fall forward, and the broom starts to fly out of his hand, directly through a window, shattering it. As Taiku and Cheolsu both look at this, Taiku gets an idea, saying they could use a space gun. It's a massive cannon-like structure that launches objects into space, and operates on Newton's basic law of action and reaction, an idea that has been repeatedly deliberated over ever since humanity began dreaming of space travel. In the movie A Trip to the Moon, based on the novel by Jules Verne, the main character shoots out of a space gun to the moon. If you're wondering why this tech is not used widely today, it's because, compared to rockets, it's got some critical flaws. A space gun reaches escape velocity through its initial acceleration, which means that the initial acceleration is too strong, and therefore it cannot safely launch people to space, and instead, it would just deliver their souls to the moon. But a space gun is still more cost-effective, and if he can successfully build one, and he can send supplies at just $30 per kilogram, it would actually end up somehow being cheaper than international shipping. Space guns are not good for sending people or fragile objects, but if he just sends parts and materials, it's actually a really good idea, and he wonders why he didn't think about that. Shooting parts and materials directly to the space habitat saves a lot more money than transporting them through a moon base, plus it would take way less time to build a mass driver or a space elevator. After all, the principles behind it are simple, and he's been so focused on developing rockets and moon bases, he never considered space guns. And he should try planning it with space guns and automation, and he thanks him for the idea. Taiku tells him not to mention it, because Taiku is tech after all. Ms. Yuri runs out, asking the kids if they're okay, and sees Cheolsu's face, and starts panicking, and she asks who did this. They all point towards the broom man, and she asks Taiku if he's okay. He says he is, and she says if it's just Cheolsu, then someone should take him to the nurse's office, and Cheolsu says he can go by himself, but Yumi speaks up, saying she'll take him. We see her walk out of the room, and Ms. Yuri says that would be great. She starts taking both the people who caused the incident to the principals, and Yumi puts down the garbage can, and looks over towards Cheolsu, telling him it's time to go. It jumps to the nurse's office. As the door slides open, they enter, but we don't see anybody in there. Yumi even starts calling out to the nurse, and tries searching the other rooms to find her, and she says she doesn't think she's here. She then spots some medical supplies, and decides that it would be a good idea to take them. So she does, and starts treating Cheolsu, saying the cut isn't too deep, and some ointment and a bandage should be good enough. Cheolsu tries to do it himself, but she yoinks it out of his hand, telling him to just hold still, asking what's wrong with him anyways, and why he was just standing there like an idiot. The window was broken right in front of him. He says that he was talking to Taiku about something, and he got lost in the conversation. She wonders what he was talking about with Taiku, so she asks him. He says they were talking about money, and she gets super excited and starts jabbing his wound. He says that it was about the cheapest way to resolve a problem, and she says that he went to the wrong person, and he should have come to her. Then she asks him how much exactly he needs, and he says about $1 trillion. She freezes up, saying that last time he only asked for $2, and now it's $1 trillion, asking what the hell he needs it for. He says that it's quite complicated, but he gives her a breakdown about his plan. She's surprised, saying that she's got some ambitious business plans herself, but his is even crazier. Cheolsu asks if it is, and starts peeling apart the band-aid, and putting it on his cheek, saying even if he can handle all the other stuff, he still can't figure out how he's going to fund the research. He does his best to try to line it up, but obviously is missing, and she says about the funding, asking if he has to raise it himself. He says he thinks so, as it's going to be hard to find people who might want to invest in something like this. They might be okay with funding automation research, but they probably won't fund something like a space gun or a habitat. Even Gerard Bull, the guy who tried to make the first gun, went to work for a dictator because he couldn't find any investors. She pushes the band-aid across his cheek, lining it up on the cut, and he's surprised, and she asks how much he needs again, double-checking that it's $1 trillion. She then starts writing down on the contract, and smiles, saying that he now has the option to be like Gerard Bull, and work for a dictator. We see that she actually wrote down $1 trillion in her contract. He still gets surprised by this, and she asks what he thinks as he starts reading over the paperwork. Then it jumps to 20 years later, and the KNG Space Development and Gun Research Institute is now testing a prototype of a space cannon. Some men start yelling, telling everybody that they need to clear out, and they don't want to be anywhere near it when it shoots. Other people are just amazed, seeing a look at the size of that thing, and they thought it was crazy that they wanted to build a space gun. It turns out that's the general consensus. People thought he was a nut job. They say that if it actually works, space will be like their front yard, and it will be the start of a new space age. They are now clear to proceed to the next phase. Some women say that the pressurization is going well, and they are requesting permission for pissing ignition. They turn back towards Cheolsu, who sits there in silence, and they all wonder if he's going to give them the go-ahead or not. He tells them to go ahead and initiate it. They then start a 3-second countdown, and as soon as it hits 1, we hear it roaring up, and it starts shaking their office. The pissing ignition is also complete, and they are increasing the pressure on the compressed hydrogen. They then see some black smoke, and people on the ground start pointing it out, saying that something is definitely off. The target levels are now reached, and they are going to attempt their first launch. Cheolsu looks nervous, and for good reason, as when it explodes, all of the windows in the office shatter, even sending their TVs flying away. When he looks up, all he sees is something flying towards him. We then see a giant fire outside, and Cheolsu is now on the floor. He spots his glasses away from him, and picks them back up, and puts them on. He then looks up, seeing everybody else also laying on the floor, and everything is just in a mess. He wonders what exactly happened, and then looks over to his side. He slowly wobbles over to the window, and looks outside, seeing the space gun on fire on the floor, and says damn, as we see the smoke still rising. A bit later, Yumi arrives, saying that this is a complete mess, and they even have helicopters here to lift up the space elevator. He says they are lucky that nobody died, and she says that a space gun really is a dangerous thing. And because it pretty much discharges all of its energy at the launch point here on Earth, the blasted projectile into space. If a launch fails, it's no different from a rocket crashing back down to Earth and exploding. She looks very anxious about it, and asks what went wrong, and he says he doesn't know yet. Everybody is incapacitated right now, so they'll need some time before they can look into it. She says surely this won't keep happening, because if it does, she can't say building a space gun makes much financial sense anymore. He says he doesn't think anything like this will happen again, because it's not a design flaw, and he has a hunch based on the size and magnitude of the explosion. Right now, they are using pistons to push down and compress the hydrogen, which creates the explosion, and he's sure she already knows this. She says she does, and after rapidly compressing the hydrogen and building pressure, when it pushes into one another, they release the gas, and this propels the projectile out of the barrel. He says that's right, but there was a problem during the compression stage. Either there was a rupture in one of the pistons, or something else allowed air into the barrel, and it made the compressed hydrogen combust, causing the explosion. She asks why now, as they've never had this problem before. He says a part on the inside of the gun must have gotten worn out. They've been doing a lot of test launches with various projectiles, and it's possible they have exhausted a part or two. He sees the promissory note on the ground, and picks it up, and she says she thought he was conducting inspections for things like that. He says they are, but they also have protocols for replacing certain parts. Like how many launches they can do with the same barrel, or how often they need to replace the pistons. She asks why this happened then, and he says his guess is that it's because of the short intervals between launches that they may have made the parts wear out faster. They should have let the pistons cool off after each launch to reduce the stress put on them, but they overlooked this. She sighs at this, and asks if this was a mistake. He says that's the most likely explanation, and she asks if he can prevent this from happening again. He says of course, and she looks into his eyes, showing how much she actually trusts him, and she can tell that he's not lying. She then walks away, saying that she'll take his word for it, and leave him to it, and he asks if she's leaving already. She says that someone around here has to make money, and that she'll have to work her ass off to rebuild this research facility for him. And there's no need to thank her, because she's going to make sure she gets every dime back from him, so he should take care of himself. Eventually, they rebuild the facility, and they build the second space gun with the flaws of the first gun fixed. They resume the trials, and after a lot of testing and calculations, with the previous failure at the back of their minds, they conducted so many test launches, and after quite a few runs, a lot of the projectiles ended up burnt lumps of steel. But finally, they actually had a test model reach up to 500 kilometers into space. Someone says that this launch was a success, and he looks super excited about this. It's not just Cheolsu that's excited, but everybody else is also pogging out of their gourd, saying they're gonna go down in space history, and that as long as they trust Dr. Kang, they can do it. And they're also glad they stuck around after the explosion, and this is something you'd only see in movies. It's unbelievable. Cheolsu actually feels really prideful, and then smiles, realizing it's time to continue his plan. He tells everybody that they did an amazing job, and they'll have to wait for the multi-purpose space station to confirm that they safely received the payload, but that does not take away from the fact that today, humanity has discovered a new method of space travel. And it would not have been possible without all of them, and he thanks them. They tell him to stop being humble, and it's all because of him, as he poured his heart and soul into this, and they can't wait for those fat bonus checks and extra vacation days. He's happy that his work environment is so good, but says he's sorry, and there's not gonna be any extra vacation days for them. That night, in his office, somebody at the space station is telling him he did something incredible, and he actually managed to fire something into orbit with a space gun. Cheolsu thanks him for the praise, but asks him how the payload is. The guy says that it looks like he's gonna need to make some improvements, as he shows him behind. Everything that was inside of the payload is actually a little dented, and they exploded out, so he's gonna have to try to solve this problem. He says he guesses they can't launch precision instruments with this space gun then, and the other person agrees, saying that things like food won't work either, and it's gonna need a little more work. And right now, it looks like bulky objects are the only things that can survive hypersonic speed. Cheolsu says he sees, and then ends the call. After a bit, he sits there tapping on his desk, and he sighs, because it means that he's gonna have to figure something else out, and this isn't good since time is running out. A little later, Yumi arrives, congratulating him, as we see her holding on to a small sandwich bag, and she says that she heard that MSS picked up the payload, and all of his hard work is finally paying off, and that she brought him a sandwich. And she got it because the packaging was cute, and maybe she can start expecting the principal and interest on his loan soon. Maybe it wasn't actually a bad investment, and she's sure that he's sick of the food here, and they should eat something fancy. She says that he shouldn't make any plans this weekend, as she wants to get lunch to celebrate. He says sure, but she can sense something is off, saying that something is wrong with him, asking what happened. He asks how she could tell, and she says it's written all over his face. He says it's not that anything happened, and it's just a small issue, right? And then he covers his mouth, saying it's actually a very big issue, and he doesn't think it'll be possible to build the space habitat. She kind of goes blank, and tightens the grip on the bag, asking what he's talking about. And she tells him to just wait, and come sit down and explain, asking what he means, since they received the payload. That means the project is a success. He says they successfully launched a payload into low Earth orbit, but to officially start building the habitat, they're gonna need to launch things even further, saying surely she knows that. She says that he told her they need to build the space habitat at Lagrange point L5, where it's the least affected by Earth's gravity, and that building the habitat there would reduce the cost of anchoring it in place, and make it easier to move if needed. He says that's right, but the cargo was damaged in the process, and they've only managed to send it to low Earth orbit, and they don't have a way to solve this problem right now. He walks over, takes a seat beside her, and she asks what he means. And then she recalls that he just said right now, asking if that means they can solve it if they invest more time and effort into the gun. He sits there for a second, and says no, and that's not an option, as they won't have enough time. She asks what he means by not having time, as she doesn't remember giving him a deadline, and he just managed to successfully launch stuff into space, and that's a waste to give up now. He says no, and they just don't have enough time to solve the problem before the asteroid. He then realizes that she doesn't know, and she looks at him curiously, asking what he means by asteroid. He then starts changing it, saying on that note, if she remembers what he told her long ago about automated construction in space. Saying that he should start working on that instead, and he's been meaning to anyway after he made enough headway with the space gun. She asks if he's serious, and asks how he's planning to fund that research, and he says of course, and insinuates her as he stares at her. She stares back, and they just continue this, staring at one another, and she starts to sweat nervously because she realizes what he's going for, and she can't really say no to him. And then her stomach starts growling, and she says that she's a complete pushover and a fat cat. Not sure what this means, but maybe one of you in the comments do. He says that since they're short on time, he thinks constructing the space habitat with the ISDC's help is the best alternative they have, and he's going to go ahead with their research on autonomous robots to get their attention. After all, the research is practical, and can be used in many ways. We see her head still down. He says that once he gets them interested in his research, and earns their trust through some collaborative projects, he's going to tell them why they need to build a space habitat. She pulls the bag over and starts devouring it, and he tells her that, but to do that, he's going to need some funding, and she glares at him suspiciously, saying that she can tell he's hiding something from her. He looks at her, realizing that it's about time, and tells her that he can't deny it, but he's not sure if it's something he should tell her. She looks anxious, and her food starts to fall out of her hand and spill everywhere, including her shirt. She looks down at it, and asks if he's really going to stop the space gun research. He says that it would be pointless to continue. She says that it's fine, as it's only going to derail her business plan a little, but they'll go with his. He thanks her, and she says that she does have some problems with working with the enigmatic Gerald Bull of the 21st century, but what can she do, as she only has herself to blame for loaning him the money 20 years ago. Asking where he would ever find a dictator that's cooperative. She then waves over to him, and he apologizes to her, and she says this is a matter of trust. She trusts him enough to go with the plan, even though it makes no sense to her, so she hopes someday he'll tell her the secret of his. He looks up at her, and starts to debate if he should tell her about the asteroid that is coming to destroy Earth or not. And how for some reason, he gets to relive his life over and over again, and if she would even believe him, but maybe since it is her after all. He then calls out to Yumi, and she turns, looking at him, and he says what if, only recalling all the ridicule he's experienced in his past life, and freezes up. She tells him to go on, He thinks about it, but doesn't have the confidence to tell her, so instead asks how she's going to raise the money. She tells him not to worry about that, and points at him, saying she's just going to put him up for sale. He sits there, making the surprised Pikachu face. Some time later, we see her sighing, and he says that it turns out he wasn't worth as much as they expected. She says way less, and it turns out he's not as great as she thought. But then clicks her tongue, saying it's probably because he's lacking in the looks department, teasing him. She quickly sold off the Space Gun Research Institute, and fortunately, there were enough buyers who were interested in the research, and after they had read about their successful payload, they all wanted a piece of the new space gun industry. So she sold off all of the Research Institute's facilities, researchers, and intellectual property, except for him, to SG Towers. Because the Research Institute was the fruit of his labor, she wasn't wrong when she said that she was going to sell him. She then starts glaring at him, telling him that he shouldn't forget that she's taking losses because he's rushing her to make the sale, and if she had time, she could have sold everything for 50% more. And she has no idea why he's so strapped for time, but then says that it's about time he heads to his new office. He says yes, and we see her entering her car. He thinks about it, and calls out to her, and thanks her for trusting him. She starts to blush a little bit, and waves him off, saying that he shouldn't waste her money this time. And then she drives off. He looks at her leaving, and then back up to the sky, saying that he doesn't think he'll have the time to do that, and that the automated space construction was way harder than he thought. Developing a positioning system to determine where the robots are in space, creating a stabilization system that lets the robots work without support fixtures, then making sensors and recognition systems to identify and distinguish different materials, as well as constructing a shielding system to protect the internal circuits and parts from the sun's constant radiation. As well as developing better technology to increase the durability of the components that wear away more quickly in space, and for when things broke down, making enhanced modular tools for easy repair. We see his eyes looking tired, as he's having to pull a lot of all-nighters, and he says there was so much work to do. We hear some of his underlings saying that just because he made the space gun doesn't mean everything else he touches is going to turn into gold, and they don't think he's taking this seriously, as fully automated construction is not even possible on Earth yet, but he's planning to do it in space, and it just shows off how little he knows about the field. They say he should have stuck with the space gun, since they don't understand why he suddenly decided to get into this. And maybe it's because he was so successful with the space gun that he thought this would be easy. They also ask why he keeps making them work overtime, as they don't even get sleep. Yumi stops right before them, which startles them, and she gives them an icy expression. They greet her, asking what brings her here today. She asks what they mean, saying it makes it sound like she doesn't belong here, and that she's a little hurt. Obviously, she's here to see them all, and that's the least she can do since they've been working so hard. She's grateful for their efforts. She smiles warmly at them, but it's obviously fake, and she then looks at her clock, asking why don't they all go home for the day, and she'll tell Dr. Kang. She then enters the office, and puts on her serious expression, but we can tell behind her eyes that she truly cares. She spots Cheolsu, and glares at him, asking what's up with the atmosphere here, and why he's not keeping his employees in check. She knows he's busy with the research, but he cuts her off, saying her name. And then he turns to her, saying that he thinks they're ready for the first test, even though his eyes look dead tired. He tells her to take a look at this. It's their biggest problem, and it was how to get their robotic arm in place, and keep it stable. He continues rambling about how to get it to move with precision, so he decided to go back from the beginning, and she sighs, saying that it's her job to supervise the employees, and that it goes to show that just too much is as bad as too little. Now they're finally doing a test, and we see them in space beginning the operation. The robotic arm begins deploying, and it's managed to control its posture. It manages to keep the material fixed. It's now operating the actuator, and mobilizing the robotic arm, whatever any of that means. But it reaches the target location, and the margin of error is within 5 micrometers. It's within the target range, and now they're going to proceed with their welding pre-checks. The formation is confirmed, and now the welding is time to start. We see it sparking up, and Cheolsu is watching it. The bags under his eyes are gone now, but he looks anxious. After a bit, we hear them say alright, super excited, and that the welding is complete, and it's going to restore to the original position. And that they've come this far without a hitch, and they know they're going to pull the rest off too. Cheolsu looks confident now, and everybody begins laughing. The co-workers who were shit-talking earlier say they don't know why everybody's so hyped when all they did was weld 2 metal plates. But one of them's on Cheolsu's side, saying it's just the first test, And when they start improving on this tech, they'll be able to build structures in space. They ask if he really thinks so, and one of them reminds her that he used to research space guns, and after making some headway in that, he immediately jumped to autonomous construction robot research, and no one really gets why he did it. But if you think about it, it's obvious he wants to build a space habitat. The woman asks if he really thinks that's the goal, and then it turns out they actually start to feel respect for Cheolsu, as he's trying to do something they've only read about in books. And we see that he's just in his own world with his research. His phone starts to ring, and we hear Yumi telling him to pick up the phone. He knows what she'll do if he doesn't. He reaches over, and she tells him not to ignore his call. And he picks it up, asking what's up. She says that she has news, asking what he wants to hear first, and if it's the good news, she puts her tablet down, or if he wants to hear the bad news first. He thinks about it, and the good news is that the ISDC was interested in the autonomous construction robot research. However, they wondered if it was even possible to use this technology to repair satellites in space. We see Cheolsu having a meeting, and it turns out they had no interest in building a space habitat. In fact, they were more interested in using it elsewhere. And it's pretty disappointing. A part of him understood why, and that the ISDC was currently oblivious to Rama's threat, so they would see no need for a massive space habitat. And he shouldn't expect too much from the start, and he should focus on building a connection with them first. He says it is possible as long as the repairs do not involve minuscule components. Eventually, even that would be possible, but it would require further research. The guy then asks if they were to use the robots immediately, how precise they'd be. He says they might be a little rough around the edges, but they'll do anything a normal person can do by hand. The guy sighs, saying that should be more than enough, asking if they can start working together immediately, as they need his tech for something urgent. And they are sure he's heard of Brahi's eye. He asks if they're talking about the space telescope orbiting at Lagrange point L2, between the Sun and the Earth. The dude says yes, and for some time now, the telescope's thruster that maintains its orbit hasn't been working, but it hasn't even run out of propellant yet. They know it needs repairs, but it's too far away for them to reach, and they don't want to give up on it, which is why they contacted him, asking if his robots will be able to repair it. Cheolsu thinks about it, saying he needs to get a better grasp on the situation, and he doesn't think he can guarantee anything right now, so he'll only do it after listening to the explanation. The dude says that he isn't one to make empty promises, and that's great. So he would like to show him first. He looks down to his left, not finding what he wants, and he starts looking around everywhere, asking where the remote went. Cheolsu looks to the side as the dude's looking under the desk. Cheolsu asks why he doesn't check under the TV. He does so, spotting it, and he asks how he knew it was there. Cheolsu thinks about it, saying that this place feels familiar somehow, though he guesses it's to be expected since he used to work here in his previous life. And he says that it's where he usually puts his remote too. The dude laughs, saying he sees, and he guesses it's true that humans share the same tendencies. Now he would like to brief him on the layout of the telescope. Cheolsu says that he wants to stop experiencing this feeling of déjà vu. It then jumps to sometime later, as we see everybody doing a countdown as the robot is about to start building. They mobilize the robot's arms, and secure it to Brahi's eye. And now the phase is complete, and Builder 3 is in position. They start checking the connections between the other two builders, and there's no issue. We even see Charlotte is there, asking if he's confident things will go smoothly. And Cheolsu says yes, he assures that every person in his company is highly competent in what they do. She sighs, saying if only Lagrange point 2 wasn't so far away, as the 5-second delay due to the distance is keeping her on edge. The little worker robots start going to town, doing the repairs they can. As each one is doing its own thing, the dude who was talking to Cheolsu says he doesn't believe it. It goes from 30% completion to 75%, and the dude says even in the middle of such an intricate operation, they all look so calm. And it looks like it's going pretty slowly, but it's progressing really quickly, considering there is zero gravity, and that was the greatest challenge in space work they could never overcome. At least, that was until Cheolsu stepped into the scene. The detachment process is now complete, as we see the thruster floating off into space, and they are now preparing the replacement part, checking the alignment. Haiku then enters the room, super excited. We see a thruster flying in, starting its attachment process with Brahi. It activates reverse thrust to slow down. Then the robots begin switching arms from maneuvering mode to securing mode. As they begin to reattach it, they align the pieces together, then check alignment with the main body. The alignment error is 900 nanometers. They all start checking their own error margins, and the measurement is now complete. They tell them that there is only an indication of 1 micrometer of error. Cheolsu says that's good, and that's within the acceptable range, and to proceed as planned. They now proceed with the plasma arc welders, and begin welding the pieces together, joining them. All three begin doing it while moving clockwise around Brahi's eye. Finally, the attachment is fully complete, and their propulsion system has been successfully replaced. Taiku says he really did it, calling him a crazy bastard. Then he looks super excited, going to call him incredible. We hear Odalie asking him what the hell he's doing, and that they're drowning in work. She says that she's embarrassed to even look the other teams in the eyes. While dragging him away, he flails, telling her it's not over. He tells Odalie to let him go. As her and Cheolsu begin staring at one another, Taiku asks if he's just going to stand there and watch, and to help him out. They're starting to feel some kind of connection between the two of them. They eventually leave, closing the door, as the dude asks if he knows Taiku from the engine development team. He says yes, and that they went to school together. He then goes for a follow-up question, but gets cut off as somebody tells him. As they finish their mission, they grab onto the thruster they left in space, and the repair is now complete. Everybody starts cheering. The dude from earlier says they did it, and that's a relief, but Cheolsu says it's not over yet, since they still have to test if the new propulsion system is working. They look anxious, but realize he's right. After a bit, they say they couldn't have done it without him, but Cheolsu says it's also thanks to his work, and we learn that his name is Dr. McDowell. Dr. McDowell says that frankly, the results are far better than he expected, and he underestimated him in his research. He truly does have an astounding piece of technology in his hands. They shake with one another. Cheolsu thanks him. Then McDowell says that he would like to call on him again for similar matters in the future, not just for Brahi's eye, but for other satellites as well. Cheolsu then recalls Yumi's words about if the repair is a success, which of course it has to be. He better not come back here straight away, as he has to stick around and promote his robots, getting more projects, so they call him for every issue they have. He also can't forget to ask them to spread the word about his robots. He says of course, it would be his pleasure. He was actually going to ask him to call whenever he needed assistance, and to recommend him to the other departments of the ISDC as well. Cheolsu tells McDowell that they're going to need more commissions to keep the research institute afloat. McDowell says he understands, as operating costs must be a concern since he has a private institution, but he doubts he'll even need to spread the word for him after all. This undertaking has demonstrated his technological prowess to everyone here at the ISDC. Cheolsu says that he's sure a recommendation from McDowell would hold more sway than a review from anyone outside the institution. McDowell nods, saying that he understands, and has a point, and he'll go ahead and recommend him, and tell them that he's the man to call for any problems in space. Cheolsu says please do, then McDowell laughs, saying that he was an immense help to him, so it's only right that he offers his assistance. McDowell kept his promise, and after the restoration of Brahi's eye, Cheolsu started receiving more requests from the ISDC. Their requests included developing maintenance robots for space stations, restoring dead satellites, getting permission to use the Institute's system control, and using their robots for developments on the Moon or Mars and the like. But just like last time, no one wanted to use the technology in the way he wanted, but still, they were excellent opportunities to showcase his technology and build up the credibility of his research. And he collaborated with as many people as he could, and strengthened his ties with the ISDC. However, we hear someone calling his name over and over, which startles him, and Cheolsu asks what he needs. The dude says that he was the one who called him in here, and Cheolsu says to hold on, as he starts going through all the paperwork. He tries to remember what he called this guy here for, and says the ISDC should have contacted him by now, as they should have detected Rama, and discovered the asteroid is deviating from its expected course, and they should be discussing evacuation plans right now, so why are they not asking for his help? He thinks that he's done enough publicly to show that his technology is able to help them, so why? The dude can tell his mind is wandering, and Cheolsu looks at the promissory note with Yumi, and that he needs to promote his robots more proactively, because these are all words that Yumi said, as they need to call him anytime there's an issue, as he's dead if he doesn't pay her back. He realizes that she's right, and he can't just sit around and wait for this. He heads to the ISDC, and we see Daniel asking him what brings him here today, and from what he hears, his research institute is struggling with funding, and he hopes he's not here to ask for acquisition or to sell his technology. Cheolsu says he supposes their conversation could lead to those topics. Daniel says if that's really what he's here for, then he's not interested, and it was nice. Cheolsu says he's mistaken, and he's here to discuss something else, and what they just discussed were simple digressions, and that he would gladly discuss with him further should he want to. Daniel tells him to stop beating around the bush, and get to the point. Cheolsu hesitates, and then mentions the asteroid Rama. Daniel freezes up, asking what he means, and Cheolsu says he's here to offer a proposal on how to deal with it. Daniel says he's afraid he doesn't understand, asking why the asteroid needs to be dealt with. Cheolsu went through this in his past life, and hesitates, but says that he's sure he already knows that it's because Rama is hurtling towards Earth at this very moment. Daniel continues tapping his finger, but looks annoyed now, asking where he got this information from. Cheolsu says he obviously wouldn't believe him if he told him that he's experienced it a few times, and in these situations, the only option is to push forward. He asks why it matters how he learned, and it'll still be up to him to decide whether or not to accept this proposal, and that he should hear him out first. When the situation gets worse, his guess is that the ISDC will opt to launch interceptive rockets, asking if that's right. Daniel tells him to just answer his question, but Cheolsu cuts him off, saying that the plan will fail, and when it does, the ISDC will attempt some preventive evacuation into space from the Port David Space Center. Daniel is surprised again, asking how he knew. Cheolsu says there will be about 1,000 evacuees in total, and the goal will be to survive for the next 20 or 30 years in space. Daniel wonders who leaked such classified information, and Cheolsu asks why he thinks he developed the working space gun and autonomous construction robots. It's because he's come to the conclusion that it's virtually impossible to stop the asteroid, and that is why he is trying to build a sustainable evacuation shelter. Daniel asks if he's really telling him he's been preparing for this, asking how, as they only detected it a few months ago. Cheolsu says unfortunately, the space gun proved ineffective, so he had to give up on it, but his robots were a success. The problem with building the shelter right now are the module sizes for the living area, that and the challenge of building in zero gravity, and they can solve these problems by putting together a plan from scratch with autonomous robot technology in mind. He's been frustrated that the ISDC hasn't been thinking about using this tech, so he came to propose it himself, telling Daniel to think about it, asking what he would gain from coming here and telling him about how he knows of the asteroid, especially since the wrong things can be dangerous. Daniel says he must be thinking of this as an opportunity to advance his career, and after all, he just happened to have everything ready to build his space habitat. Cheolsu understands that he's suspicious, and tells him that he needs to trust him, as his institute will definitely be ready to assist him. Daniel looks up at him, asking if that's really everything. Cheolsu feels down, saying that he supposes he wasn't convincing enough. Daniel says it's not that he lacked persuasion, rather everything he said was quite logical, but he also has logical reasons for why he can't allow his institute to participate in the construction of a space habitat. If they were to collaborate, it would only draw unwanted attention. It's only a matter of time before the public learns of Rama's existence, and he wonders if he knows how they would react to discovering that they have been building the space habitat. It will cause social unrest. For safety reasons this project must be kept confidential, and he only agreed to meet him because he was afraid he'd go around spreading rumors about them. Cheolsu asks if it's really time to care about public perception, and the Earth is about to be destroyed. Daniel says this is strange, asking why he's so certain that the ISDC will fail, and if his aid is so paramount, that they'll fail without it. If so, why is he unable to stop the asteroid or build a space habitat on his own? And he seems awfully confident in his technology, asking why he doesn't do it on his own then. I hate this guy so much. It was impossible from the start, and the plan to build a private research institute, develop the necessary technology, and later cooperate with the ISDC was doomed to fail, and he should have tried to build the space habitat without relying on the ISDC to begin with. Daniel then says that he supposes that's about it for him, as he starts to get swarmed. He says he won't be able to do research anymore. Cheolsu looks a bit nervous. We see them keeping him held inside a fancy house, with guards patrolling so he can't even leave. He's looking out the window, then takes a seat. He looks down at his notebook, and starts writing in it. As we hear a woman approaching him, the door opens, and he turns, watching as we see none other than Yumi. He says he knew she'd find him, and she's here to rescue him, hopefully. She says nah, they caught her too, and she laughs about it. She asks if he knows how scared she was when he disappeared, saying vacation my ass, and he says that he really could have gone on one. She says that definitely sounded fishy. Cheolsu on vacation doesn't make sense at all. We get a flashback to when they first kidnapped him, and they pretty much forced him to read out some note about how he was going to go on a vacation and not to worry about him. But of course, Him going on vacation in the first place is out of character, and he says there's no fooling her. But then again, he's getting some good rest, so he guesses this is technically a vacation. And the place is pretty nice. Apparently, it's Daniel's summer house. She asks what the hell happened, and why the ISDC is confining him here. He says he thought Daniel told her. She says as if he's the same guy who tried to hide him from her. He says the situation is difficult to explain, and he's sure if he tells her, it'll sound absurd. She asks if he knows how many times he's been weird around her, and she's used to it by now. He says he'll cut the shit, and tell her the truth, as he owes her this at least. He thinks about it, and how they've been together for the last 20 years, and how she's always been on his side, and that she's right. There's no point in hiding it from her. He says he's being confined here because he knows about an asteroid that is classified as top secret. The asteroid is on its way to destroy Earth, and he is reliving this life for the 4th time so he can stop it from happening. She sits there, and stares at him, but doesn't even laugh or anything. All she says is to start from the beginning. He needs to walk her through it. He tells her about his past lives, about Rama, and about the time resets. She seems confused at first, but then just listens quietly. She puts her beer down, asking if everything he's told her so far is true. He says it sounds like a terrible joke, he knows, and he guesses she doesn't believe him. It was stupid of him to ask her to believe without any proof, but she says she does. He asks if she truly believes him, and she says he never jokes about anything, especially things like this. After listening to him, she finally understands why he always rushed his research like there was no time to waste. Let's just say he answered a lot of her questions. He's just shocked she bought it. She asks if he thinks everybody bases their decisions on scientific and logical evidence. She mimics him. She says that not everybody is like him, and she just believes because she trusts him, as it's something he told her. He's genuinely surprised that she's this trusting, and he thanks her for believing him. She says that she's always made it clear that she trusts him, as he's the only one who hasn't trusted her. Based on what he said, the Earth is going to be obliterated, asking if he has any plans. He says besides hoping for Daniel to change his mind and ask for his help, that's about it. She realizes that there's nothing else, and spots his notebook on the table, asking what it is. He explains that it's a summary of things he did in this lifetime, why the space gun failed, the robotic research was a success, and future business ideas. She asks if he's making this for his next life, saying it's not a surprise, as he's already seen how it ends. She then starts fixing it, saying that he won't be able to make money with this, and corrects it for him. He says it's hard to come up with good business ideas, and she says that she's sure he'll manage it, and he has to do better the next time. If he wants to raise more money than they did in this life, he needs to do this. He says that if he does that right, he might just raise enough money to independently build a space habitat. She freezes, saying that makes it sound like she failed, because she didn't raise enough funds for him, and she couldn't lend him the $1 trillion she promised. He says it's because he wasted too much time and money working on the space gun, and it didn't pan out. It would be great if he could remember all this, but it's so complicated he's not sure he'll be able to remember everything in detail. She says that he mentioned his memories of his past life being fuzzy, and he says he remembers what field of research he was in, and the rough timeline of events, but that's it. He doesn't remember any of the smaller and complex details. He asks if there was a simpler but foolproof plan to get the initial funding he'll need. She says if there was, she would have told him about it already. And then she realizes something, and starts to think about it. And he watches her, asking what she just thought about. She says that she's going to have to explain it simply, but we don't get to hear it quite yet. And then it jumps to the ISDC conference, and how their plan is to simultaneously fire all of their nuclear bombs, thousands in total, into space. And this is the same thing that we saw before, where he's pretty much telling them not to worry, they will not fail, and blah, blah, blah. But despite all of this, of course, they failed, because their plan is shit. As a result, people are starting to doubt their ability to stop the asteroid, and the markets are plummeting, and social unrest is escalating worldwide. Yumi watches Cheolsu staring at the news, and she says everything's happening just as he said it would, and she guesses that Daniel really doesn't want to come to him for help. He looks over at her, and she sighs, then walks away back towards the front door, and she starts knocking on it, asking how much longer they're going to be kept in here. And seeing as how things turned out, they probably can't cause too much trouble, asking why they can't be let out. She then turns the door, asking if they're even listening, opening it, and almost spills her coffee, because nobody's stopping her. The sky's all red, and she realizes now that they've already left a while ago. And then it jumps to a different area, as we see Cheolsu walking, and Yumi as well. She says that she's exhausted, asking why they are going hiking when the world's about to end, and if he's not sick of this by now. He says he is, but maybe doing this will help him remember the mistakes he made in this lifetime. As Rama is hurling towards Earth, we see them at their research site for the space gun. She says this is so lame, and she would have preferred to see the end of the world on a yacht or a beach. He reminds her she's the one who wanted to come up here, and he wouldn't have minded watching it from down there. She says surely he can just see that she's trying to make the best of this awful situation. They both take a seat on top of the hill, and he pulls out a beer, handing her one, and she thanks him. She says that she wonders if toasting to Rama will do anything, and he says that he doesn't know for sure, but it's worth a try, and this is something he's done at the end of each lifetime, like a ritual. She says that she hopes it works, and maybe if she goes into the past too, he won't struggle on his own anymore. He tells her that he's sure it'll all work out. And she says that if she can't go back with him, and he's on his own again, surely he can tell her about this, like his story, or maybe his secret. She wonders if the pastor will believe him, and she says that she will, and she trusts him a lot more than he knows, and just look at her now, she's still here next to him, even after all these years. He's still hesitant, asking what'll happen if she doesn't, and she tells him not to worry, because if she doesn't believe him, then he can just show her proof, and she'll have no choice. And he knows exactly what kind of relationship she had with her father, and what her childhood was like. He says he does, but he doesn't know if he'll be able to remember when he goes back. She barks at him, saying that he should just play along, as they've known each other for ages. He looks over, spotting her hands trembling, and she says that she's sure he'll remember something. He says okay, if he remembers this conversation in his next life, he'll tell her for sure. She tells him this is a promise, and he better not forget. Then they toast to it, cheersing as the asteroid starts to come down. It begins to break the atmosphere, and they look up at it, and she says there's one more thing. And he turns to look at her, and she raises up her beer, saying that he shouldn't forget the her of this life either. And it crashes down. He then jolts up in bed, and immediately looks to his left, but of course, she is not there in this life. His mother tells him it's time to get up, and when she opens the door, she's trying to tell him that he's going to be late for school, only to see that he's not inside of his room. We see him running to school as fast as he can, and he's sweating up a storm. He then spots Yumi crossing the street, and he calls out to her, and he asks if she remembers. She's confused for a second, and he sits there anxiously, and she says that she knows what he's talking about. She says that he seems to be quite in a hurry, and she didn't take him for the impatient type, and she didn't think he'd come running to her so early in the morning, and she threw together a rough plan. He asks what this is for, and she says for their business, as he told her to lend him $1 trillion, and she told him that she'd come up with a business model. He realizes she wasn't able to come back to the past, and the Yumi he made memories with and the one who believed in him is gone. She asks if there's something on her face, and she starts blushing because he won't stop staring at her. She double checks her face, saying there's nothing on it, and she just wonders what's gotten into him today. She asks why he's not saying anything, and she puts her hand in front of his face. He says that the toast didn't do anything, and everything from that life is gone. As she moves her hand away, she asks if he doesn't see her standing in front of him, and he just stands there, not saying a word, dripping sweat onto the floor. She asks why he's not saying anything, saying this is so weird, saying Earth to Cheolsu. He opens her $1 trillion business plan and starts reading through it in the science lab. As he starts going through it page by page, everything starts to get blurry, and he recalls the Yumi that he just spent a lifetime with and how much he misses her. He starts to feel a little depressed about it. He then tells himself to lock back in, as now is not the time to reminisce, and he has to use his head to think of things that could help him in this life. First, building robots for construction in space is possible if they have the money. Second, if he's going to build a space shelter, it's going to have to be done independently. Finally, if he has to collaborate with the ISDC, it's best to have the shelter ready beforehand, and he has to learn from the mistakes of his past life, so he won't repeat the same ones in this one. Because the space gun was not practical, he has to think of another way to reduce the cost of transporting materials into space. Yumi is staring at him from the side, and she starts to wonder what's going on in his head, because this morning he was acting so strange, so she decides to ask him what his deal was. He asks what she means, and she says to not act stupid, and that he was being really weird. He thinks about it and tells her that it was just because she was so radiant. She suddenly shoves stacks of paper in his face, and they reflect the sunlight into his eyes, and he needed time to adjust. He asks if she's ever heard of light and dark adaptation. Pretty much, he's just trying to play it off. She puts her head down onto the table, saying that even his jokes are lame. Asking if he's sure he's a middle school student, saying he seems like such an old man at times. He says that she was the one who said he doesn't joke about anything, and she asks when she said that, and he tries to think about it but freezes up, realizing that the one who said it was the Yumi of his previous life, as the present one never said that. He recalls how she said that if she doesn't make it back, that she would love if he told her about this again, like his story, perhaps even his secret. He says that Yumi and this Yumi are not the same person, and the past might have trusted him, but he has no way of knowing how the present will react if he told her his secret, but just maybe, he can get something similar if he just goes out with it. He then closes the book and tells her that things need to go a little different, and she turns, wondering what he means. So he says that the space gun included in this plan is going to get scrapped. She asks why, because she thought that he wanted to use it to reduce the cost of constructing the space habitat. He says that's true, but it wasn't as practical as he was talking about. She asks what he means, because he makes it sound as if he already tried it. He said he did, or at least his past self did. She tells him to stop joking with her, because he's been doing it all day. He tells her that he already told her that he never jokes about anything. She looks into his eyes and sees that they're full of honesty, and is genuinely surprised. He asks her what if she knew the world was going to end in their lifetime, but there was still time for them to find a way to stop it. She says that she guesses she'd do something about it then, like get an underground bunker, as she can't just sit by and wait to die. He says that she's right, and most people would do the same, and that goes for him too. As he puts emphasis on her business plan, she says that she doesn't get it, it's just a business plan. Then she starts to piece it together, asking if he's building the space habitat as a plan to stop the apocalypse rather than just some dream. He says that in the future the Earth will be destroyed by an asteroid, and humanity will become extinct, and he's witnessed it 4 times already, and this is the 5th time he's reliving his life. She asks if he's joking, or if he's seriously trying to get her to believe this, and he asks that she believe him, as this is neither a joke nor a prank. She sits there dumbfounded, saying even if he is telling the truth, why would he share that with someone like her, as there are others he can talk to, like his parents or even Taiku. He says it's because she told him she would believe him. She's surprised, then he tells her that it was her from his 4th life. She asks him to tell her about it, if he ended up returning to the past without her, and that she genuinely trusted him a lot in his last life and wanted to help. She still looks super puzzled, but can look into his eyes, seeing that he's sincere, but is still a little suspicious, saying that they say liars tend to look people in the eyes to act more sincere, and he says he hasn't heard her say that in a while, asking if he looks like he's lying. She says to wait, and is surprised, asking if he knows what she's trying to do, and he says of course, as she's tried to do it to him multiple times, and she's the one who told him how it works. She says she's never told anyone about it before, but he definitely could have heard it from somewhere else. He then asks if he would have heard this somewhere else, saying that he knows about her father. She's surprised about this, asking if he really knows him, and he says of course, they've known each other for years. She told him to bring up her father if she didn't believe him, and that would for sure change her mind. She then tells him to tell her what he knows about him, and he says the reason she lends money to people is because her father made her do it. She tells him to continue, and he says that he made her do it so she could get used to it while she's young, and he wanted her to learn how scary money was. To be more specific, he wanted her to see how superficial people can be when it comes to money, and she said that she learned a lot about that, especially after the incident with Semi. I can't get a good look at her face, but you can tell it's a tough topic for her. She says that if he knows this much, he definitely knows who her father is, and he stares at her, saying that her father is Jung Han Gong, chairman of the GJ group. And that is her father, asking if he's right. She nods her head, asking if he also knows about her current situation. He says that she told him she was her father's secret love child. She then asks if he knows about her mother, and he says yes, she died after giving birth to her. They sit there in silence for a bit, as the clock ticks down. She finally speaks up, saying that she guesses that they were really close, as no one else knows her secret, and they must have been extremely close for her to share that with him. He asks if she believes him now, and if she will help him, as he can't prepare for this coming catastrophe on his own, and he really needs her help. She says that when someone tells you about their complicated family relationship, you're supposed to offer words of solace or something, but it's strange hearing him talk about her past as if it's no big deal, is weirdly refreshing to her. And to be honest, she still can't believe what he's saying 100%. Because who would right away? But on the off chance that everything he said is true, she wonders if the Yumi of his past life felt the same, and if that was why she helped him. He says he'll never know. She continues, saying that what she can tell from now is that people looking at her the way he is right now can't possibly be lying. She leans in close, saying that she'll do it, and that she will trust him. And that she will help him with anything she can. She says to recap, an asteroid is going to destroy Earth in the near future, and for some reason, he keeps coming back to when he was in middle school, and his fourth attempt, which she was involved in, failed because they didn't raise enough money, and the space gun research didn't pan out. She sighs, saying that must have been rough. Cheolsu says that it was. Which is why he wants to take a different approach this time. He's thinking about using reusable launch vehicles to reduce the cost of transportation. She says that's not what she meant. She's saying it must have been rough for him emotionally, as he must have a lot going through his mind. He says that he doesn't really know, and there's not much to think about, it's just something that he has to do. More importantly, he thinks it would be better to colonize the moon this time because now he knows from his previous life that he can develop the necessary engines and autonomous robots. He doesn't remember much about the technical details, but he knows he is more than capable of doing it, and with that technology, he wants to build a space habitat that's grander than his previous design. To do that, he'll need more than just Earth's resources alone. Because of the scale he's planning, they'll have to colonize the moon and use all of its resources. It's highly unlikely they'll get any cooperation from the ISDC either. So, they should just scrap the MSS from their plans because it belongs to the ISDC. That means they'll need a space station of their very own that they can use and rely on. And they'll develop reusable launch vehicles as a new means of space transportation, and use it to build his very own private space station. Then he'll use the space station as an outpost to colonize the moon and construct the space habitat. This way, it'll be possible to build the space habitat to the exact scale he is planning. She tells him to slow down, now she just wants to take it one step at a time. First, he's going to develop a reusable propulsion system and autonomous robots, followed by reusable launch vehicles. Second, he's going to build a private space station. Third, colonize the moon. And fourth, the habitat. He says yes, and if possible, a city on the moon. She says that she gets that they've got a lot to focus on to make every single step of this plan flawless. He says that if they fall short on any of them, they won't be able to accomplish the ultimate goal, which is the space habitat. She thinks about it, saying that his plan is impressive, but it's going to cost an astronomical amount of money, asking if he really thinks a private company can do all of that without any help from the government or international organizations. He said that she was able to fund the research for the space gun and autonomous robots, so she's sure she can fund the reusable launch vehicle research as well. But beyond that, even if they managed to come up with a way to profit from the reusable launch vehicle tech, it would hardly be enough to cover the space station or the moon colony, and it's not like they have all the time in the world. He says that her from his fourth life said that it was possible. She asks how, and he says by making friends. She asks if he's talking about Minsu Sung from their class, the modern druid. It jumps to a flashback of the kid introducing himself, and he says that his dream is to be a druid. And he was dead serious about it. Everybody was confused, and Miss Yuri asks what he means, and he says that they like animals and are great with plants. Right now, he's growing a crocus, and the avocado and pineapple seeds he's planted just sprouted too. Miss Yuri says that's impressive, saying that just means he wants to be a farmer. He says no, he told her it's a druid. And everybody was low-key just staring at him funny, asking if there's anything else he'd like to share about himself. He says he gets along well with animals, and if there are any cats, dogs, or birds here, he would prove it to them. Miss Yuri says that he has to show them one day at least, and he says sure, and it'll probably happen during the semester. Yumi asks why him, and Cheolsu explains that the company he starts is going to be really big, and it is called NGS. He's going to start the company when he finds a groundbreaking way to cultivate meat and turn it into one of the most profitable megacorporations in the world. And if they can convince Minsu to let them buy shares in his company early, they'll make more than enough money to build their space habitat. As they watch him gardening from the side. And they won't have to keep racking their brains for more ways to make money. Minsu speaks out loud, asking if they are pretty, which makes them both flinch, and Yumi asks if he's talking to them. He says he is, which startles them, and Cheolsu asks when he noticed them. He says a while ago. She asks how. Minsu says it's not difficult, as it's morning when nature's energy is the most vigorous. It's also when a druid's powers are the most potent, and he was in the middle of communion with nature, so of course he noticed when something out of the ordinary appeared. They both kind of stare at him with a what the hell face. And he says to make it simpler, he was a part of the environment around him. As he continues yapping, Yumi glances over to her side, and her and Cheolsu stare at each other for a second, confused, and they wonder how the hell they are meant to befriend someone like this. Minsu asks why they don't come here and admire their flowers with him and try to feel the nature around them, saying that communicating with animals is like talking to your friends. They still just can't believe what the hell they are listening to. Cheolsu starts to zone out. He then feels a sharp pain in his back as Yumi pinched him, and Cheolsu asks why in the world he wants to be a druid, and if he wants to harness a plant's ability to grow quickly or mind control animals. She wonders why the hell he's asking this, and he says that he doesn't want to be a fictional druid like the kind you see in games, and he wants to be an actual druid. She pinches him once more, and he closes his eyes, saying that druids were priests in the ancient Celtic region, and he only wants to continue their traditions. The way of the druid is to awaken their inner wisdom as they communicate with nature and reconnect with their roots. He continues yapping. Holy hell. Yumi asks if he's really sure this dude is going to revolutionize cell culture technology, because nothing about him screams science, and she asks if he's remembering it correctly, and if he's absolutely sure it's him. He says yes, kind of. We get a flashback to when they were still in Daniel's summer home, and Cheolsu asks Yumi if she just thought of something. She says that she actually did. We see a news segment from the channel DBS as they have the scientist and CEO of NGS, and it's none other than Minsu. The first question she asks is if he could please tell them how their meat cultivation technology is different from all the other meat cultivation methods. He says of course. He developed the cell replacement technique, which they now call the third generation of meat cultivation technology. Other techniques involve compressing the meat cells that were cultivated in bioreactors or using 3D printers to shape cultivated cells into consumable meat products. This is why cultivated meat doesn't taste as good as butchered meat. However, his company's third-generation technology lets us cultivate meat in large chunks, thereby faithfully replicating the taste and texture of butchered meat. The newscast lady says this is amazing but wonders if it's difficult creating cultivated meat in large chunks. He says it is, and the bigger the cells grow, the harder it is to distribute the oxygen and nutrition the cells need to grow. And if the cells don't get enough, they can die. The woman says that's astonishing but asks if animal cells grow at a slow speed, so it must take a lot of time to cultivate a single chunk of meat, asking if there is a secret to speeding up the process. He says the secret is in the gel-like structure of the extracellular matrix, which makes cell cultivation possible, and he calls it Ymir. It is this Ymir that transforms into the target cells, and this is similar to how cell replacement works. She asks if he's saying that Ymir acts like stem cells. He says no, and if you take a closer look, they function quite differently. The biggest difference between the two is the possibility of cellular differentiation. Unlike stem cells, which can develop into different types of specialized cells depending on how they are manipulated, Ymir can only develop cells in the specific way it was initially designed to. She says that Ymir seems to be the core of his meat cultivation technique but asks if he can't tell any more than that. He says no because the rest are company secrets. She laughs, saying that's a shame, and asks if Ymir can only be used for cell cultivation because from his explanation, it sounds like it can be used for even greater things. He says indeed, and he believes depending on how it's designed, it can be used not only to cultivate cells but also to grow artificial organs as well. These artificial organs would be no different from actual organs. This is all a news video that Yumi is showing Cheolsu, and he's genuinely surprised. She says money won't be a problem as long as they have the right product, and the global meat industry is worth $1 trillion, and the healthcare industry is worth well over $200 billion, and if they become major players in these fields, it won't be hard for them to acquire the trillion they need, and their chances of success in the next life bank entirely with Min-soo. Cheolsu says his memory is hazy, but he is sure that it's him. Min-soo asks if he's not going to eat, and Cheolsu's still just a little lost in the sauce. He says yeah. That morning, whenever they first bumped into him, Yumi showed interest in the ways of the druid and how they saw the world, and she asks Min-soo to give them a deep dive into it and suggested they hang out with him so they could learn more about the dude. We see her sitting there low-key regretting her decision. She notices he's only eating fries, asking why, and if he's not hungry. He says it's not that, it's just the only thing he can eat on the menu. Cheolsu asks if he's a vegan. He says not really, but as a druid, he tries to avoid meat from animals that weren't raised on open pastures. She asks what he means, and he says that according to the teachings of a druid, souls undergo a perpetual cycle of death and rebirth. Animals can be reborn as the wind or as a mountain or even a human or an animal. So in that sense, even animals raised in pens are endowed with the same sanctity as human life, so he believes they deserve the same respect as humans, and they shouldn't be kept in such inhumane conditions. After all, they could end up living out the same fate in their next lives. She asks if that's why he doesn't eat burgers and fast food chains, and he says it's a conscious decision he's made for himself, and in the future, he wants to find better ways to produce cultivated meat so they can consume it more ethically, and maybe by improving cell cultivation technology. Cheolsu says that his memory was right, and Min-soo is the one who will start NGS, and that he will get into biology and develop the new cell cultivation technology because of his interest in druid philosophy. Yumi says he's right, and what he is saying makes her want to learn more about druids. He says that he never thought that he would find friends who would share his interest, and Yumi says it sucks that the only way to have to consume meat is by killing them, and on that note, maybe he could tell them more about the cell cultivation technology he was talking about, and maybe they can help him brainstorm. Cheolsu says it looks like she's convinced now too, as Min-soo tells them he actually had an idea in mind, but there's one thing he can't figure out. Yumi tells him not to worry, as Cheolsu here is full of nothing but brains, and he can figure it out with him. Cheolsu tries to tell her that he can't be an expert in every science field, and then she stomps his leg, and Min-soo tells him that he's going to show him what he's been working on. First, he looked into the current meat cultivation technology out there and did some market research, and he looked at why people prefer butchered meat over cultivated meat, and he's thinking of ways to solve that problem. Ultimately, the main reason people pass on cultivated meat is because it doesn't taste or feel as good as regular meat, so he's wondering the best way to solve it. Cheolsu has no idea how he'll do in this field, but it's for money, so he says he'll do his best. After a bit, Yumi asks if he's sure they don't want to tell Min-soo. He asks what she's talking about, and she says that he knows what's going to happen in the future and how he keeps reliving life. As we see him up there ordering his food, Cheolsu says of course he had thought about it, but he's had to bring up her secrets to convince her and didn't think that Min-soo would accept such a preposterous fact without anything he could use on him to get him to believe him as well. She asks if he's really not going to tell him, and he says that it's not something that someone can accept so easily, and right now, he doesn't know if he's even got what it takes to convince him. Cheolsu explains that after that day, the three of them became friends, and they shared their interests. Around the start of autumn, Yumi and Cheolsu told Min-soo about their plans. Min-soo looked so innocent, asking if they never really wanted to be druids with him, and Yumi asks what he's talking about, saying the only thing that both she and Cheolsu want is to become billionaires by revolutionizing the space development industry. Cheolsu says he actually doesn't care about being a billionaire, he just wants to turn his goals into reality. They sit there in silence for a second as he's trying to process it, and Cheolsu asks him to work with them since he's definitely got an innovative idea, but it's gonna be hard for him to find initial funding for his project. Since he and Yumi will have started their company by then, they'll fund his research in exchange for shares in his company, and they'll also give him all the time he needs to develop his idea. Once his meat cultivation technique creates a solid foothold in the meat substitute market, his company value will go up. Then they'll sell their shares of his company to get the money they need to start building their space habitat. Yumi says if he successfully develops the technology, they think it'll only be a matter of time before he not only controls the meat substitute market but also paves the way for lab-grown organs. Min-soo says he doesn't know anything about that, it seems a bit out there, but Cheolsu assures him, saying that he's read his plan, and it convinces him that it's possible, as he's far more capable than he thinks. Yumi says that she also never makes deals that lose money, so she is extremely confident in this, even though it's only because Cheolsu told her the future. Min-soo says that he guesses so, and he's gonna have to find some investors to fund his idea anyway, and since they are offering, he doesn't have much to lose at this point. Yumi says that's right, there's no need to hesitate when somebody's offering to help make his dreams come true. Min-soo says he doesn't know, but he gets a strange feeling he's gonna be screwed if he signs anything with Yumi. Cheolsu says he also knows that feeling, and he knows exactly what he's talking about. She starts beating him, calling him butt breath. What an insult. Min-soo tells him that he was only joking, and they continue this little sequence for a bit. Then it jumps to 20 years later. Yumi and Cheolsu founded the KNG Space Development Corporation and presented the company's roadmap to the public, which of course was his plan to construct the space habitat. At first, people laughed at them because the plan did not simply require innovation in one single field, as it required advancement in a bunch of fields at the same time. Still, he managed to develop the necessary tech, as we see one of the rockets slowly starting to descend until it lands where it did the first time. They continued carrying out their plans right on schedule with their initial roadmap to boot, as they even had their autonomous robot arms in play, and we see him talking to an older Min-soo. Cheolsu says with this, people's opinions of their company gradually shifted, and the KNG Space Development Corporation successfully built the space station according to the roadmap and within the allotted time frame. The space station is a single structure with two donut-shaped rings rotating in opposite directions to create artificial gravity. This allows people to stay standing on the ground just like on Earth, something that is not possible in the ISDC's multi-purpose space station, which is a combination of several modules. The fact that it was built as a single structure is the reason why KNG-1 was built so quickly. The news, which mentioned Min-soo last time in his fourth life, DBS, says you can clearly see the difference from the pictures, and they're discussing how it was only built so quickly because of the autonomous construction robots they made, and that the company is truly revolutionary, and that KNG-1 simply gaps every other competitor out there. With that being said, they have an interview with the CTO of the corporation and the brains behind everything so far. As we see Cheolsu sitting there on the screen, we see the ISDC having an emergency meeting, and Daniel looks pissed, asking if they're really trying to make him believe that they are behind some private corporation. One of the dudes says to be precise, 95% of KNG-1 is made of recyclable materials, and while it's the case for only 65% of the MSS, which puts them 30% behind. One of the other men in the room, I don't believe this is Smilov, he looks too skinny to be Lardass. Says they already know that, asking who told him to speak up, and Daniel tells him that's enough, as there's no point taking out his frustration on the wrong person. They ask if there's any way they can still exert their influence over KNG. The dude tells them when they first announced their plan to build the space station, they obtained shares in the space station in exchange for giving them the permit to build. Daniel says they need to buy more shares and tell them they have to in order to prevent the militarization of space, and they will have no choice but to comply. The lady in the room says that she is going to as well. The other dude continues yelling, saying that won't be enough. If a private company continues to lead in space development, this institute's very purpose for existence will be in jeopardy. Then the lady realizes it and says, the moon. Daniel asks what about it, and she says they claim the moon. If they control the development of the moon, they won't talk about downsizing them so easily. Daniel laughs, asking how they're meant to do that, as they don't have the capacity. She says they already know a company out there working on it. Then the other dude says that's a roundabout way to say they should kiss KNG's ass, but Daniel says no, this is a good plan, and they'll collaborate with them. They all turn, wondering what he's going to say next, and they ask him how, since even if they do, KNG will no doubt wield most of the administrative powers, so they can't secure their standing. Daniel says they only have to claim ownership of the moon base, and there is a critical flaw in KNG's corporate governance structure. If they exploit that flaw to their full advantage, they can increase their shares in the company. Once they start building the moon colony, rather, if they play their cards perfectly, they might be able to take down the whole damn company. I hate this dude so much. It then jumps to Yumi saying that they can discuss this at a later time. She hangs up the phone, sighing. Cheolsu asks what's wrong. She says that the ISDC wants more shares of the space operation. They already did their part of the agreement. She wonders who the hell they think they are, and how they can make unreasonable demands all of a sudden. Cheolsu wonders why they're doing this, as they didn't show any interest in his research in his previous life. She says they're like a typical Korean mother-in-law, and she wouldn't be so annoyed if she was at least married. Min-soo then bursts into the room, asking if they waited long. He can tell the atmosphere is a bit tense, saying that he thought they were going to finish the celebration of the space station. There's nothing like meat to brighten their day, as he pulls out a whole lot of different types of food for them to eat. Cheolsu asks if this was all based on his technique. He says yes, besides, they're scientists, they will be the first to try them, and he's got a really good feeling about this batch. He tells them to try it, but Yumi says she doesn't have an appetite, so they should go ahead and enjoy it. But Min-soo shoves a piece of steak into her mouth, and she immediately says this shit is gas. Cheolsu asks if this is really lab-grown meat, and that it tastes like normal meat. If they start selling this, they're going to take over the meat market for sure. Yumi says it's really good. Min-soo says that KNG is making strides, and his company is growing as planned, so there's nothing to worry about, and they shouldn't stress over it. Cheolsu says Min-soo is right, whatever the case, they've come along this far. Min-soo says exactly, and things will only get better from here. We see that the KNG motto is that it ain't over till it's over. It jumps to later, at a meeting room of KNG, and we see them handing Yumi a tablet at the ISDC's request that they alter their moon colonization plan. She looks down at it while drinking her tea, and asks if there's something wrong with it. The man that was presenting in the meeting room a couple of days ago says yes and no, and she tells him to be blunt, asking what the problem is. The man says that it's the size of the moon base, and they are of the opinion that it's simply too big for the initial purpose. There are way too many facilities, asking if there's really a need to start construction on a large-scale mining facility, a processing plant, and a mass driver from the early stages. Why don't they develop the base first and go from there? And they know that she is trying to build these non-essential facilities with plans for a space habitat in the future, but it would be best for every single one of them if they focused instead on fully capitalizing on the moon. She says that last bit is what the ISDC really wants, but their ultimate goal at KNG is to build a space habitat, and they have no intention of changing that. If the ISDC wishes to deviate from the plan, they will have no reason to colonize the moon. The dude asks how she could be so extreme. As an international organization, the ISDC has the right to express their opinions. Yumi says that he knows as well as she does that they are not merely expressing opinions. Her coworker starts facepalming, and she says that she doesn't want to listen to this anymore, and that she'll have her staff show him out. He looks worried she's brushing him off so easily, as he's about to die from snoo, and he tells her that she will regret this. But of course, she smiles at him because she has no fear. The friction between KNG and ISDC only continues to grow. They threaten to withhold from KNG permission to colonize the moon if the alterations they demanded were not met. They also threaten to make it difficult for KNG to use the ISDC's launch site, the St. Tusville Space Center. However, the threats did not last long. Baffled by the long delay in KNG's plan, the shareholders soon learned that the ISDC was withholding permits to pressure KNG into submitting to their demands, and the shareholders took KNG's side and raised their voices against the ISDC. What they supported was Cheolsu's vision itself, and thanks to Yumi shrewdly playing her hand, the investors' frustration escalated. With the nation's funding, the ISDC began requesting that the organization refrain from targeting the KNG group. The ISDC caved in and gave them whatever they wanted, and it was a complete victory. The moon was won by both Cheolsu and Yumi. Afterward, the Space Development Corporation finished the moon base, which now served as an outpost for the colonization of the moon, and they sent 5 specialized personnel to the moon base to start the development of Earth's natural satellite. We see a blank screen as it starts to get a little fuzzy. It cuts on, and it's one of the astronauts asking if the control center can see, and that they will begin their field report, as they have arrived safely at the base in the Aitken-Shackleton crater on the moon, and that the 5 crew members, led by Captain Cape, will be staying at the base while they officially begin the colonization of it. Thanks to the autonomous robots, the metal processing plant is almost complete too. Yumi says that Young-soo is something else, and he kept going on about how he was going to be an astronaut, and there he is, one of the first to go to the new moon base. Cheolsu asks if he's meant to know this dude, and Yumi says that is Young-soo, and they went to middle school and high school together. She says he really did have no interest in the people around him, and it caused a stir when he was first selected for the moon exploration team because he was their classmate, and there were talks about preferential treatment, and nepotism, and whatnot. Cheolsu says he doesn't remember the dude, and he didn't ask to see her to talk about him. Why is everybody at their school a mega genius? Yumi says that she knows, and that it's time for them to sell their shares of NGS. Cheolsu says yes, because they finished the moon base, and they'll need more funds to develop up there. She starts laughing, saying that she'll look for a generous buyer willing to take their shares for a good price. And since they own a substantial amount of NGS shares, they'll be able to develop the moon, and also build a space habitat after they sell them all, and she just has to finish the deal before the end of next year, asking if that's right. He says that she'd give them plenty of time, asking if they have the money to last until then, as the company has no more cash after all. She tells him not to worry, as she'll take care of that by issuing more shares. Cheolsu says the shareholders won't be happy about that, and she says that's for her to deal with, and she'll do whatever it takes to get him the money he needs. So no matter what he's got to do, he just needs to make sure that people stay excited and interested in what they are doing. The KNG Space Development Corporation officially announced the completion of the moon base. They declared that they will now begin with the moon's colonization and the construction of the space habitat, keeping with the company's roadmap. They also revealed plans for a city and a mass driver on the moon. He worked hard to keep everyone interested and invested inside of their company as they worked towards completing these goals. Despite the company issuing new shares, the stock price continued to soar. They were truly at the dawn of a brand new space age with KNG in the middle of it. The dude who was barking in the meeting room is slamming his hand, hitting the wall, seeing everything that comes out of his mouth is absurd, and asks the dude who went to talk to Yumi if he conveyed their thoughts to her clearly. He says yes, and he personally went to see their CEO to ask them to scale down the plan. Daniel asks why it didn't happen. The dude says as they know, they can only offer suggestions because they are just an international agency. They don't have the power to directly influence their decisions, and at the end of the day, KNG is still a private company. They ask about their efforts to acquire more shares. The dude says they are at their limits but doing their best. They say this is absurd, asking if there is no other way. The dude says the company's 2 directors still own the majority of the shares. Daniel tells them there is no need to panic, as there always is a way. They ask him what that will be, as he doubts they would be willing to part with their shares under any circumstances, as they aren't motivated by money. Daniel smiles, saying that putting all their eggs into one basket is always a risky move. He points towards the dude. The dude then cuts on the screen, saying that this is everything they have found out about Yumi and Cheolsu, as requested by Daniel. They dug up all the personal info they could, including details about their families, acquaintances, and so on. Cheolsu's personal wealth mainly consists of his shares in the company, and his parents are currently living a low-key life in Korea. On the other hand, they have found something quite interesting about Yumi. Using this knowledge to their advantage, as he starts yapping on and on about the plan, the dude smiles. Daniel says he doesn't know if they all remember when he said there was a critical flaw in their corporate government structure. He could have taken KNG whenever he wanted to, but he hasn't yet, because he's been waiting for them to finish the moon base, as he needed someone to pave the way for them first. But now, the time has come to put his plan into motion. A few days later, at the KNG group, Cheolsu is thanking one of his assistants, saying that they can go with his plan for the moon city, and she walks away. Bro looks absolutely exhausted and decides it's time to head out. As he goes, the door opens in front of him, and Yumi asks if he's going home. He says yes, and he's taken care of most of the urgent matters. She says there's no way she will let him drive in that condition, and that she'll take him home. He tries telling her that he'll just call a taxi, but she takes the key, saying they haven't gone for a drive in a while. That night, while they're heading back home, he's still looking through his tablet, and she glances over at him, telling him to put it down, and this summer she wants to go on vacation, asking if he wants to go to the ocean, and that they can go to Gangneung, as it's been a while since he's visited Korea, and he can go see his parents, wondering why he never calls them, as he is their only child, so they must be sad that he doesn't. He smiles as she continues, saying that they'll just go, and he can bring his parents, and she can bring her aunt, and they'll get a lot of food as well. As she continues talking, he starts to feel very comfortable and falls asleep, and she looks over, smiling at him. She then pushes his shoulder back so he's laying in the seat more naturally, and says he must have been really exhausted, as we see a truck drive straight into the side of them, crashing into the car, flipping it over, and smoke can be seen in the sky. On the news, they're talking about a terrible accident, as both the KNG founders were reportedly on their way home when a truck veered across the median, crashing into their vehicle. It was a direct collision, and they were both rushed immediately to the hospital. But due to the severity of the accident, the two were in critical condition. We see that it's making worldwide news, and Cheolsu says that he can't breathe, and he might just die, as he gasps for air. The thought made him thrash around, or he only thought it did, as his body couldn't move an inch. He finally moves his pinky, and people say that the patient is responding. The doctor says it's not possible, as his brain waves are still not showing activity, but then he immediately changes it, saying that he actually is now, and they start asking him if he can hear them, and his heart starts to beat more and more. His chest feels heavy. It's like something is pressing down on it. The doctor asks if they're sure he's awake. They say yes, and they should call Min-soo. Cheolsu just wonders what the hell is going on. As he opens his eyes, the nurse says that she knows it's uncomfortable to bear with it, and they are in the process of clearing out his lungs, and it'll all be over soon. He just wonders what exactly is going on, and what happened, since the last thing he remembers is falling asleep in the car with Yumi. Min-soo then starts calling out to him, and he asks if he can hear him, asking if he recognizes him too. He called his parents as soon as it happened, so they'll be here soon, and he's so glad he's awake, because if he lost him too, he didn't know what he would do. Cheolsu freezes up hearing this, and Min-soo tells him to get some rest and not exert himself, and that he'll be back soon. Cheolsu's hand begins to tremble, and he grabs onto Min-soo as he walks away, stopping him from leaving. Min-soo turns, asking what's wrong. Cheolsu tries talking to him with his eyes and decides that there's only one way to get through it. Then he flips his hand palm side up and spells out Yumi's name. Min-soo looks regretful and holds back his words, and Cheolsu looks him dead in the eyes, asking what happened to Yumi. This continues on, and then it jumps to her grave, and it says to never forget the Yumi of this life. The ISDC needs to blow up. Min-soo says that when the accident happened, the truck crashed directly into the driver's seat, and by the time the ambulance arrived, she was already dead on the scene. We see Cheolsu also in a wheelchair, and he's just staring at her grave. He starts typing away at the laptop, asking what caused the accident. Min-soo says the police report said that the truck driver was under the influence. Cheolsu asks what happened to him, and Min-soo says that he was arrested during the investigation and then pulled in Epstein in jail. Min-soo says that it smells fishy, so he hired a private investigator to look into it. But then he says never mind, and he'll tell him about it later, and he should just focus on getting better. Cheolsu says to tell him, and Min-soo thinks about it and doesn't say anything. Cheolsu types again, saying to tell him. Min-soo sighs, saying after the accident, there was a crisis at KNG. It was about to lose both of its owners at the same time, and there was a void in leadership. According to her will, Yumi gave all of her shares to him in the event of her death. But suddenly, Jungin, the chairman of the GJ group, came forward, and as her biological father, contested the will while he was still in a coma, and with Min-soo being a minority shareholder, there was no one there to stop him at all, and he took over as her beneficiary and became a major shareholder in the company. After that, he sold every share to the ISDC, so now they are the majority shareholder of KNG. Cheolsu asks about the space habitat, and if it was cancelled. Min-soo nods his head, telling him that it was, and while he was in a coma, they called off the project, calling it wasteful and impractical. They just focused on capitalizing on the moon's resources, and they said that they would earn more profit for the company. After that, Cheolsu then starts to tune him out, because he is feeling nothing but pure rage upon hearing all of this. Something that he has never experienced before in his life. His hands are even shaking because of all of the emotions he is feeling, and he slowly types, saying that the ISDC was behind this. Min-soo says yes, and all of it worked too well in their favor, and he thinks it is unmistakable that it was orchestrated by the ISDC. Cheolsu looks like he is about to go get some revenge. Min-soo says that he didn't suspect him at the beginning, but when the truck driver killed himself, and the case was closed instantly, he started to suspect that his accident was no coincidence, and he began looking into it himself. And even with the help of a private investigator, he couldn't find any leads. All he had was the suspicion that something was off. Then suddenly, the thing with the will happened, and all of the shares were immediately sold to the ISDC. Cheolsu says still, the incident alone isn't enough to cast doubt on the institution, and it is perfectly reasonable for him to sell off her shares. Min-soo says at first glance, yes, but he found out later that he sold the shares at 200% higher than the market price. Cheolsu looks as if he's in disbelief, and Min-soo says that after his accident, the shares for the company dropped 50%, but somehow, the ISDC chairman bought the shares before the price dropped, asking if he doesn't find that suspicious. His hunch tells him that there was some kind of backroom deal, so he got his hands on all the stock portfolios of the ISDC administrators and scoured them for any leads, and he found out they all sold off their shares in his company the day before his accident. As if they knew it was going to happen. And then bought the shares back when the price plummeted. And when the price stabilized, they made quite a profit by selling them yet again. He's not talking about just one or two people, but there was a ton within the ISDC, and they all have similar transaction records. That's when his doubt turned into certainty. To be honest, the administrators were probably acting on their own to profit from the situation, and the institution can't keep tabs on every individual's stock trading activities, so they had a loophole to commit the perfect crime. And he bets the ISDC's main goal was to become the majority shareholders in the company and take control. After all, that's what they wanted to do for a long time now. He thinks they conspired with Jungin to get rid of both of them with the accident, and then all of her assets would go to her father, and the ISDC would take the chance to consume KNG, and their plan was successful with her death. Cheolsu says he guesses it was no coincidence they went into action right after the moon colony finished. Min-soo's asking if he's saying they were after the rights to the moon, and Cheolsu asks what else. The timing is a little too perfect, asking if he doesn't think so. Min-soo says in any case, he's still the owner of the company. No matter how bad the situation is, after he takes some time off to heal, he can still come up with a plan to take them down. Cheolsu says no, and it would be too late. Min-soo says a major project like a space habitat is going to take time, and that they were just crazy fast, and a little delay won't hurt them, but Cheolsu tells him it's already too late. Min-soo says he doesn't understand, asking what he means. Cheolsu then tells him that it's because soon, the Earth will be destroyed by an asteroid named Rama, and it's on its way to them as they speak. Min-soo asks how he knew about this. Cheolsu's surprised, asking him what he means. Min-soo says that's the talk going around in political and economic circles, that an asteroid is coming to destroy the Earth, and it's become something of an inside joke to lighten the mood. Cheolsu asks for how long it's been going around. Min-soo then tells him around 2 months. Cheolsu asks how long he was unconscious for. Min-soo tells him it was about a year, asking how he found out about it, as not many people know, and he was in a coma this entire time, and he gets down onto his knees, telling him to speak honestly, wondering how he knew all of this. We see his eyes are full of sincerity. Min-soo asks why he thinks he established KNG and completed one goal after the other in such a short time. And how could he have made every single decision, including investing in him, knowing he was going to be successful, without being wrong? Min-soo asks what the hell he's talking about. So Cheolsu continues, saying he already knew what was going to happen, what he could achieve, and who around him would be successful. That's why he came to him all those years ago, because in the past lives he has lived, he was a successful businessman. He's been reliving this life over and over again to stop the asteroid. He and Yumi have done their best to do just that. Rain starts to pour out, but it might also be his tears. Min-soo puts his hand on his knee to comfort him. They sit there together in the rain. After a bit, Min-soo sits up, saying that what he said is shocking, but it's not hard to believe. It's similar to the teachings of the Druids, and he's saying for some unknown reason, he's been reliving this life over and over again. According to the teachings of the Druid, this experience he's going through is also a part of the cycle of life, and he's glad there are supernatural powers at work in this world. The Druids were right all along, and it would have been nice if he told him about this when they were younger. He smiles, looking back at him, saying that just so he knows, even if he hadn't told him the secret of his, he still would have helped him. And he pops an umbrella, saying because in the end, he is still his best friend. As he covers him more than his own self. This right here is a true homie. It then jumps to some time later, as someone is telling Cheolsu to take one more step. We see him holding onto a walker, doing his physical therapy. The dude says that they'll stop here for today, and he's done great. Cheolsu says that he'd like to keep going, but the dude tells him not to push himself too hard, as rehab is a marathon, not a sprint. Cheolsu says he understands, but he can't afford to relax. As he spots Min-soo standing outside, he waves and smiles at him. Min-soo then starts pushing him around in his wheelchair, saying that he's looking a lot better. Cheolsu asks if he really is. Minsu says that just being able to talk to him means that he's made huge progress. Cheolsu smiles and touches his wheelchair, realizing that this is true. He asks how everything is going, and if it went well. Minsu says yes, and they accepted all of his proposals, and they agreed to everything, including the construction of additional buildings on the moon, the production of autonomous construction robots for space, and the mass production of as much recycling equipment as possible. And launching all of those things into space, though the price they quoted was a bit higher than he expected. Cheolsu says that they just have to pay them what they want for now, and thanks him for saying it's something he should have done himself. And now that Rama had been spotted, he was short on both time and money to build the space habitat he envisioned. Even so, he couldn't just sit by and wait for death to come, as he was determined to do his best to prepare for the asteroid with the time he had left. Plus, he wouldn't be able to look into Yumi's eyes if he gave up now. He asks Minsu if he gathered all of the people who resigned from KNG. Minsu says yes, and when he told them that they were going to start a new company, they immediately agreed to sign on. Cheolsu explains that he decided to make a whole new company. Since KNG now belonged to the ISDC, and he was just the owner in name alone, he sold off all of his shares, as well as Minsu's NGS, to start a new company called Space. He wanted Space to be the new starting point for the construction of the space habitat. But now that he was strapped for time, it was impossible to start building it independently, so they had to borrow whatever tech they needed from KNG. To be honest, they wouldn't have to try and finish the space habitat themselves, they just had to get the project going until the ISDC grasped the scale of the catastrophe and provided them with what they lacked. Minsu then asks what he's going to do about them, and Cheolsu asks who he's talking about. Minsu says surely he doesn't plan to let them get away with it. Cheolsu then stops squeezing his physical therapy ball, only to absolutely death grip it, which Minsu spots, saying that he understands, telling him good luck. He then walks away, and Cheolsu smiles and asks his physical therapist, Dennis, to continue where they left off. Dennis warns him that he'll suffer long-term consequences if he pushes himself too hard, and he gets that he wants to go back onto his feet. Cheolsu says he's okay with the consequences, because getting back on his feet as soon as possible is his only priority right now, because he plans to get revenge. At the ISDC, Daniel asks if they're saying there's nothing they can do to stop the asteroid. They say that's correct, and it's too big for any tech to stop it, and when they discovered Rama, it became clear that it was going to crash into Earth. They considered firing all the nuclear missiles in the world at the same time, but the chance of destroying the asteroid is only 1%, and they're afraid the capabilities they have just are not enough to stop Rama. They all look anxious and wonder what the hell they're going to do now, and if they're just going to sit here and die. Daniel thinks about it for a second, and then says that they should prepare to evacuate people into space. We finally see Smilov again, saying yes, and that they have to start building an evacuation shelter in space. And the other dude asks why, saying they can just go underground or evacuate to the moon. Smilov says that going underground would be pointless, because the asteroid would likely destroy the Earth's crust. Moreover, it may take generations before the surface becomes habitable, and living on the moon for that long still poses a significant risk. They then ask how large of a shelter they can build if they pour their resources into it. Smilov says that the maximum will be 2,000. They say that's so little, and they greatly underestimate the capabilities of their institution. Smilov says it's the best they can do, and the money isn't the problem, time is. The robots needed for the construction, and the apparatus they need to recycle resources, require a lot more time and expertise to build. And it's completely impossible to mass produce them now. Everybody starts to feel defeated, and Daniel asks if his estimates are also factoring in Cheolsu's technology. Smilov says no, they aren't. Then Daniel says that he supposes it didn't occur to him to take him into consideration, which means that they might just be able to solve the predicament on their own. And then it jumps to the space headquarters, and Smilov says that the ISDC is in dire need of his assistance. As we see him sitting in the same room with him, begging for his help. Cheolsu says to think they're coming to him now. They never even bothered to call him in his previous life, no matter how long he waited. And he wonders if it's because he managed to make more advances this time. And he guesses it's a relief that they're behaving just as he predicted. Smilov says he knows it's absurd, but it's the absolute truth. Cheolsu realizes something, saying there seems to be a misunderstanding. It's not that he finds his words hard to believe, he's simply not as shocked as one might expect, as he has long anticipated such a possibility. Smilov asks what he means, and Cheolsu says it's not the first time an asteroid has crashed into Earth, as the KPG extinction event was also caused by a meteorite impact. Smilov asks if that's why he's been trying to build a space habitat. They should always carve out a place for themselves beyond the atmosphere in case the worst scenario came, but he never expected it to be so soon. Smilov says he's far more of a visionary than he's reputed to be, to think he has come this far with only the possibility of the Earth's destruction in mind. But he was proven right in the end, and he wonders if he truly is a visionary, or if he's a sage who could see the future. But he says that shit is just out of a fairy tale, and says if he's been anticipating such an event all along, he asks if that means he'll work with them. Cheolsu says of course, asking how he could not, when the fate of mankind is at stake. Smilov says that he knew he would gladly do it, but Cheolsu cuts him off, telling him not yet, as he has one condition to agree. Cheolsu says he actually had two. One was for him to head the space shelter project, and the other was the priority evacuation of a group of people, at least half of whom would be selected by himself. Daniel asks Smilov if he seemed like the type of person to be persuaded to give up on these demands. Smilov says, in his opinion, no. He made it sound like he was making concessions, but what he really wants is to include all of his employees and their families on the evacuation list. He doesn't think he'll agree unless both conditions are met, and when it comes down to it, he believes fulfilling Cheolsu's demands is their best option. Daniel asks why that is. Smilov continues, saying that's because of the size of the shelter he guarantees he can build, and that he'll accommodate 4 times more than their initial design. Moreover, if they exclude him, but still use the same resources, they wouldn't be able to build something that is even twice the size of their initial design. Daniel's in disbelief, asking if he heard that right. Smilov tells him that he is afraid he did. Their choice is to either build it 4 times larger or less than twice the size. Daniel asks if he's really insinuating that he is that much inferior to them, because all of their machines should be the same ones from KNG. Smilov says that is correct, but they have the specialists and experts to handle the machines, and they don't. From what he can gather, KNG no longer employs any experts in space construction, and they all left when the company abandoned the space habitat project. All these specialists are now at Space, his new company. And the current employees of KNG cannot compete with the people handling Space's tech, not to mention the fact that they also have Cheolsu as their forward-thinking leader. If they were to undertake this project without them, they would have to go through a lot of trial and error, and they would no doubt improve in time, but as they all know, they do not have a lot of time on their hands, so they can't do this without them. They're silent for a second, and they say that Smilov should have led with that. As they were about to judge Cheolsu unfairly, they say that his demands are not unreasonable, and they could do at least this much for him and more, and that he should just go back and tell him that they'll have to start work immediately, wondering why he's sitting here, telling him to get off his ass and go. Daniel watches him leaving, but has this uneasy feeling, or maybe that's a feeling of greed. Hard to tell with this rat. On the news, they're discussing how Cheolsu returns to KNG, and if his return will fast-track the construction of the Moon City, because that's the main goal they have right now. He announced that his goal of paving the way for a new lunar age by completing the Moon City as quickly as possible is his. The public thought he came back to KNG because the ISDC fully understood his importance. But it wasn't just there. Everybody around the world who had an interest in these topics was talking about this, wondering if Cheolsu was really that big of a hotshot, and how they've been holding on to their shares. They're so glad to see him back in the seat. People paid close attention to see what the returning founder would bring to the Moon City project. However, this was all merely a cover that the ISDC came up with to distract the public from the truth, and their efforts were fully invested elsewhere. That was the construction of the space habitat. They decided that they were going to do it at Lagrange point L2, and we see it starting to be formed. One of the robots is yelling, asking a legatee named Miss Kim what the hell she is doing, and that she needs to hurry up and bring materials, as she's slowing down the construction. The dude looks over at her, saying that she's taking so damn long. So he turns, and he starts floating over to her robot, taking the materials out of her hand. She asks if he's crazy, saying that was dangerous. He tells her to just go get the next batch already, as he's got this covered. She looks annoyed, but holds back her frustration and turns around, telling Devin to be careful. One of the dudes named Devin says he's moving too fast, and as they keep arguing, they then hear his communication get cut out, So she turns around, wondering what's going on, only to be surprised to see his robot floating into pieces throughout space. They wake up Cheolsu, and he asks how bad the damage was, and if it's something they can leave as it is. They say not really, and they were told that they'll need to replace the parts that were damaged in the collision. Cheolsu asks how much of a delay they're expecting, and Smilov says about 10 days. Replacing the parts shouldn't take more than 6 hours, but the loss of one of their operators, and the disruption of the construction robot schedule due to the cleanup, and the sanitation facility are all going to add to the delay. Cheolsu says they can take care of the vacancy issue by asking the operators to work longer hours until they find a replacement. As for the debris, they'll deal with it by changing the construction order, and as for the sanitation facility, he'll have to assess the situation himself. Smilov asks if he's really saying he can fix it, and Cheolsu asks if he can get him a map that shows the site of the crash and the location of the debris. Smilov yells, telling everybody they heard him, so gather up the data and send it to him immediately. Cheolsu starts going to work on the keyboard, and Smilov asks if he's changing all the components that they produce in the moon base factories. Cheolsu says yes, and he has seen how incapable they are at assembling parts made elsewhere. Smilov asks if he really has all these parts in his head. Cheolsu asks how else he would make these changes if he didn't, as he starts going to work doing it. Then he starts to leave after finishing, and Smilov follows him, asking if the problem has been taken care of. Cheolsu says he's made adjustments to the construction order. Now he has to go handle the problem in the sanitation facility. He's sure he'll be able to speed things up when he gets there. Smilov asks what he can help with. Cheolsu thinks about it, saying that he can make sure everything is ready so the equipment can be sent into space as soon as it's ready. Smilov tells him that won't be too difficult, and he'll also ask the operators to work overtime until they find a replacement. Cheolsu thanks him and starts walking away, but Smilov looks super proud of him for some reason. Probably because he thinks he's going to be safe. Smilov then starts calling somebody, saying that they have to increase work hours, and the habitat continued to press on. Sometime later, we see Cheolsu staring at one of the rockets, and he says that he thought he would feel some kind of relief once the space habitat project concluded. However, his shoulders still feel burdened, the weight of disappointment from his failure to fulfill the original plan, and the fact that Yumi isn't here to board the rocket with him. He looks up at it, and starts to feel a sense of regret, and looks down towards the floor. Minsu asks if he's now slacking off since he finished his work, and Cheolsu glances over to his side as Minsu waves at him. He says it's nice and cool out here, and he gets why he likes it. Cheolsu just tells him that he likes the view. Then he asks Minsu if he's here to say goodbye. Minsu says yes, since he's leaving tomorrow, and he wasn't sure they'd have time to talk then. And he's sure that he doesn't feel the need for a last goodbye, since he'll see him again if he goes back. Cheolsu says that's true, but he won't think of the past him and the present him as the same person. Minsu says that he is Minsu 5, and the next one is Minsu 6. Cheolsu says something like that. Minsu says he sure likes to make things difficult for himself, and that he can just think of the next Minsu as a friend with amnesia. Cheolsu says he doesn't know, there's always something that makes the past him different from the present him. They don't know how different this Yumi was from the past Yumi as well. Minsu asks how she was any different, and Cheolsu says that the past Yumi believed him right away when he asks for help, but it was harder to convince this Yumi. Minsu thinks about it, saying he's safe from his point of view. It's hard not to see them as different people, and he's had to say goodbye to the same people too many times. Cheolsu says that's why he didn't want to tell him his secret. Minsu tells him he understands that, and it wasn't only because he didn't think he would believe him, and all of this must be very hard on him mentally. Cheolsu looks over, asking if he looks like he's struggling to him. Minsu tells him that if he was really fine, he doubts he would have opened up to him. Cheolsu says that he just came out because they were talking about the asteroid. Minsu says no, and he told him everything instead of giving him a believable excuse, because that means this is weighing on him. And he doesn't think that he himself is aware of it. Cheolsu says even if he looks at each person differently in each life, it's impossible to see them as entirely different people. He can't help but remember the past lives when the person with the same face and same mannerisms is standing in front of him. And with every single memory, he is once again reminded that the person he once knew no longer exists. Is that Odali behind Minsu? But Cheolsu says that in reality, this process does indeed weigh down on him gradually. Plus, the more he thinks about how to interact with each person to get what he wants, the more he treats them mechanically, and that wears down on other parts of his soul. And he wonders if that's how he seemed to Min-soo. He watches as they leave, floating up into the sky. As it slowly but surely leaves the atmosphere, Cheolsu says weeks went by, and after serving its purpose, Port David, once teeming with activity, became a quiet, vacant lot. The evacuees left Earth on rockets, and the rocket boosters, which were reused many times, were discarded in a secret location to prevent misuse. Now there's only one rocket left at Port David to ferry the last few people that remained. And these people left for the space habitat to continue their role as the leaders of the human race. And we see it's all people from the ISDC. One of the dudes says that it's scarier than he thought, and Daniel asks what's there to worry about, as he won't feel anything higher than 3 Gs, and it's no different from riding a roller coaster. The dude says that he knows, but they're not exactly young, and he can't even remember the last time he was on a roller coaster. The other dude says it's a relief that Cheolsu is still alive. Imagine what would have happened if he had died back then. Daniel says they shouldn't talk about it now, and he's sure Cheolsu doesn't want to be reminded about the accident. The dude apologizes, and he forgot all radio communication is open to everyone, and he apologizes to Cheolsu. Cheolsu says all preparation is finished, and he'll now close the hatch. He then closes the door, and the dude says that he should really apologize to him once they make it to the space habitat. He's just really glad Cheolsu's alive, as he slowly fades out of consciousness. He then wakes up, asking if he really did fall asleep. Then we hear the dude from that meeting room yelling, asking if anybody can hear him, wondering why he's tied up. The dude wonders what he means, and when he looks down, he sees himself also strapped to a table. And the other people from the ISDC wake up, asking what's with all this noise, and why they aren't in space yet, saying this is embarrassing. Daniel says he would like to take off his seatbelt, asking if that's okay, but then when he actually opens his eyes, he realizes that he's bound to the table. And one of the dudes asks Daniel why he's still tied up. We finally learn some of their names. The one guy's name is Alexei, and the woman's name is Peyton. Alexei says he doesn't know who they are, but this trick has gone on long enough, asking if he has any idea who they are. This is outrageous. Cheolsu then starts to fade in onto the screen, and they all glance over at him, and he glares down at them as if he's staring at some bugs. He asks all the administrators of the ISDC if they had sweet dreams. Oh, this is what I have been waiting for. Some Dexter Morgan type shit. Alexei asks what on earth is going on, and if they are at the space habitat. Of course, Cheolsu doesn't reply and just sits there in complete silence. One of the dudes says there's no way they are at the space habitat, and he wagers they are still on Earth. Alexei says there's no way, as they boarded the rocket, and the other dude says they have no memory of launching. Then Alexei asks who would drag them off, and the other dude says who else would it be, and that Cheolsu must have known all along that they orchestrated his accident. And he's glaring at them. Bro is a really good villain. He says he thought about how to reciprocate the treatment he received from them, and this seemed to be the best way. Daniel says nothing about the accident should have made him suspect him. Cheolsu says at first that was true, but the deeper he dug, the more evidence he found of them benefiting from it, and they got too greedy. If only they weren't content with just taking over his company, he would have never found out they were the ones behind the crash. Daniel looks worried, then has the balls to ask for forgiveness, saying he should have objected harder when his colleagues here first talked about taking over his company. As for the profits he made from his accident, he merely made the best out of a bad situation since he was powerless to prevent it, and he prays that he understands. Alexei says this is nonsense, and he is the one who proposed the plan. Peyton says he is the one who suggested that they kill both Cheolsu and Yumi. The other dude says he is just an innocent bystander, and that Daniel is the true mastermind. Daniel says he sure doesn't have to remind him that the ISDC is not an organization that is controlled by a single person. He needs to think why all these people are attempting to use him as a scapegoat. It's obvious because he was the only person who did not agree on the plan, and they are offering him up as a sacrificial lamb for his mercy. Cheolsu says this is just how low they'll go, and this knowledge will come in handy if he remembers it in his next life. Cheolsu asks if he's trying to say that they took over KNG so they could keep the ISDC alive. That's pretty interesting, and he guesses that means the rights to the moon weren't the only thing they were after. Daniel says that when word began spreading that a private company was leading in the field of moon development, the ISDC began to lose its standing. More and more people started to believe if a private company could do the job, it would be better to invest in that company and grow it, instead of having an international organization where all the countries could share the fruits of its endeavors. The ISDC could have still functioned as a symbol of international cooperation, but they would have possessed no real influence, and they would have been nothing but a rubber stamp organization. But if they were to possess rights to the moon base, and also acquire the technology to develop it, that would have been a different story. They could have established themselves as an independent org, free from political interference, and perhaps grown as a new power with the moon as their domain. This is what his colleagues here had in mind when they carried out their plan. Cheolsu says if that's the case, would a promise of sufficient profits have been good enough for him, asking what he could have offered to satisfy the ISDC. Daniel says he should have given them a chance to invest in his company, and he should have tipped them off right before they successfully developed the recyclable launch vehicle. And if he had done so, some of them in the ISDC would have stepped in to protect him. Because frankly, for them, working for the interest of their org is the same as working for their personal gain. They all look worried about what's going to happen, and Cheolsu says they surely could have all just combined their shares with the ISDCs to simply take over KNG. Daniel says that his company's governance structure made that impossible, and he should have created a separate parent company to manage KNG. Then he could have remained the majority shareholder while he allotted a fair percent of shares to the ones he trusted, so that getting rid of one or two people wouldn't have sent the company's share prices plunging. This way, it would have been too risky for them to target his company, and in all honesty, he was too naive when it came to the management of his company. And he's sure that he simply wanted to take care of his friend by giving her a large stake. But he shouldn't have let the company's management rest solely on her, and he should have helped the ISDC save face as well. And he should have given them something to do, such as establishing a joint research facility. He still glares at them and says that he sees, and he will be sure to remember this. Alexei asks what he means by remembering that. Then Daniel asks what that sound is, and they all realize that there's a strange gas coming out, causing them all to start panicking, and Cheolsu says he doubts they'll understand even if he tells them. And simply put, when they regain their consciousness, they will find themselves even incapable of biting their own tongues off, and they will remain in that state until Rama collides into Earth. Intravenous therapy will merely keep them breathing until then. However, their minds will remain lucid, and they will witness the inevitable destruction of the Earth, as he starts gassing their chambers. But to Cheolsu, he still looks full of rage, and time goes on. It then jumps to a hill, as he starts climbing it, and he recalls Yumi's words. She says that she's exhausted, asking if they really have to go hiking when the world's about to end, and if he's not sick of this by now. He then turns, realizing that he's alone, and they don't have a facility here in this life, as Rama starts hurling down. He recalls her, saying that she would have preferred to see the end of the world on a yacht or a quiet beach. He sits down and puts a beer beside him where she would be sitting, and pulls one out himself. And as he gets closer, he looks down at the beer, and feels nothing but regret and depression. He lowers his head, and just wonders to himself if this moment has always felt this long, and he wants it to be over quickly. Because when this life ends, he can finally see Yumi once more, as the asteroid comes hurling down. He then opens his eyes, but they look completely dead on the inside. He is feeling an overwhelming sense of pure depression. His mother enters the room, saying it's time to wake up, as he doesn't want to be late, only to see him panting in his bed, and that his face is red as if he had a fever. Sometime later at school, in his classroom, we see his desk is empty, and it turns out that he's been missing for a week, and Minsu says that he must be really sick. Yumi just finds it odd that he hasn't contacted them. Haiku then suggests that they go visit him. Minsu says he already asked, but he said not to come, and it's just a small cold that he doesn't want them to catch. Yumi's surprised that he actually replied to him, and she calls him an asshole, saying that he's ignored all of her messages. As she starts to leave, Minsu follows, and we see him looking at his phone, and it's her just asking why he isn't replying to her messages, and if he's too sick to reply back. He's just going through them, ignoring them, and closes his phone, putting his hand over his head, recalling her accident, and he starts to have some uncontrollable sweats thinking about it. His phone then makes a sound, as he gets a notification, and Yumi says that both she and Minsu are on their way to his front door. He jolts up in bed, hears the doorbell ring, and looks uneasy. When they finally make it into his room, Minsu says he doesn't look so good, and he guesses he really is sick. Yumi just sits there, standing in front of his desk, asking him what exactly happened. He tells her that he might have pushed himself a little too hard, and she asks why he couldn't tell her that through text, asking if he has any idea how worried she was. Min-soo feels like he's third-wheeling, and Cheolsu's mom asks if they want something to drink or some juice. Min-soo says that he'll help her with that, and he leaves the room. Now it's only both Yumi and Cheolsu inside of it. Yumi tells him to get as much rest as he needs, as she and Min-soo will take care of the space development stuff while he recovers. He wonders if this is how it feels to see someone resurrect her from the dead, but probably not. He doesn't know how he feels, he just can't be happy about it. He definitely misses her, but now he can't even look at her face. He's going through some severe depression, and perhaps even PTSD. He tells her that it's actually better if she opted out. She looks surprised, and he does too, that he actually said it. And she asks what he means, and to explain. He says he's thought hard about it, and he doesn't need her anymore now that he is Min-soo. She asks why he's suddenly acting like this, and then realizes something. She says he must have just come back again. So she asks if he witnessed it once more. She sees that his eyes are all depresso espresso. And she asks him once more if he did or did not just see the world end again. She says that he's acting so weird right now, and just a few months ago, he came to her saying that he wouldn't be able to stop it without her help. And if he really wants her to believe that he can do it without her help this time around. And he wanted Min-soo on board because he said the money she made alone wasn't enough for the space habitat, but now he's trying to tell her that he doesn't need her at all anymore, asking if he even understands what he's saying. And she doubts he does, as he's not thinking straight. So she gets right beside him, looking down, saying that he needs to tell her what exactly happened to make him act this way. He sits there in silence, still refusing to look up at her, and the door slowly creaks, Min-soo bringing in the drinks, confused, saying he'd like to know what's going on. Yumi awkwardly laughs, saying that they weren't talking about anything important, but Cheolsu says no. Which surprises her, because Cheolsu continues saying it's just as he heard, and that this is the 6th time he is currently reliving this life. For those of you confused, each death is around 1 month added on, so we are 6 months from his original starting point. Min-soo asks if he's serious, saying that's incredible, and that means the druids have been right all along, and that everything is part of the circle of life, and this trial of his must be one of the circle's many forms. Yumi asks if it's really okay to let him in on the secret. Cheolsu tells her it's fine, as he told himself in the last life that he would have believed him if he told him the truth when they were younger. She starts to feel annoyed, asking if he's really saying he's going to tell Min-soo everything after he just told her to leave, and that he might have interrupted them, but he still owes her an explanation why he suddenly wants her out like this, and she's not going to move an inch until he gives her something that is reasonable at all. Min-soo is still sitting there, third-wheeling. The room is very quiet. So she speaks up first, asking if something went wrong on their end. Of course, he's still not even looking up at her, and we see tears starting to form in her eyes, as he explains their plan went smoothly. They developed reusable rockets, and even managed to construct a space station, as well as the moon base. The only thing left was to build a space habitat. But some people got greedy the closer they came to developing the moon base, and the leaders of the ISDC wanted the profits from the moon for themselves. So they got in their way. In the end, the space habitat that was built was a lot smaller than what they had in mind. Min-soo says that doesn't explain why he wants to exclude her this time, because if the ISDC tried to hold them back the more they progressed, that makes her even more necessary. She sits there, awaiting his reply. Min-soo jumps in, asking why in the world he wants her out. He recalls the car crash, and how she died, and he tightens the grip on his bedsheet, saying that it's because she was killed. She looks shocked. He says that in his last attempt, when they stubbornly pressed on with their plans for the space habitat, those who wanted them gone orchestrated her death, and the future should change if he makes a different decision now. He doesn't know what the future holds, but as long as she's not there, she won't have to die at their hands again. It's just too dangerous for her to be linked with him, and Min-soo avoided danger because he wasn't directly involved in the company that they all ran. But he needs her out of it this time, because it is way too dangerous for her, and he can't bear to see her go again. She asks if he's an idiot, saying that everybody dies in the end, whether she dies helping him, or because of the asteroid, or from old age. She's just like everybody else, and she will die. He doesn't think of her like everybody else, and she says what's the matter if she dies, because the asteroid will kill her anyways if they don't stop it. That's the same thing to her. He doesn't have a choice, and they don't get to choose. If they want to stop the asteroid and save Earth, he needs her, even if it costs her life. We see her eyes full of sincerity, but she is still hella angry, so she closes them and sits down, trying to calm herself down, saying that his head's not on straight, and that he should get more rest. She still just sits there, trying to cool off, and she says that she can't speak for the past life, since they're technically different people, but if she were to guess, she bets she was glad that she was able to help him. His eyes actually light up for the first time in this life so far, and he says he recounted to them the events of the past life in more detail, including her accident. Min-soo says those people don't deserve forgiveness, asking how they could kill someone out of greed, and that he's gonna make them pay. Cheolsu says that's not necessary, as he made sure they got what they deserved after he woke up from his coma. They understand what that meant. This time they only have to make sure they don't resort to the same schemes, and if possible, it might be useful to get them on their side, as they should make use of every resource they have. She asks how he's gonna plan to get that to happen, and he says they gave him an idea. Min-soo says that couldn't have been easy to get out. Cheolsu says he's right, but after he cornered them, they were willing to say anything to get themselves out of the situation he put them in. Yumi says they need to succeed this time in the space habitat. He says that he knows, and he won't fail, and he's gonna get it done once and for all. As Yumi and Min-soo start heading back home, Min-soo asks if she's okay, saying whatever the case, she just heard that she was murdered after all. She says that she honestly is scared, but more than that, she's worried about Cheolsu's mental health. Then it jumps to 20 years later, as Cheolsu is looking through a bunch of papers, saying that his memory tells him that he just has to change a single thing for this to work. He doesn't remember if it was the material for the insulator or some changes to the cooling system. He decides whether to accept or decline the call, and he hovers over the decline button, and thinks about it for a couple more seconds, then picks it up, saying to let him in, as he is an important guest after all. We see it's none other than Daniel, who says he admits he was curious to see the workplace of the man in charge of the leading private space development company, and he must say it's beyond anything he's imagined. Cheolsu is still just burying himself in work even though he's here, and Daniel watches as he runs back towards his desk and starts going to town on the computer, completely oblivious to the fact he is there. He's just surprised how earnest he is. Cheolsu then starts screaming, saying he did it, and the answer was to insert a cooling system between the double heat shield. He then starts running excitedly, and Daniel just takes a seat and watches. He actually seems respectable right now. But I know he isn't. Cheolsu then comes to a stop. He forgot Daniel was here, so he turns and says it was his bad for keeping him waiting. But Daniel says that it feels like he's witnessing a historical moment in the making, and it reminds him of a story about Archimedes' Eureka. Cheolsu is blunt with him, asking if his offer to invest in KNG is still on the table. Daniel says of course, and from what he sees at the moment, the public is right to believe that he is on the verge of successfully developing a recyclable rocket booster. It doesn't seem like he is in need of any more investments. Cheolsu says that that is true, but only financially. Daniel realizes he's trying to build connections, and says that he sees now that he had no cause for concern, asking how much he wishes for him to acquire. Cheolsu says around 0.5%. When Daniel asks what price, he tells him the most recent 3-month average trading price on the off-board market. Daniel says that's an astounding offer, one that would immediately yield him a 5-fold return on his investment, and he can make more than that the moment the company goes public. He says at that price, he thinks he would be able to buy around 2%. Cheolsu says he's afraid the future profitability of his company is too great for him to offer any more stake at such a bargain price, and 0.5% is nothing to scoff at. The value of that share will increase 1,000-fold in the future, and he asks that he accept his offer as it is. Daniel says he sure does seem confident about this. Cheolsu picks up a pamphlet off his desk, sliding it over to Daniel, and he's surprised to see a roadmap. He says he didn't know his company was working on something other than the recyclable rockets. He starts reading through everything, pretty much the same one we saw in the last life, and he sees that it also has a space habitat. He laughs, saying his dreams sure are big. Cheolsu says he's not a man who takes the different fields of expertise required for the roadmap lightly. Though he's fully aware how difficult these goals will be, he is certain he will succeed. Daniel says it doesn't seem to him that he's offering this 0.5% because he requires something from him, asking if he's hoping to rely on his help in the future. Cheolsu says to be honest, he's extending the offer with the hopes of getting better acquainted with him, but it would be a lie if he said wanting his help in the future was not part of his intentions. Daniel says in that case, he thinks he could ask a little bit more, asking for 1%. Cheolsu says that he's already being generous with the 0.5%, and going any higher than 1% would affect the company's operations. Daniel says that if he gives him this 1%, he will keep half of it for 10 years as a sign of their partnership, and he will resell the other half to him within a year after he goes public. Cheolsu says he sure is a greedy bastard for just wanting a quick profit, and he says if he's willing to make such a promise, he doesn't see a reason to refuse, and he'll raise it to 1%. But he must keep his side of the deal and sell 0.5% back to him. Afterwards, he made time to meet with the other administrators, and they were the same people who told him in his previous life that a cut of their profits would have made them his ally. His interactions with these people were far from pleasant. The Mark Zuckerberg dude, who looks like a reptile, says the price he's asking for is too much, and seeing as his value of shares went up in the last 3 months, Peyton says it's difficult for her to make an investment. One of the other dudes says that he can't do it either, but if he makes his nephew a supplier, then he'll give him his full backing. Alexei says now that they are partners, he wants some inside information so he can make more money on the side. Cheolsu says that not a single one of them accepted his initial offer, and be it too small or too big, they made additional demands, and he had to rack his brain to reasonably satiate their greed. Alexei leaves, saying it was great talking with him, and Cheolsu says he looks forward to his continued support, and he can't wait to see what happens. He sighs out of relief from having to deal with these asshats. Yumi asks if he's done, saying that Minsu brought some food and they should go eat. Minsu says he's confident about this batch, and besides, as researchers, they'll be the first to taste it. And that it tastes just like real meat. Cheolsu smiles, then it jumps to their rockets launching up into the sky, and there's actually a lot of bystanders watching. Cheolsu is one of them, and we see that his eyes are proud that his steps are going in the right direction this time. He then speaks into a microphone, saying that today is a day for celebration, asking if the people don't agree. The moment they went public, the opening of the St. Tussville Space Center's third launch site was aired on TV. He says that he wants to begin a new era. What they have achieved this day will open new doors for mankind and space exploration, and in keeping with the company's mission, their next goal is to go to space. There, they will build a space station that will serve as the foothold for the colonization of the moon. Once these two goals are achieved, they will make space their second home. As all 3 rockets land behind him on screen, he says, as he's done so far, he promises to fulfill all the plans they have made. So please continue putting their trust in him and join him on this journey, and he thanks them. And the crowd goes wild with this one. On the same news channel he went on last time, the news anchor asked what people think of when they hear KNG Space Development Corporation, and that people probably know them as the company that developed reusable rockets. However, that won't be the only thing that defines this company. That is because they have recently started operations on the KNG-1 space station, which is currently in low Earth orbit. The space station is quite remarkable for several reasons, and one of the reasons is its groundbreaking use of centrifugal force to generate artificial gravity. At long last, mankind may soon be returning to the moon, as KNG has announced today that they will be working with the ISDC to create a research base on the moon that will also serve as a resource base. The two entities outline their plans for the colonization of Earth's satellite. The base will be constructed on the moon's south pole, and the first settlers are currently being selected for the mission. Another lady stands outside their business, saying that KNG certainly deserves its reputation as the spearhead of space development. KNG has taken another giant leap in space development after announcing the completion of the fully operational moon base, and the company has revealed plans to expand the base into a city for human settlement. Furthermore, they have also announced that they will be simultaneously carrying out the company's long-standing goal of building a space habitat, opening the door for humans to live in space. We hear Alexei asking what the hell is wrong with this man. Not only is he completely ignoring them, he's more invested in building the space habitat than the lunar city, and it's obvious that the latter is more profitable. The other leaders of the ISDC look annoyed as he continues ranting about how this is going to lower their stock prices, and the rest are just listening to him. He asks why they're not saying anything, asking if it doesn't infuriate them that he's looking down on them now that he has influence and earned some prestige. Daniel asks Alexei if he has not read the roadmap yet. If he had a problem with it, he should have said something earlier, and wouldn't it be wrong for them to get in the man's way when he's finally trying to reach the last point on his roadmap? Alexei says that roadmaps are supposed to change to best fit the evolving situation, and right now, building the lunar city is the best course of action. Daniel says that's only for him, and that's not for Cheolsu. Moreover, Cheolsu already said that the lunar city was merely a means to maintain the stock value, so he doesn't understand why he's obsessing over it. Alexei asks what about their stocks, and if they aren't worried that the price will plummet if he issues more of them. Peyton says that if he's so worried about that, then just sell his shares high and buy low. She gets that he's feeling greedy after hearing about this lunar city, but the space habitat isn't completely unprofitable. Plus, Cheolsu assured them that he will continue working on the lunar city after he completes the space habitat, so why can't they just be patient? He continues yelling, and Daniel tells him that's enough. Cheolsu has already compensated them individually and demonstrated his good faith to them many times. They, however, have not done enough to repay him for his gifts, so how can they be shameless enough to ask the man to give up on his dream? Alexei sits down, just frustrated, and after they continue making a lot of small talk, I might have gotten their names mixed up, but it is what it is. Alexei stands up, saying that since it doesn't seem like they have anything more to discuss, he shall go and wishes them the best of luck. The other dude asks what about their meeting. We're going to call him Donnie. Donnie asks about their meeting, and Alexei says that it doesn't matter if he's present, and he'll leave all the decisions to Daniel. We learn that with the start of the new space age, the number of commodities sent into space increased. Until recently, the demands were met through the full use of the St. Tussville Space Center and its eventual expansion. However, there was a limit to how much time and space could be divided and utilized, and as such, KNG, in cooperation with the ISDC, decided to build a new space center near St. Tussville. As we see them, they're on a red stage in the middle of a field, and there's a woman instructing everybody with a sniper scope set on her. The dude is aiming down the sights, and he recalls Alexei's words, saying that he won't be able to miss from that spot, so to make sure there are no mistakes, as he needs to get rid of Cheolsu at all costs. The dude says there's no sign of him, and he should have been here ages ago. The guy then shifts his sights over, and he spots Cheolsu standing around the middle of it. He says there he is. He lines up his crosshairs, and then squeezes the trigger, and all we hear is a loud bang. We see the guy's sniper has a hole put straight through it, and he asks where the hell that came from, only to be surrounded by choppers overhead. They start drowning this dude in red dot sights, showing him that he is cooked and to just give up. Alexei, on the other hand, is pacing around his house super uncomfortably until his phone finally rings. He scrambles to pick it up, asking if he was done and if he was successful. Then, we hear Daniel laughing on the other end, saying that this should erase all doubts. He hangs up the phone, and Alexei starts to sweat nervously, saying that was definitely Daniel's voice. He packs his bags full of gold and money and tries his best to close it, then starts to storm out of the house. As soon as he opens the door, a group of men is waiting for him, saying that this is saving them the trouble of getting a warrant, and that they are the police, and they are going to need him to come down with them to the station. Cheolsu asks how everything went, and Daniel says that everything went smoothly, and he was dismissed from his position and taken into police custody. Cheolsu thanks Daniel for his invaluable help. We get a flashback to Daniel calling Cheolsu the other night, and Cheolsu asks what he wants. Daniel tells him that he suggests he be extra careful and tighten his security. Cheolsu asks why, and Daniel says he has a feeling that Alexei is going to cause some trouble, and he might come after him. The flashback ends, and he tells Cheolsu he didn't do much, and he had already tracked down the hitman's location with his satellites. Cheolsu says even so, Alexei would not have taken the bait so easily if he hadn't given him the details about the groundbreaking ceremony. He thinks about it for a minute and says that he had an unsettling dream recently, and it must have been a warning about this. Daniel says he didn't know he believed in such things, and Cheolsu says he can't help it since his dreams have been eerily accurate for a while. Daniel laughs, saying this is still pretty curious, asking what exactly he dreamed about and if it was like a premonition. Cheolsu says it was nothing like that, but it was very disturbing. In the dream, an asteroid shaped like a rugby ball entered their solar system and then suddenly shifted towards Earth. The whole experience was quite paralyzing, and the dream was remarkably detailed as well. The asteroid had a major axis of 160 kilometers and a minor axis of 80 kilometers, and it was terrifying. Daniel laughs, saying that his health is taking a toll on him, and he's been working so hard, and he should take better care of himself. Cheolsu says he's probably right, and then hangs up the phone, and we see Yumi standing beside him, asking if he really thinks this will work. He says he doesn't know, but that's what the report said. In this life, he looked into all the administrators of the ISDC just as they did to him in his previous life, as we see him with the private investigator Minsu hired as well. He collected as much information about them as he could, including details on their family members, wealth, and personalities. Yumi says she never would have guessed Daniel to be the superstitious type, and she never would have guessed it from how he carries himself. He says it's hard to figure someone out just from how they appear, but for now, all they can do is lay the bait. Back at the ISDC, Daniel is rejecting board ideas, and Zuckerberg says the next one is proposed by Smilov, and he wants to explore the recently discovered asteroid called Rama. Daniel says what to do, as he's not sure if it's worth doing, as it's pretty expensive. Zuckerberg says the recent decline of space missions has people questioning their agency, and he believes they should fund this one for the sake of public relations. Daniel says that's right, and they could certainly add it to the agenda. He then goes to dismiss it to call for the next one, but pauses for a second, recalling what Cheolsu told him over the phone, and he opens up Rama's details, starting to look at it. He sees the shape of it, how it is very similar to a rugby ball, and he starts to have this overwhelming feeling of uneasiness. Back at KNG we hear Yumi saying the loan is approved, and that they wanted 30% of their shares in the moon base as collateral. The maturity date is 10 years, but they've agreed to lower the interest to 80% of the standard rate, and this is pretty good conditions. Cheolsu says she worked really hard to get such a good agreement, and they could have just accepted their terms up front. She says that's nonsense, and even loan conditions can affect a company's stock value. He seems to think they're almost done, but they don't know what the future holds, as they can't be sure everything is going according to plan. Yumi says it'll be alright, and he was informed that Smilov once used to see Daniel on Cubist. His phone begins to ring, and she says, "Speak of the devil." Now, she's getting a little jealous, asking if he's going to take the call when he's supposed to be hanging out with her. Cheolsu says he just has to keep talking to him about the asteroid. Yumi sighs, saying that he's no fun, and she was only kidding. Cheolsu picks up the phone, asking him how he is, but we see that she was not actually kidding, and she's blushing, and she starts drinking her tea, sad that she didn't get to spend more alone time with him. Character development. Cheolsu asks if he may know why Daniel is calling, and Daniel says the thing is, he would like to hear more about the dream that he had of his the other night. Cheolsu smiles, realizing that he's got him hooked. It then jumps to later as they're both having a meeting together, and Cheolsu's asking if the asteroid is really as he described, and if it has unexpectedly changed course. We see Daniel on the other side of the table, looking anxious, knowing that, yes, it has. We get a flashback to him talking to Smilov, asking if he really wants to adjust the probe's path because the asteroid changed course. Smilov says they suspect that it's the asteroid's shape that is causing this strange phenomenon, but it's still a hypothesis. The only thing he can say with certainty is that Rama will pass through the asteroid belt if it stays on its course. It's possible that it may collide with an asteroid in the process, and they should embark in anticipation of this event. Daniel asks Smilov if he is absolutely certain, and Smilov asks what he means. Daniel says that he's asking if he can guarantee that this asteroid is going to stay on its current course. He says he still had reservations when he was first informed about the asteroid, but after hearing Smilov's report, he felt the need to contact him, asking if he really has foresight and what he really is. Cheolsu says, to be honest, he has experienced the future, and it was a future where the Earth was destroyed by an asteroid. Daniel looks shocked, but Cheolsu laughs it off, saying if he says something along those lines, he's sure he wouldn't believe him, and the truth is his company has been studying asteroids as well. They assembled a small team in hopes that they would help with the space habitat construction, but they managed to discover the asteroid earlier because of their top-notch facilities, and after calculating the path, he concluded that they needed a contingency plan. But as he knows, his company lacks authority in this area, unlike the ISDC, and he didn't think he would believe him if he told him straight out, which is why he hoped he would look into it if he hinted at the possibility. Daniel asks if he's serious, and Cheolsu says of course. Daniel double-checks that he has not experienced the future and doesn't have foresight. Cheolsu laughs, asking how something illogical like that could happen, and that these are the calculations of the asteroid's path, and they are certain it will collide with Earth. The space habitat he is building could serve as an evacuation site, but at the current construction speed, he's afraid they won't be able to finish it before the asteroid hits. However, if he, his company, and the ISDC worked together, it would be an entirely different story. With the ISDC's wholehearted support, they were able to speed up the construction, and though the public was baffled by this cooperation, most viewed it as a beautiful partnership between a private company and a public institution. They were in awe of how fast human civilization was developing, and thus the construction in the moon's orbit gained momentum. More robots, more people, and more resources were sent to the moon, and construction rapidly progressed. As a result, a large-scale O'Neill cylinder with the capacity for 500,000 people was nearing completion at Earth-Moon Lagrange point L2. Before the news of the asteroid collision spread among the public, it seemed that KNG was doing some kind of test run for the space habitat, and how there is no structural contortion after rotating, and there are no problems detected in the internal ventilation system. They'll send an investigation team later on to make sure everything is working according to protocol, but so far, it's a complete success, and they have finally done it. Now they are saved, and they don't have to worry about dying anymore. Some of them start crying, while others are throwing their papers up in the air, and Cheolsu watches them all celebrating and also clenches his fist, raising it into the air, saying that he finally did it. He starts to feel a big burden lifted off of his shoulders, and we see Yumi looking at him from afar, but I'm not too sure what she is feeling. It jumps to the Port David Space Center, and the chosen evacuees once again arrive at the launch site and leave for space. We see Min-soo, and once more, I'm pretty sure that it's Oda Lee behind him. For a while, David was bustling with departing and returning rockets, but the commotion soon ended, and the Space Center gradually emptied of all the rockets and people that filled it, until just a single rocket remained for one last takeoff. The passenger of the rocket is none other than Cheolsu, whose heart is racing extremely fast, and he's so nervous he tightens the grip on his armrest, and he can't calm himself down no matter what. Yumi puts her hand over his, telling him not to worry, as she'll be right here next to him. He's finally getting to live a life of no return. Though there were many variables throughout his numerous attempts, they all occurred in the same timeline, a timeline he's experienced over and over again. And knowing that this cycle is finally coming to an end in itself is unsettling, but he feels so much better knowing that Yumi is here with him. As the countdown continues and it gets to 1, the engines are ignited, and they start to take off. Cheolsu says still, for some reason, he feels so unsettled. As he and Yumi squeeze each other's hands, they float up into space. Cheolsu explains that once the last of the evacuees left Earth, they fired ballistic missiles from all over the world. The targets were the artificial satellites in low Earth orbit, and the various launch sites and rocket manufacturing facilities of each country. It was a preemptive measure to stop other people from trying to build rockets and escape. Even their facilities were destroyed so nobody could produce or launch them. All the satellites were destroyed to create a shield of debris around Earth in case the people left behind somehow managed to build a rocket and escape through the atmosphere. Public outrage was unavoidable once the truth got out, but Earth was completely locked down by then, and retaliation would not be possible. You may think this is selfish, and it is, but this is for the sake of humanity after all. Daniel tells Cheolsu that everything has gone according to plan, and they are now safe. Cheolsu and Yumi look out their spaceship window to see all the stars as they are floating off. Some time later, we hear birds chirping over and over, and Cheolsu is asleep in his bed. He grabs his glasses, putting them on, then brushes his teeth. Getting his day ready, he puts on his suit and starts to head out of his house. As soon as he does, we see him in a space habitat that looks absolutely insane, like that one from the end of Interstellar. He is looking up at it and begins walking through, as he manages to do what they said was impossible. What a cool scene. The elevator hits the 47th floor, and they start all telling him good morning. He pulls out a beer from a bag, and they ask if he really brought that from Earth, and that it was on the list of prohibited items because they aren't a necessity. He says he snuck one can with him, and he knew he'd need a drink today. Everybody says that surely it's not okay for him to break his own rules, and food and drinks aren't allowed in the control room, and if he really brought just one can, and if he was going to break the rules, he should have gotten something for all of them. He says he'll get them something next time, so to forgive him this once. They say just one time is okay, and he better treat them to something good. He laughs, saying of course, and looks up out of the control room as we see Rama is going to collide into Earth in the next 3 minutes. His hands are shaking as he's trying to open the can, and he wonders what's going on, and why he's so tense. He's got this uneasiness that he can't shake. He thought he would feel relief at this moment and wonders why he's so worried, because it's all going to be over, and all that's left for him to do is to move forward through this life. Now there's only a minute before it collides, and it begins entering Earth's atmosphere. Then it collides with the side of Earth, shattering it. As it starts to explode and send fragments flying out everywhere, Cheolsu raises his beer, watching this from the space habitat, and cheers it. He then goes to take a sip, but pauses, and they wonder what the hell they were witnessing, as it absolutely exploded the entirety of Earth, which is not what they expected at all. Because an asteroid of that size should not destroy the Earth, just create a massive impact. The shockwave from the explosion sends out enough pressure to instantly annihilate the space habitat. Cheolsu then wakes up, staring at his ceiling when he was younger, and we see all of his school belongings and even a book that Yumi left, saying that she needs feedback. He looks around his room, starting to dry heave, because he's feeling some unknown feeling. He sees that it's now April, maybe it isn't just 1 month added, and he lays in bed, wondering what the hell's going on, and he wonders why his plan didn't work. Cheolsu wonders why he's back, and if maybe it was all a dream. He recalls the sensation of squeezing Yumi's hand, as well as experiencing the shockwave that destroyed them all. He says there's no way it's just a dream. He wonders if he got the mission wrong. So far, the vague goal he had in mind had been to save as many as possible, but now that he's been forcefully brought back to the past again, he wonders if he's been misunderstanding the purpose of his mission. He clenches his fist, saying that they need to at least tell him why he was sent back here, and why him of all people. He asks for anybody to answer him, wondering what the hell they want from him. It jumps to school, and Yumi asks if it really ended just like that. He says yes, and when he opened his eyes, he was back here. She hits him on the head, saying that she told him to tell her pronto when he returned from the future. He says he's sorry, but he wasn't trying to hide it this time. It sort of slipped his mind because he had no idea what to do next. She says that if he managed to build the space habitat and even saw the asteroid hitting Earth from space, why is he back in the past? He says that he doesn't get it either. When he woke up after the collision, he was back in his old room. She thinks about it and seems to come to some kind of conclusion as she says, what if his life wasn't the only thing that ended that day? This is just a speculation, but what if the impact of the asteroid was so big it also destroyed the space habitat? He did say that Rama was an unusual asteroid, and he also mentioned that something about it felt artificial. What if it actually turns out to be an alien weapon, one powerful enough to obliterate everything as far as the space habitat? Cheolsu thinks about it and realizes that she's probably spot on here, and he doesn't want to wonder why he didn't think about it before. He thanks her, and she says that this means her theory isn't completely insane. He says no, and it's definitely a possibility. She says that she did some research in this area. She thought it could help him brainstorm or analyze, and we see her blushing because his hands are on her shoulders. He says he's really glad she did, and if her theory is correct, they should follow the basic framework of the last attempt. They'll have to change the details a bit, though. First, they'll downsize the habitat, and they can cut back on the cost of building it. Then they'll focus their efforts. We see her touching her shoulder. She's definitely in her feels with this one. We get a time skip to 20 years later. As we see Yumi and Minsu in their space suits going to board the ship, the news says that the KNG Space Development Corporation has once again made its mark on the history of space exploration. This time, the company hopes to send people to Mars, and their reporter, Sori Hale, is on the scene. Sori says that she is currently inside the space station, witnessing something that used to only be possible in their imagination. What is behind them is the space habitat dubbed the Space City. It is such an astonishing sight, and she is still in awe. As soon as the basic inspections are over, Space City is set to receive passengers and travel to Mars. And there, Space City will station itself in Mars orbit and serve as the bridgehead for future missions of the Red Planet, as well as prepare a habitat for mankind. Cheolsu tells them to take care of themselves. Yumi asks why he's making it sound like they'll never see each other again, and that he should definitely be successful and come find her, because if he doesn't, she's going to hate him for the rest of her life. He watches their ship fly up into space. Of course, he seems to be thinking about something else. He immediately starts calling someone on his phone. It's none other than Taiku, and he tells them they need to talk. Taiku asks if he really wants him to increase the engine's output and change the specs on the drilling machine, asking why. He tells him to listen, and he's already messing with what's the best. Stronger doesn't always mean better, and the current setting is the most efficient configuration, and it makes the engine last longer. He doesn't know what his problem is with the mining drill anyways, as it's powerful and sturdy. It's pretty light for a drilling machine, asking why he wants to change it, and then realizes something, saying there's no way. And if it's because his company didn't build this machine. Cheolsu says that KNG doesn't push people to buy their products, unlike the ISDC. Taiku asks if he really thinks that he doesn't know how he and the ISDC scratch each other's backs. This research institute is proof of that. He set it up so he could secretly fill their pockets. Cheolsu says that certainly was one of the objectives of their collaboration. Taiku says that means he finally admits it, and tells him to get out of here already, as he's already done more than enough as a friend, wondering why he's doing this to him, or if he just likes exploiting his friends. Cheolsu says as expected, he doesn't think he can get through to him without telling him the truth. Taiku says that Yumi followed him around like some kind of groupie, and she left because he only used her to manage his money, and Minsu left with nothing after investing in him. So now it's his turn, and that it's not going to happen, as he won't let him manipulate him. Cheolsu tells Taiku there is an asteroid coming straight for Earth. Taiku says that's right, but then realizes what he just said, asking what the hell he's talking about. Cheolsu starts readjusting his clothes and says this is why he needs his help. Cheolsu explains that Rama is an almost almond-shaped asteroid with a major axis, which we've already gone over before, so he's not going to repeat the numbers. Cheolsu says, to be honest, there's reason to believe it's an alien device or weapon made of antimatter. Its destructive force is powerful enough to annihilate Earth and destroy everything as far as Earth, the Moon, and even the Lagrange points. Taiku starts to laugh, calling him a son of a bitch, wondering if he takes him as an idiot or something, saying he can't fool him with aliens or antimatter talk. He asks if he expected him to truly believe it. Cheolsu tells him he's serious. Taiku laughs, asking if he's really trying to get him to buy the story of him experiencing the future. Cheolsu says it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. He's already returned to the past 6 times now, making this the 7th time he's reliving it, and it's also he can stop the asteroid. Taiku says his story is getting more interesting now, at least, aliens and time travel. And he wonders what he's gonna say next, asking if he really thinks that God came to him with a warning about humanity being in danger. He says that must have been why he's so interested in space development ever since they were young, and why he built the colony on the moon, the space habitat, and had both Yumi and Minsu evacuated. He then starts thinking about it, saying, wait a minute, and it actually all makes complete sense. Of course, it's a bit hasty to assume that this asteroid coming to destroy Earth is an alien weapon, and nothing explains how he bypassed time travel. But he has almost perfectly carried out his stupid plan, and he's way ahead of schedule. Knowing all the right answers because of his experiences in the future would explain his beast-like expertise in the various fields of science. What's more, it's also a really amazing story. Taiku calls him a Cheolsu, wondering why he didn't tell him this when they were younger, and that he should have said it from the start. Cheolsu asks if he believes him, and Taiku says it explains a lot of things, like why Yumi and Minsu left for Mars, and why he was so adamant about him joining the probe development team. Cheolsu says he genuinely thought he would be the last person to believe his time travel story. Taiku asks if it's because he studied theoretical physics, and that he clearly knows nothing. Out of all of them, the one with the most scientific mind is Cheolsu, after all. Cheolsu smiles. Taiku says now he gets why he wants to increase engine power, because that would decrease the travel time to the asteroid. And he also gets why he wants to change the drill to a regular rock drill. Not only that, he's already out of the main module to the probe, though he can't take all the credit since he did help him with the design. Anyhow, he also gets why he made the plans to hide the probe, and he understands all of it. But there's something he doesn't get. Cheolsu asks what's wrong and wonders what exactly he has a problem with. Taiku says the promise and the blueprint is something else. Cheolsu is curious, asking what exactly it is. Taiku slowly turns for dramatic effect and starts to say it's the probe. But we don't get to hear the rest, as on the news they're talking about how Rata Mantis, the space probe built by the ISDC in partnership with the KNG Space Development Corporation, is finally ready to take off. Joining them to give the details is none other than Oda Lee, a researcher at the Joint Research Institute that developed the space probe. The girl thanks Oda Lee for being here, asking if she could tell them about what task RecapThis will be carrying out. She says it's set to travel to Europa, one of Jungan's moons. Europa is thought to have the greatest possibility of extraterrestrial life in their solar system. The girl then scares her by screaming, saying, "This just in." They have received news that the space probe RecapThis has been launched, and they will now play the footage provided to them by KNG. She thanks Oda Lee for joining them, and Oda Lee just bows, thanking her for the chance. But she seems a little annoyed, asking what the hell they are thinking as we see their spaceship. It looks like something out of Gundam, and some people are even saying it looks like CGI. But Bro gets flamed, saying he probably thinks the Earth is flat too. These are all messages on their live stream. Taiku says that for a second there, he thought they saw through their ruse, and some people are just too quick, asking the rest if they agree. And we see Cheolsu and Youngsu ignoring him, doing the checks on the system. They don't even reply to him as they continue going through the procedure by the book. Youngsu then tells them that everything looks good and to fasten their seatbelts, saying that they know there's going to be a lot of G's in the initial acceleration. Taiku says, "Of course, who do you think designed this thing?" Youngsu sighs, telling them he's going to start the engine and to prepare themselves. Taiku says life sure is interesting and so unpredictable, but Cheolsu is just ready for this to all end. He then starts the engine ignition, as they start turning on, kicking that puppy into overdrive. It starts building up its acceleration, and we see them all shaking. But Taiku is laughing, saying, "This is what I'm talking about." And he screams, "Hell yeah!" as they ride off into deep space. Back to when Taiku was talking about the probe, his problem was that it was a single-seater. Cheolsu says it's because of the security issue, and he would rather not put anyone else in danger if possible. Besides, the probe will travel further and faster with fewer supplies and cargo. Taiku says the security issue he understands, but he doesn't know about the other two. What if there's an accident and something happens to him? Cheolsu asks Taiku what he means. Taiku is confused that he didn't even think about this, saying there needs to be more people. More people means there's more areas they can cover. What if something bad happens while landing the probe? He could have ended up wasting his life because of something that could have been prevented if more people were there. What if the asteroid surface gives way while he's digging? He continues going on and on, saying that he thinks he would have a better chance if he solved all the problems on his own and invited other brains to work with him. More people with him instead of hedging his bets on another time loop. Cheolsu says he's right, and that's why he would like for him to come with him. Taiku asks why all of a sudden, and Cheolsu says that he was pretty set on going alone before this conversation, but now he's changed his mind. Taiku says he's flattered that he trusts him that much, but he is asking him to risk his life. Cheolsu says, at the moment, he's the only person he can ask, and he should just come with him a little bit onto the asteroid. If it becomes clear that they can't redirect the asteroid, they can just take the probe to Mars. Truth be told, he can't think of anyone better to have out there with him because if he runs into a problem on Rama, he's a rare type of genius. Taiku, of course weak to praise, says that if he's going to brown nose him, he could have phrased it a little better. Cheolsu says he's the most brilliant person he knows and asks him to help him out. Taiku says he'll do it, but there's a catch. 2 is still too small a number, and he wants one more person. Even the Apollo missions had 3 crew members. Cheolsu says he would love that, but he can't think of anyone else he can trust. He'd rather it just be the 2 of them instead of recruiting someone else that might endanger the mission. Taiku says that he actually has somebody he can recommend. Cheolsu asks who it is. Taiku continues, saying that he knows Youngsu, and he's an astronaut working for his company right now. And of course, Youngsu was somebody they went to school with. Youngsu says that his father gave him this name because he believes that he can be a success if he just knows his Korean, math, and English. And despite his name, he's personally much more into science, particularly space. His dream is to become an astronaut since he prefers learning through experience rather than books, and he'd like to be the first human to step on Mars. That doesn't mean he'd like to live there permanently, because his goal is to simply go where no man has before. Ms. Yuri asks if his dream is to go to Mars as an astronaut. He says yes, but he heard that to go to Mars, you have to be an expert in a certain field, so he's thinking of studying mechanical engineering and civil engineering at the same time. After all, being an expert in more than one field would decrease his chances of being selected in the astronaut hiring process. He continues yapping. I ain't reading all that, but he's pretty much just saying that he wants to be him. She tunes him out halfway through, saying that's a wonderful dream, and she'd love to hear more about it, but they should give classmates the time to speak as well. He asks her when she'd like to hear more, saying that he can talk to her after lunch, or school, or even tomorrow in the morning. Cheolsu's looking at him now, and he says he used to be so talkative when he was a child, but he's like a totally different dude. Young-soo says he can't believe he seized a probe that was supposed to go to Europa, and he's more reckless than he thought. Cheolsu says he didn't have time to build another probe. Young-soo says that makes him sound like he's certain that Rama is an artificial asteroid. Cheolsu says, strictly speaking, he believes it's an object that can be manipulated since there is definitely something artificial about it. From its surface features to the explosions he's experienced, he doesn't think a single asteroid can hold enough energy to destroy Earth. And he is right. Taeku is slumped the hell out, and Cheolsu thanks him for believing him about Rama and his time loops. Young-soo says it would have been nice if there was direct evidence, but it wasn't too difficult to believe what he had seen from their friends believing him. Besides, this is what adventure is all about, and he's glad to be a part of it. It doesn't really matter where he's going as long as he's able to leave his mark there. Cheolsu agrees, saying they should leave their mark in history and go home after. As they're flying through space, Daniel tunes in, saying that the asteroid has changed course just as he predicted. It's following the route he calculated with frightening precision. If he is right about this asteroid, it means it cannot be destroyed, and its destructive force is going to be far greater than their initial estimation. And this is truly a complete nightmare. He'll speed up the construction and have more people join as soon as possible. And he's sure everything will work out if they just stick to his meticulous plan until the next time he hangs up. Cheolsu sighs while Taeku is playing away on his phone, and he can tell that he's stressed. Taeku says that he takes back what he said about him envying his life, as that shit seems so stressful. As Rama is getting closer to Earth, we see their ship underneath it slowly starting its technical ascent to the surface. The countdown hits 0 as we see all three of them looking at a screen, and they've successfully landed. Cheolsu says that it's time to get to work, and he's going to reactivate all the RMCs and inform bars of their arrival. Young-soo should send out the mini satellites. Taeku should switch the main screen to the infrared imagery as well. Taeku says he wants to have a look at the abomination that brought him all the way here. While Young-soo gets straight to work because he's the GOAT, we see their little satellites start warping around Rama, giving off a cool blue light. And they start using infrared imagery to figure out exactly what they are looking at on the surface. Taeku asks if he's absolutely certain, and Cheolsu asks about what. Taeku says that the surface of the asteroid is covered in dorsa and craters like any other one, plus its gravity and density suggest that it's not made of metal, and its revolution appears to be random. He just can't think it's artificial. Cheolsu cuts him off, saying no, and that it is. Rama is most definitely something artificial, and they will get to the bottom of it. Back at the ISDC, we see Daniel and his team looking anxious. One of the girls asks what this is, as we hear a beeping sound. She tells Daniel they're getting a signal from Rama, and she's going to send it to his computer. He quickly leans over and starts looking at it with the other dude. I honestly forgot this guy's name. I believe it was Oliver. Daniel starts typing on the keyboard, asking if he's speaking with Cheolsu, who only looks anxious. Cheolsu replies, saying yes, and they have landed safely. He lets out a sigh of relief, and he says the ground here is more unstable than they expected, making it difficult to find a way inside, and they require the help of a geologist. He turns, looking directly at Oliver, asking what the hell he's waiting for, as this is his time to shine. Oliver starts running off, and Daniel taps away, asking him if he's okay. Cheolsu says yes, and Daniel laughs, telling him that all of his requests will be fulfilled, and their preparations for the space city, as well as the escape rockets, are almost complete. Cheolsu says he understands and will keep this chat line open. Daniel hesitates for a second, and we see his eyes actually look like he's feeling endearment, and he starts typing away, but we don't get to see what it says. Back on Rama, they are drilling through the asteroid surface, doing some straight mole people shit. As they're getting further and further, Daniel tells Cheolsu that the fate of mankind rests in his hands. As they keep drilling away, they hit something that sounds like metal. Cheolsu is surprised, and as they start breaking through it, they reveal the inside is hollow, and Taeku says, "Holy shit," and he was right, the asteroid really is artificial. As we see a giant desolate chamber, Young-soo says they should start exploration. Taeku says he'll dispatch the drones, while Cheolsu looks at it because he knew this was the case, and he hopes this is it, and this better be the answer. The video streamed from the drones inside the cavern shows bizarre-looking structures lining the interior. The walls around the cavern, which serve as its ceiling according to the direction of gravity, are completely covered with these strange structures, and they are smooth, translucent, and geometric forms, and there is no way of knowing who made them or for what purpose. No matter how they look at it, these areas are not inhabited. Cheolsu asks Young-soo to lower the drone's altitude, as he needs to get a clear look at the overall topography. Young-soo says okay, and he starts going around with the drone, but it seems as if he can't control it, and it starts to plunge straight down. He says there seems to be a gravitational anomaly that's messing with the drone's movements. Cheolsu asks what's causing it, and Young-soo says he doesn't know, and he's not even sure where to look. Then he asks him what the hell this is, and says that he'll be damned, and they were wrong about it being a nuclear bomb. Even Cheolsu is surprised, as what we see in the middle is some kind of drive shaft with a solid core, and Cheolsu says that the asteroid's core is an engine. Cheolsu explains that the structures on the ceiling aren't habitats, and they're spatial arrangements for amplification. They could be explosives or simply components of the engines. Because Earth was hit with something of this mass and structure, the impact was able to reach all the way out to the space habitat. Young-soo thinks about it and lets out a sigh, asking what the hell they're going to do now. Cheolsu says, "What else? They have to find the control room." Young-soo asks how, saying he's sure they'll be able to do it if they keep looking, but they don't have a lot of time. Cheolsu says for now, they should start with one of the columns connected to the core. If they're dealing with an advanced alien civilization, there's a good chance they've added passenger ways or pipes that lead to the most important facilities. Young-soo says that he's being a bit optimistic, and the aliens might not build things the same way they do. They could be using tech millennia ahead of theirs to control the asteroid, and that this really could just be the end of Earth. Cheolsu tells them not to worry about that, because if they fail to stop the asteroid, the second team will blast it with nukes, as he's planned for it in advance. Young-soo is surprised, asking if he came here expecting to die. Cheolsu says he's doing all he can to survive, but he's willing to put his life on the line if there's no other way. And now, enough of the gloomy talk, they should head back to the probe and brief Taeku and the Earth team on their findings. They need a propellant tank for the drilling machine and a backup drill. Young-soo asks if he's sure that he just doesn't need some rest. And Cheolsu says of course, as he's rested long enough. We see the miner starting to drill away at the core, but of course, it's just coming to a halt. Cheolsu decides he should step out for himself to see if it's even making progress. He exits the rover. Since there was no notable resistance when entering the core, they assumed that the column was made of conventional reinforced concrete, which has both compressive and tensile strength. But it turns out, that's not the case. Unlike the outer layer of the asteroid, which is just made of soil, the column is completely impenetrable. Cheolsu puts his hand on it, asking what the hell it's made out of. He says he's sure not even an unidentified alien material can withstand 30,000 degree heat. Because if a drill can't penetrate it, they'll just have to melt it down. He puts it up straight to it and starts going to town. And after a while, he makes a hole big enough for his arm to fit into it. But there's still more column in the way. He says this is going to take forever, and the minor axis column is a no. He tells Young-soo they need to change the drill. It's not that damaged, but he doubts they'll be able to use it for long. Also, breaking through this column is a waste of time, and they have to try the major one. Taeku says he's coming with them, and Cheolsu says he thought he wanted to stay in the probe. Taeku says it's no fun if he doesn't get to see and experience things for himself. And all he's got him doing in here is waiting anyway. And he's got Young-soo on standby. Cheolsu thinks about it, and we see how excited Taeku is to get a piece of the action. As they start drilling away at one of the major columns, it actually manages to penetrate. Taeku says they actually did it, and Cheolsu tells him to put his helmet on, because it's time they step outside. They get a look inside, and we see some kind of passageways, and Cheolsu laughs, saying they actually did it. Taiku says it looks like the aliens who built this are similar in size to humans. And Cheolsu says it seems like it, and they should widen the opening. Taiku says that he needs to get some sleep first, as they've already done enough, and he can leave the rest to him. Cheolsu asks why, and Taiku says he has not taken a single break since they've got here, and he'll make the hole bigger while he takes a nap. Cheolsu says okay, and I personally would not trust this dude. Look at that smile. A bit later, Cheolsu is sleeping and then jolts awake, looking at the screen to see that Taiku is nowhere to be found. But the hole is big enough for him to enter now, and he wonders where he is. He goes up to the corridor, yelling out for Taiku, asking him where the hell he is, and if he can hear him. We see him holding onto the heat gun, looking anxious, and he draws an arrow to make sure he doesn't come into a full loop. After a while, he sighs, asking where he ran off to. And then he comes to a stop as he notices something in front of him. And what we see is a big blue door. It starts to open into 3 pieces, like a piston door from Minecraft. He calls out to Taiku, and Taiku says he's finally here. Cheolsu asks if this is what he thinks it is, as we see a giant room that resembles space, with a table in the middle. And they realize it has to be the control room. Cheolsu looks up, spotting a ship, which he believes is theirs, and an interface window that is in some kind of alien language. He says, finally, he's gotten somewhat closer to the truth. He asks Taiku if he's figured out how it works, and if it's possible to redirect the asteroid. Taiku says he hasn't figured that part out, but one thing is for sure, telling him to check this out. He holds his hand on the interface for a second, and Cheolsu is surprised, saying that they were right all along, and that the asteroid is programmed to crash into Earth. That Rama might actually be a bomb then. Taiku says no, it's more like a spacecraft, one that's completely malfunctioning. Cheolsu asks how he knows it's broken, and Taiku tells him to put his hand down here. As Cheolsu hovers over it, he starts to put it down onto the table, and then a bunch of red interfaces pull up all over. Taiku says, doesn't it feel amazing, as if he's getting an extra brain? Cheolsu says yes, and it's as if the brain's thinking on its own. Information is entering his head before he can even process the bizarre experience of using an alien computer for the first time, and this information helps him vaguely comprehend the message displayed next to the columns inside the cavern. There were all error alerts indicating the need for repairs, and there were big red warnings that the controls were completely malfunctioning, and nothing was working. He wonders what he can do to change the course, and what he can do to free himself from the tiresome repetition of his life. Taiku asks why the hell the aliens are dumping their trash on Earth, and if they think their planet is some kind of garbage dump. Cheolsu says when he pictured the strange characters that appeared in his head to better understand them, more characters presented themselves, as if he was absorbing some kind of dictionary. But since he couldn't read the words, it was effectively useless. He then turns on the heat gun and starts taking apart the bottom of the control desk, and Taiku asks what the hell he's doing, saying he might break it. Cheolsu says maybe they can operate it if they connect it to their computer, and that's what he has in mind as he exposes some kind of blue liquid inside. Cheolsu says this isn't exactly what he expected, and Taiku tells him that they should maybe head back to the shuttle for now. Cheolsu says he showed Youngsu a video of the discovery and filled him in on what happened, how they found the control room, which still functioned but only in limited capacity, and told him there was no way for them to pinpoint the cause of the asteroid's malfunctions, or even a way to fix it if they did. Their only option now is to destroy the core, but they should rest up first. While Taiku is slumped out, Youngsu asks if it's possible to operate Rama's control system then. Cheolsu says he can't say for sure, but since the device is still intact, then maybe. Asking why, Youngsu says there could be another way for them to connect it to their computer, and he happens to know one of the top experts on that sort of thing. Cheolsu says that if the person is highly acclaimed in their field, he would have heard of them. Youngsu says he might not have heard of her, because her field is not well known. Asking if he remembers Young-hee. Cheolsu thinks about it, asking if he means Young-hee Min. He startles him to the point that Taiku falls over, hitting his head. He also knows who Young-hee is. We get a flashback to her introducing herself. Everybody in their class is a super genius or something. She's asking the teacher if it's okay if her dream is not realistic. Ms. Yuri says of course, as dreams don't always have to be realistic. She tells Young-hee to go ahead and tell them about her dream. She says her dream is to be an expert in terraforming. It jumps to her research institute. She says they can safely classify these factors as noise, and they should add in some filters, and they'll come up with a formula for the matrix change later. They tell her okay, and then on the screen, somebody says that she has a call. She says to tell them she'll call later, as she's busy. She says the caller threatened to freeze their research funding if she doesn't take it immediately. She asks who it is, and they say they don't know, but a payment was declined just a few minutes ago, and it's not a bluff. She answers the phone, asking who the hell they think they are, and why they want her to go to the rooftop. We hear Daniel's voice, asking if she's there. She says yes, since they kept insisting, but she asks who exactly this is. Daniel says he'll be there shortly, and just stay put, as she sees his helicopter flying in, starting to descend on the roof. She wonders what the hell is going on, because this is so bizarre. At the ISDC headquarters, we hear Young-hee asking if this is real, and she says this is why she's always argued the need for an alternative planet for mankind. And it's no wonder the probe launch video kind of felt like CG. She asks Daniel what they need her to do. He says he'd like her to take a look at the file named R11. She's looking at a picture of the control system in space and instantly recognizes it as one. Daniel says she catches on quick, and they found that control system inside the asteroid. It appears to work via a direct connection to a person's brain when the person puts their hand on it. And his people are telling him that they cannot extract any data from it that they can analyze. Young-hee closes the laptop, saying this is way beyond her expertise. She might have been able to help had she known about this earlier and began studying Rama herself, but there is nothing she can do now, and she's sorry to disappoint him. Daniel says that he asks that she doesn't abandon hope for Earth just yet. And what's more, bringing her on is a request from a friend of hers who also insisted she receive a ticket to Mars. She's surprised because she knows who it was. She might be one of the last people from that first chapter who are all looking at the asteroid, and whoever that Saudi prince might be. But back at the ship, Young-soo explains that he and Young-hee have been good friends ever since they were young, and he's kept in touch with her, occasionally. She's always wanted to get into terraforming, but right now, she's researching how to analyze and database the brain. Cheolsu finds that terraforming is a pretty interesting interest. And Young-hee says that she gave up because real-life application wasn't feasible with their current tech. But she's a firm believer that mankind should have more than one planet to live on. That's why she changed her career path to bioforming. Cheolsu says he sees, so she decided to study how to condition humans to survive on other planets instead, like replacing their bones with new material. Young-soo says no. She said transferring their consciousness to already existing machines would be a lot faster and more practical than reconstructing human bodies. That's why she's been studying the brain. Cheolsu says that's a bit drastic. And then they get a message from the ISDC, as it looks like they've managed to get Young-hee. We see her sitting at a desk, and she's typing away. And she tells Young-soo that he's gone pretty far and thanks him for the ticket to Mars. She says she can't believe he's only telling her about all of this now, and he could have told her earlier. On the other end, they ask what she's talking about. She says this is the first time she's talked to him since middle school. She says that she thought Daniel would tell him. And she asks if this isn't Young-soo. Cheolsu says no, and it's him. And spells out his full name for her. She's surprised. And Cheolsu says that he told her everything about what happened inside the cavern, and how they found the control room, and how the control system transcended any tech known to man. She starts replying, saying that telling her this won't solve anything. And she told Daniel it was impossible because it is. She has no means of helping him connect to an alien computer. He thinks about it, saying that if he were to travel back in time, what can he do to be her friend, and she might be able to find a way if she started working on this earlier. She asks what he's talking about, and if he's disappointed, as they both know time travel is impossible. He decides he might as well tell her, and he tells her that he has been doing it. As she starts getting more messages, he says that he's been stuck on a time loop that makes him relive this life over and over again. She's surprised by this, and he says she doesn't have to believe him. She can just think of it as humoring a crazy classmate from back in the day, telling him how to befriend her when they were younger. She's still just surprised by this, asking if he's for real, and he says yes, and they're running out of time. She starts to think about it and starts going to town typing up a storm, but we don't get to see what it is. After that, the second team from Earth arrived on Rama with the nukes that destroyed the asteroid's core. We hear a dude saying he looked at the data on the way here, and he's surprised by the sheer size of it. He saw how Cheolsu mentioned they need to detonate the nukes before they reach the core, asking if it's because the core is made of a compound alloy with ceramic coating like he wrote in his report. Cheolsu says yes, so just sending the nukes down there and detonating them is their best option. The dude asks if the ceramic coating is heat resistant. Cheolsu says it is not. The dude says he's afraid he doesn't follow his logic. In any case, they must hurry. If they want to increase their chances of saving Earth, the nukes must be placed inside the cavern as quickly as possible. He starts to head away from the ship, and we hear Taeku yelling no, saying to stop and to let go, as he plans to stay here. Young-soo asks if he's crazy, and what the hell is wrong with him. He says he can do what he wants with his life, and there's no guarantee that going to Mars will keep the human race alive, but if he can stay, maybe he can go back to the past with Cheolsu, and he shouldn't try stopping him. Cheolsu says if he stays, he's going to die a terrible death, and he shouldn't make this any harder on him. Taeku asks how he knows that, and if he's tried it. Young-soo hits him with "does this rag smell funny" no jutsu, instantly knocking him out. Young-soo says that their time is short, but he's glad he could be here with Cheolsu, and he hopes he'll find him the next time around too. Cheolsu says yes, and he'll see him again soon. And they both float up into their respective ships. Cheolsu's looking out the window of the cockpit, staring directly at Rama as the timer starts counting down for the nukes. Until it hits 1, and he sees there's nothing happening on the outside of the asteroid. He says the missiles have detonated, but they have failed to destroy it, so the plan is over, asking if there's any change to the course. They say that there's no change detected, and they've done multiple calculations, and they will now divert their course to Mars, and they tell Cheolsu not to be disappointed, as he did his best, and that they will now commence Project Noah. He takes off his comms, and they continue yapping, but he starts cracking open a cold one, and he raises it up, saying in the next life, he wants to end this once and for all and get out of this cycle, as he's driving straight into Rama itself. As debris starts flying all around him, he comes into contact with Rama, exploding his ship. Back at school, Yumi's surprised that it actually is a spacecraft, and asks if he thinks whoever sent Rama wants to wipe them out because they think humans are a hostile life form. Cheolsu says that they can only hope that is not the case. She looks over at him, realizing he's a bit down. She pats his back, saying so now that they know, if his plan is to invent some kind of neurochip this time. He says yes, a brain-computer interface to be exact, and she slaps the piss out of him. He says he wants to focus their investments on research, and collecting, and analyzing brain data. She asks if they'll make it in time, and he says it was near the end, but there were some promising results in the lab. Then he already has a person in mind for the job, and she just happens to be a student at their school. Plus, she told him herself how they could become friends. She asks if he's serious, and then it jumps back to the classroom. As we see Young-hee sitting at her desk alone, just as if she was staring off into space, Cheolsu and Yumi approach her. Very awkwardly, Yumi asks Cheolsu if he's ever heard of Clark and Asimov, as they wrote some interesting books. He also has horrible acting, and says yes, and he's read their books. He recently heard one about terraforming Venus or something, and Yumi says she recently read that one and it was interesting. But terraforming is impossible on Venus because it lacks an intrinsic magnetic field. Cheolsu says yes, and a planet's magnetic field is probably connected to its internal activities, and the magnetic field on Earth, for example, is generated by the convection of Earth's liquid outer core. But Venus's surface is too hot, so scientists suspect that it hinders any convection of the core. Young-hee perks up and finishes his sentence, saying that if they cool down the mantle, they can induce core convection, which in turn can generate a magnetic field, and she feels like she finally found her people. They're surprised that she jumped in so fast, but they're just glad that she took the bait. Their plan was successful, since Young-hee lacked friends who shared her interest. It didn't take long for them to buddy up with her. Not only that, she naturally got closer to Taeku and Minsu as well, and they also interacted with Young-soo, who was already friends with her. And they were so engrossed in their little worlds, finally found friends to share their dreams with. I think they're missing one person from that original picture, but we'll see. Time passed, and a year went by. In his 8th life, once he built enough trust with Young-hee, he followed her advice from the previous life and told her about his time travel and his plans. She looks confused, asking if he's only wanting her to help with bioforming. He asks if that means she believes him. She says that she knows him well enough to know that he's not one to lie. And then there's Yumi and Minsu's willingness to help him, though neither of them trust people easily. And then there's also Taiku. Then she thinks about it, asking if they told Taiku to convince her to give up on terraforming and go into bioforming instead. They both look surprised, and she says that Taiku told her that she should dream dreams that are actually achievable, asking if she really believes terraforming to be possible. Bioforming might be, but terraforming is not, and she needs a reality check. She says surely he didn't make him do that. Cheolsu says he swears they didn't. She seems annoyed and says to forget about the yapper then, and to tell her more, asking what exactly it is that they want from her. Cheolsu says that he wants the BCI research as something that he'd like her to do for them. She asks what he means, and he says it's about creating an interface to connect human brains to machines. Simply put, it's about getting information from the brain directly into a computer. Just like those mind-controlled computers you see in comics. She asks if he's just trying to get a way for him to study the computer inside the alien spacecraft. He says exactly, and she says this is a field she's never considered. He cuts her off, saying she's going to be the best in the field. It won't be smooth sailing, but in time, she will find a way. She then cuts him off this time, saying she's going to go now, and look up what she needs to do to get into the field and read up on BCI. It turns out she is also very weak to praise. They tell her to get home safely as she runs off, and she's already in a world of her own. Yumi says it seems like she was right. She really did believe him once she got to know him better, and she's glad things worked out. As people like her are rare after all, she never would have believed him if he didn't know about her dad. It's really weird if he thinks about it. It's like their class is a hotbed of talented minds, asking how they keep finding the right people from their class whenever they need them. That's what I'm saying. She says maybe that's the reason why he was chosen to keep traveling back in time. Cheolsu says who knows, but it does sound possible, especially if someone is deliberately keeping him in this time loop to save Earth. As he's looking up at the night sky, she looks over at him, asking if there's anyone else they can call on. He says not right now, and they should still proceed with the utmost caution, and they have to prepare themselves for another possible failure. And then it jumps to 20 years in the future. At Younghee's Research Institute, we see her lab doing their best, as she is inside of a tube doing human experiments with herself to try to get this chip down. They say that they're ready to begin, and they start initializing the system, as we see she has a helmet on that starts making a buzzing sound. Younghee says hello world, and her colleagues say it's working, and her thoughts are being transmitted to the computer, and that they did it. She says she knew they would, and she can't wait to brag about this to Cheolsu. She then says wait a minute, asking if all of her thoughts are being transmitted, even though she's not thinking that deeply. And with this level of transmission, they'll be able to access the data on Rama. And then she says oh shit, she's not supposed to tell anyone about it yet. And she tells them they have to stop, telling them to terminate the connection. They ask if she wants them to stop the system. And she says that she got a bit carried away, to show her the data, and she wants to see what thoughts were transmitted. Back at the KNG Corporation that night, Cheolsu's on the phone, asking what's next, and if they're going to use visual image interpretation or scaling down the size of the machine. Younghee says that with the level of success they've had, visual image interpretation won't be hard, and he won't have to worry about scaling it down either. Once this analysis is over, she thinks they can do without the fMRI as well. He tells her great work, and he'll come by her lab soon. And this is good because everything is going smoothly. Wanting to maximize their time as much as possible, he and Yumi told Youngsu and Taiku about Rama and his time loops right after they graduated high school. Youngsu says he won't give him an answer now, but if what he's saying is true, he's sure time will tell, and surely there won't be a problem. Cheolsu says he was true to his word. Youngsu doubted them at first, but Taiku is a freak of nature, saying that it's amazing, it's not impossible for closed time curves to be created when matter meets man-time matter, and just a whole lot of rambling and yapping that I'm going to do him the disrespect of not even reading. He wonders why he's only telling him this now, and if he'd known sooner, he would have signed up to major in theoretical physics. On second thought, he could still do that, maybe he'll just retake his CSAT next year. Cheolsu says his friends started to believe him in their own way, in their own time, thus he was able to procure their cooperation early on. Perhaps it was because his friends had a clear picture of the future, but everything went so much more smoothly this time than his previous attempts. Min-soo developed his cell culture technology a lot sooner, while Young-soo, who was more active on site, expedited the construction of the Moon bases and Mars bases, and he also took on the task of assembling the space probe on the KNG space station. Tae-koo left the ISDC after developing the solid-core thermonuclear engine and joined KNG. This move helped speed up the work on the space probe. As this was all happening, Yumi took full advantage of their progress to acquire ample funds they would need. However, life is never without a hitch. Cheolsu starts to get a call from the space station, and he says it must be Young-soo, who we see on the screen, and Cheolsu asks why his face looks so sad, asking if something went wrong. He says that there is something actually going on with Tae-koo. He's been sending up parts with wrong specifications, and he doesn't know how, but he keeps sending him the wrong parts, and this is the third time in a row. Same thing happened with another part before, but that's not the weirdest thing. And Tae-koo, that asshole, actually said sorry. Cheolsu's surprised that he would ever admit fault, and quickly runs over to him, yelling at his name. Tae-koo's surprised, and Cheolsu sees now why he's so out of it, and asks if he's out of his mind, and what the hell he's looking at, and why he's working on gas core when they're already racing against time with their current projects. Cheolsu asks if he knows why he's even here, and it's to develop the engine for the space probe, the reason he founded this entire institute. Tae-koo says that he caught him, and Cheolsu asks if that's really all he has to say, saying that he doesn't know that he almost ruined everything that they have been working for in his life. Tae-koo says that's a bit of an exaggeration, and he's made some mistakes sending the wrong parts, but it's only happened 3 times, and he's identified the mistakes, and was gonna send the right ones anyways. Cheolsu tells him that's a lot, plus he delegated the task to a newbie, when even putting the best employee on it still wouldn't have been enough. They've only identified 3 mistakes, and there can easily be more, asking if he doesn't see it. Tae-koo's surprised he knows about that too, saying that he admits he was a bit serious, but he fixed it, and he sent the right parts afterwards. Cheolsu slams the board, which startles him, and he asks if he knows what Young-soo is doing right now, as he's rechecking all the parts that were already put together, each and every one of them personally. Tae-koo says yes, and they should assign someone else to do it too. Cheolsu asks if that's really gonna solve the problem, because if the engine explodes and screws up all of their efforts in this life, they're cooked, or if he gets lost in space because the engine stops working, and what if he's no longer able to go back in time, asking if he really thinks having one more person to check the parts will make everything right here. Tae-koo's surprised, and then apologizes, saying he didn't think about that, but he came up with a dope solution for a problem he was stuck at, and he wanted to see if it works. Cheolsu asks if that's really all, and if it's not even for something they can use in their engine right now. Tae-koo says no, and he just wanted to try it out. But he thought it might help him in his next attempt if it works. Cheolsu says that he totally thought of that last part just now. Tae-koo says he's sorry, but he really wants to do this research, and it might not be the case for him, but this life is all he has. Cheolsu realizes he's right, and looks over at his board, and how he has all of his writings down, and one of them even says foolproof. He says that he can work on this with a team, no more than 10 people, but not from this lab. Tae-koo asks about 15, but Cheolsu says no, he either takes 10, or does it alone. Cheolsu starts to leave, and Tae-koo asks if he's actually going. Cheolsu says he has to go find his replacement, and he's going to need someone else to take engine development for the space program. Tae-koo says he has a recommendation, and says Charlotte's pretty good at managing a team, but Cheolsu says he already has someone else in mind, and he's going to go talk to Oda Lee. Cheolsu says what he had to do next was a continuation of what he's been doing so far. Explain what he's been going through, and ask for help. And that Oda Lee did not believe him from the get-go. And he says that she doesn't seem entirely convinced. She says to be honest, that he's right. The picture, the asteroid he saw, or the fact that it's actually a spacecraft is all hard to believe. He asks if she's aware that a Brain Data Research Institute is affiliated with their company. He says they have managed to develop a technology that can read and interpret visual imagery. She says that's not what she's talking about. He continues, saying that he will show her that everything he's told her was no joke. It may be insufficient to call it proof, but he thinks it will at least clear some of the doubts. He opens the door, and she looks genuinely surprised, saying he truly has been preparing for it all along, as we see everything ready for going to Rama. And she says that means the 10th launch site was built as a cover to hide these things, and his real goal is to fix that extraterrestrial ship he mentioned earlier. He says it sounds like she believes him a little now. And she says there are too many things here for it to be a lie. Everyone knows that he hates wasting resources after all. He says it takes time to develop robots for quite a while. In fact, he started right after he built this place. She looks at all the resources and asks what exactly he needs her to do. If he wants her to develop more robots or help with other administrative tasks. He says he's revealed all this to her because he needs someone to build another spacecraft while he is on Rama. The first manned probe needs to reach Rama as quickly as possible to analyze its main control system, afterwards landing a second one to carry the auxiliary team. And he needs her to handle that. She will have to build the whole vehicle from scratch, not just the engine. And he also needs her to supervise the management, modification, launch, and transportation of the project as well. As the CEO, she seems surprised, saying that it's one thing to have her working in development or management. But as CEO, people won't like that idea at all. He says he's the biggest shareholder of this company, so he makes the decisions. And besides, she is the only person fit for this job. She wonders why he believes in her so much, and says she'll give it a try. He tells her he's looking forward to working with her. And then they shake hands. He tells her he's going to give her a quick rundown of the plans. Then it jumps to a press conference, and he is saying that they have successfully launched the components to build a city on Mars, and humans are closer to colonizing the planet than ever before. With the help of the many scientists who have landed there, though the planet still remains an inhospitable environment for life, he envisions a future where they can walk on its soil without the need of a spacesuit. And as the first step towards that future, he will go to Titan, the largest moon on Saturn. He will bring the methane found on Titan to Mars, and inject it into the atmosphere to form air and water. And afterwards, he will work on terraforming Mars with the friends who have shared this dream with him for a very long time. We see Yumi, Young-soo, and Young-hee all on stage. He says people applauded their endeavor, and they didn't doubt for a moment that humanity would once again write a new page in history. With the expectations of so many on their shoulders, they left for Titan on the Presvis probe. We see the same group in a spaceship, and Young-soo starts changing where it's going. As they are floating away from Earth, Young-hee asks if they really had to put on a grand display for this, saying who knows, and they could have just gotten better funding if they told the truth. Cheolsu says he may not be the CEO, but he doubts the investors would have wanted to fund them if they were planning to stop an asteroid from destroying Earth. Yumi laughs, saying he's got that right. Young-soo says it's now time for them to get lost in space. A little later at a press conference, we hear Lee saying that the Pioneer probe Presvis encountered a problem. With what they suspect to be micrometeors, the main engine and communication system were damaged in the process, and the probe had been driven off course. At this rate, it will likely drift out of their solar system. As such, KNG will build another spacecraft as soon as possible to rescue their lost scientist. This concludes the press conference, and she thanks them all. They start yelling, asking why she's not taking questions, and how this is a press conference, as all she did was make an announcement, asking if she can really rescue them. Because there's no chance the second spacecraft could even catch up to them, as theirs should not have accelerated yet. She closes the door, not answering anything. Contrary to the announcement, Presvis was traveling towards Rama without a hitch. Cheolsu says everything seems to be going as planned, and she's done a great job. Lee says it's all thanks to the plans he put in place, and that they'll be able to finish the second spacecraft with time to spare. She sighs out of relief. Cheolsu says if the work has progressed to that extent, she won't be needing instructions from him anymore, and he'll contact her after they arrive on Rama. Then he disconnects the signal before she can reply, and she hits a fat stretch, saying she would have loved to go with them too, as she looks up towards the stars. We see Rama floating in space as their ship starts to approach it. They then land on Rama, and they make their way down into the meteor using the drill, just as last time. We see Yumi and Young-hee saying that now they're witnessing it for themselves, they find it a bit overwhelming. They can't believe a cavern of this size is actually an engine room. They wonder how fast this spacecraft was moving, as it must have been close to the speed of light. It's certainly moving a lot slower than that right now, so maybe it really is busted. We then hear Young-soo say video recording of the cavern is complete, and transmission is sent, asking how things are on Cheolsu's end. Young-soo asks if he found the metal wall he talked about last time. He's almost done, as he located the wall a while ago and is currently cutting through it with a plasma cutter. If everyone is done with their part, they should head over ASAP, and they'll see them in the asteroid's control room. They make their way over there, and Young-hee puts her hand on the table, getting the same experience Cheolsu did too, and we see her machine that even has a fake prosthetic arm. She says that this is interesting and asks if an unfamiliar sense of awareness is being imparted as visual imagery. These aliens seem to have other senses besides the sense of sight. He asks if she can analyze it, and she says she'll try, but she definitely thinks it's possible. She might be wrong, but she gets the feeling that the control system is trying to help them. Cheolsu says based on the data it showed him before, it felt as if it was trying to communicate with him. The Rama analyzer is a mechanical brain that Young-hee developed to function just like her own, and the device may look odd at first glance, but it was made to analyze data without the need for human intervention. Yumi says she knows the design doesn't matter at all, but it would be shocking to look at it if he had no idea what it's for. She says she built it solely on function, and it may look strange, but every part of it has a purpose. She starts typing away on her computer as the fake brain is doing its job, and it's imparting its data into the hand as she has designed. Young-soo asks if it's working, and Yumi says she thinks so. Young-hee confirms it, saying that it's responding to the data. Cheolsu says they should give it some time, as they all start looking at everything that goes by. Nothing at all changes. They continuously stare up at it until they all fall asleep because there is no change. He thinks it would be futile to expect deep learning, and it seems incapable of responding to other text or images besides its own. It's like showing Koreans a book written in Greek or Arabic. So they should swap to Plan B, as it's meaningless to keep trying this way. She says he's probably right, and she supposes even the aliens didn't think it was necessary to program their computers to have a consciousness of their own. She tells them she's going to run the program. As she starts doing so, even more data is displayed than before. Back at the ship says that from the data they've managed to analyze, she's learned that Rama is using a sexagesimal system. Young-soo says that's the number system invented by the ancient Babylonians, so maybe they were connected to the aliens somehow. She says that's impossible to tell at this point. She thinks it's impossible to base their perception of these aliens on themselves. Yumi then stands up, saying she tried deciphering some of the symbols, and she thinks the first one means star, the second is ice, and the last is water in liquid form. She deduced these because the first symbol kept appearing with the images of stars and planets, and the second and third symbols kept appearing with its two images. We see both Enceladus and Europa. Cheolsu asks what the connection is, and how she associated them with ice and water. She says this symbol also appeared in Rama's observation of Earth, and she asked herself what these three bodies had in common, and it was the abundance of water. Cheolsu says that's a logical deduction. Young-soo follows up, asking if she deduced ice from the summary on Europa and Enceladus. She says that's right, and the symbol also appears with the images of Saturn's rings, so she figured it was probably ice. Young-hee says if they combine the numbers she found in the symbols she deciphered, that would translate to a third of 20 star, watery planet. As they're continuously talking, Cheolsu is just diving through the data, and Young-hee asks Young-soo if he was able to find anything. He says that he's not sure, but he did find something that might be of note, and he delved into Rama's log to figure out where it came from. He wanted to identify the cause of its malfunction and its point of departure. Yumi asks if he got to any answers. He says no, but he's able to roughly map the route it took, and what he's found poses a really big problem. For starters, he was able to confirm that it entered their solar system after passing by Delta Pavonis, Epsilon Indi, and Alpha Centauri, and as they can all see, he doesn't think Rama traveled all this distance without help. Young-hee asks if he's implying that it warped here. He says that's the most likely explanation, and if this thing really is a warp engine, Cheolsu starts getting frustrated, saying this is going to make it so much more complicated. Cheolsu stops facepalming, then stands up, saying in his case, he concentrated on the negators. Knowing them and what the censored words mean might help them translate the text more accurately, so he signaled out a few words from the text Rama displayed. When it cancelled out the commands they gave it, he then realizes something and rushes over to the computer. Yumi asks what it is, and he says there's something he needs to check. We see them all surprised. Young-hee asks if Rama is seriously heading towards Earth for water. The picture he looked up was the one that showed Rama's engine room. It was the word for water, which Yumi discovered, as well as the negators, which he deciphered. What the words meant when they combined was as clear as day. The vast cavern, which they believe is the engine room, was originally full of water, but this water drained away for some unknown reason, preventing the beams from functioning. There was no way of knowing what the water was for, whether it served as fuel, moderator, or coolant, but one thing was for certain: the lack of water was the reason for Rama's malfunction. With this knowledge, they were able to deduce that Rama was trying to get to Earth to resupply with water in liquid form. Yumi is genuinely surprised by this, and Young-soo says this explains why it had images of both Enceladus and Europa. They were possible alternative locations for it to resupply. Cheolsu says yes, and the fact that it still came to Earth despite the presence of water in both of these moons means that it's incapable of drilling through permafrost to get to the water. Young-hee asks why it keeps crashing to Earth, and why it's not taking the water and leaving. Yumi says that they also didn't find ice on both poles of Rama. That means there is water on the surface as well. Cheolsu says they can't be certain of that yet. The ice they saw might be the water from the cavern that leaked out. And it's just one problem after another, and he wonders what to do now. If he should fill it with water and see what happens, but how would he do that? Yumi says that she thinks she knows what they have to do first. She says they should set off the ice so they can supply the engine room with water, and if so, they should ask the second space habitat to send lasers or other heat sources right to them. Cheolsu sent a modified version of Yumi's suggestion and requested that space mirrors be set up to direct the sunlight towards Rama. He wasn't sure if they could do it in time, but they had to inform Earth of the situation as soon as possible for them to come up with a plan. However, besides the task of building reflective panels on the Earth and the Moon, and setting them up in space to direct sunlight to Rama, the task of moving the water from the melted ice into the cavern, as well as coming up with an alternative solution if they were to fail, still remained. Yumi says that she sees that he didn't include her suggestion about using the space habitat. He says it's a good idea, but using the habitat is not an option, as it's the last refuge for those still on Earth. She says he's right, but what if the reflectors aren't finished in time? He says that there's a template alternative if they fail, and she says it's very inefficient, and that they should try harder to get it done now instead of starting all over again. And he asks her what if he's not actually going back in time, what if he's moving from one parallel universe to another, and everybody in his previous attempts are all dead? As long as that's a possibility, he has to try and save as many people as possible. We see the Space Center and him having a conversation about how the mirrors are ready, and they will direct sunlight to Rama. Cheolsu asks how they'll transport water to him. They are thinking of sending out a continuous supply of ice chunks in Rama's direction, and for this, they plan on sending a catching device on the transport vehicle as well. Yumi calls out to him, saying that she just uploaded a file to the server, saying he should take a look at it. She passes the hell out. He does and starts analyzing it and smiles, saying that she is the best. The file she uploaded contained data that could help them determine the water temperature required to get Rama to function properly and how they could maintain this temperature. Water maintained at 4 degrees Celsius, and with this, they could stop worrying about how they were going to maintain the right water temperature. All that's left was to figure out a way to move the water into the cavern, or create new routes to supply the water inside. He also informed Earth of his alternative plan, but isn't sure if that would work. They did their best to find Rama's internal pumping mechanism, and it was Young-soo who actually discovered it. He yells, saying that he found it, but he's not sure that they can call it a pump, but he figured out how Rama transports matter from the outside to the inside. Cheolsu asks how, as he reaches towards the tablet and puts on his glasses to look down at it. Young-soo's eyes are tired, and he tells him that it's the warp drive. Cheolsu is surprised, and Young-soo continues, saying that the bastards who built it also use it to transport matter. Cheolsu is then excited, saying he feels like a caveman. Young-soo says he can't figure out exactly how it works, but something in the core seems to be controlling the warp engine. The warp engine can bring in matter as far as 1 kilometer from the surface, but it says it can only transport steam or water. Cheolsu asks why not ice. Young-soo asks if he sees the thing on the left side of the image. It looks like the engine was supposed to melt ice into water with that device, but it might be broken. Cheolsu says he sees, and if it still worked, he could have just melted the ice outside on its surface. Then maybe Rama wouldn't have to travel all the way to Earth. But they should test it out and send some of the water they have on Prisvis to Rama. And don't forget to include a heat source so the water doesn't freeze up. The results of the test showed that Rama's channeling function was still working. The water droplets they sent out from Prisvis suddenly vanished on their way to Rama, only to reappear in one corner of the cavern. Thus they continued their efforts to come up with a solution. Cheolsu smiles and says eventually, Young-hee was able to find the answer. She says that she would first like to point out that Rama's engine wasn't damaged like they suspected and is still functioning. Though it's in idle mode, it's impossible to know what function the water served or why it drained, but the lack of water put the engine to sleep. It's free-running at minimal power, just enough to maintain the system that keeps the antimatter in the core from exploding, and to let it respond to any wake-up event. Young-soo asks if that means everything will be okay if they just wake the engine up. She says that's right. And that filling the cavern with water and waking the engine should take care of their problem. Yumi asks about the other problem, and if they should start brainstorming ideas. She says no, as that won't be necessary. She has a solution for it. It's simple. They only have to supply Rama with enough light energy, and it will handle the rest. Once the light melts the ice on Rama's polar regions, it will channel the water into the cavern. After that, the engine will resupply with energy from the light and restart itself. That means all they have to do is direct light towards Rama. She says that there is something else. She takes a deep breath and says that they'll need 470 zeta watts per hour, or at least 243 petawatts of light, to supply the engine with enough energy. Cheolsu asks if she's serious about 243 petawatts. She says she's afraid so. And he starts to feel absolutely helpless. He explains that the Kardashev scale is the measurement of a civilization's technological development based on the amount of energy it uses. No civilization can defy the fundamental laws of the universe. Therefore, the more advanced a civilization is, the more energy it uses. These hypothetical classifications are based on the assumption that a civilization's progress depends on how much energy it uses, and according to this scale, Earth has yet to reach a Type 1 and thus falls under Type 0. Energy consumption on Earth hasn't even reached 1 petawatt, and they might be able to gather enough energy if they positioned an Earth-sized mirror as close to the Sun as possible and directed the radiation at Rama with near-perfect efficiency. However, all he's managed to achieve this life was the construction of 2 cylindrical structures in space, and that's it. He starts to feel completely helpless, and the rest don't even know what to say either. We see on Odali's computer screen, Cheolsu saying that after their analysis, they've concluded that the normalization of Rama is impossible, and it's just way too much energy that they can't even think about it. The energy is unattainable, and they should cease all work on the space reflectors and water transportation. Instead, they should send nuclear bombs, though the chances are slim, it's worth a try. And to please redirect all efforts towards the completion of the space habitat, as it may be their last hope. We see her low-key breaking down at the table. As they start driving away, Yumi asks what's the plan now. Cheolsu asks what she means, and she asks if he's really planning on starting all over again. He looks up at the ceiling, saying no, and he's decided to stop trying if this attempt fails. Once more, we see their 2 ships floating off. The nukes do actually manage to explode on the inside of Rama, but again, there is literally zero effect. So the nuclear bombs were entirely ineffective, and they are heading directly to Mars. Both ships this time, and not just Cheolsu staying behind and dying. Min-soo greets them, saying they did all they could, and he chose a special spot for their new homes. We see a nice little pond and grass scenery, even though it's all artificial. Young-hee says this sure is a crazy view, and Yumi says it's beautiful, and whoever designed it did a good job. Of course, it was Cheolsu, and they ask how he replicated the sky, as the other areas have a different ceiling. He doesn't even reply, and low-key looks sad. He says he can live in a place like this and not miss Earth, as what they have here is more than enough to get mankind back on its feet. And he tells himself this is good enough, and he'll be happy here. He says they still had much to do even after the mission failed. Policy establishment, administrative matters, both of these things were more vital than ever in order to enable such a large population to survive in a limited space. Meanwhile, the last of the evacuees safely left Earth. In the second space habitat, they traveled a distance of about 150 million kilometers to reach Mars. The space city finally got its one and only neighbor. We see Daniel, Ota Lee, and Taiku. Cheolsu says it was also important to promote cooperation with them, whose administrators harbored differing interests, unlike its space city. Eventually, the day of Rama's collision with Earth arrived. We see them all watching it from a big screen in a living room. Cheolsu asks who wants beer. Youngsu thanks him, saying he was getting thirsty. Taiku asks where he found these, and Younghee says beer's hard to come by. Yumi asks if he brought these from the last time he went to the other space habitat, asking where he hid them if she didn't see them anywhere. He tells her that he has his ways, and she just can't believe he had this kind of side to him. He then starts to crack one open. As Rama gets closer and closer to the Earth, it makes impact into it and starts to shatter the Earth, completely exploding it like they saw before. And yet again, the shockwave this time is powerful enough to completely cut off the signal to their TV, rendering it useless, so they can't even see it. Cheolsu says now he sees why he has no memories of how his last two attempts ended. He starts chugging his beer, and the rest just look like they're in disbelief. Minsu says he can't believe that actually obliterated the Earth. The atmosphere in the room is really heavy now, and nobody's even sipping their beer, but Cheolsu. Taiku puts his beer down, saying that Earth may be gone, but they're still here, and they have to keep moving forward. Cheolsu asks him to contact the second space habitat, and he's sure everything is fine, but they should check on them now that Earth is gone. He says okay, and after that, they drown themselves in beer, and they try to forget their sadness. Poor Minsu is bawling his eyes out. With alcohol and small talk, it felt like a mountain of work was awaiting them after this, but they allowed themselves a day to commiserate together. The next day, Cheolsu is in his bathroom, washing his face off, and Taiku runs in, saying they have a problem. They've lost all communication with the other space habitat, and it's got to be the gamma rays. The explosion produced higher levels of gamma rays than they anticipated, and the walls of the space habitat won't be able to block them. Cheolsu asks if more gamma rays are being produced because matter is colliding with the scattered antimatter, and if the concentration of antimatter inside Rama was greater than they estimated. Taiku says if it were, the traveling gamma rays could have created an environment where pair production and annihilation occur over and over, and he didn't think they looked closely enough at the destruction of the planet. According to his calculations, they have 10 or even 5 minutes before it starts affecting their bodies. Cheolsu starts to feel an overwhelming sense of distress. He messed up again. He shouldn't have given up no matter how hard it got, and if he wanted humanity to live on, if he wanted to survive, he shouldn't stop looking for a solution. Taiku looks at him and then grabs a towel off the hanger, throwing it on his head, saying in his next life, he needs to go beyond their solar system. Judging by the effects of the explosion, no place inside their solar system would have been safe. He needs to build a spacecraft to go far outside, and there's no other way. If he helps him develop the engine he was working on, and uses that to go somewhere like Alpha Centauri. If they're successful, the engine will help him travel at 10% of the speed of light. Though he doesn't know if he'll find habitable land out there, he can always gather resources and continue on until he finds a good place to live. As he's bound to come across an asteroid or something anyway, with everybody else's research and them all putting in their own help with the team, he's sure they can do it, and he needs to make full use of everything he has and not fail again, as he can't let his experience be in vain. Cheolsu determines himself, and it turns out Taiku was not useless this time around, as he gave him the confidence he needed. Minsu, Youngsu, and Younghee are all knocked out, and Yumi's low-key slumping over too, and Cheolsu props her up with his shoulder. Taiku nods at him, and Cheolsu returns with one too, only to feel a severe headache as his nose starts to bleed profusely. He glances down to his side, getting one last good look at Yumi before everything goes black, and he dies. He hears the sounds of birds chirping and opens his eyes, immediately getting out of bed, getting dressed, and time for him to head out to school. Cheolsu says that he remembered everything this time, and he wonders if it was because he died outside of Rama's impact range, and maybe dying so close to the collision was the reason he only retained vague memories. And this flow of space-time, which he thought was the cause of his time loop, was actually hindering him instead of helping him. A different phenomenon separate from the collision was behind his time travel. A lot of his memories faded during the process because of the flow of space-time. And he can't believe it was just a block all along. He's now in his 9th life, and Yumi asks what he's mumbling about. He says nothing, asking where he was. She says that he was talking about building an interstellar spaceship and sending it to Alpha Centauri. He says that's right, and that is his current plan. She seems a bit suspicious, asking why it feels like he won't be going with them to Alpha Centauri. He says because he can't. He's still not sure why, but the fact that he can return his memories intact means that he might be able to come up with a way to stop Rama. She says surely it would be better for him to evacuate too. After all, there's no guarantee that they have unlimited chances. He said he might give up someday or be forced to do so, but during this process, he might end up building that perfect spaceship. As the clock continues to tick down, she says that if he remembers everything, doesn't that mean that he knows what products will be popular and how the market is going to go in the future? He smiles and waves her close, and we see her blushing as he's whispering, as he has a lot to tell her, and with the money they have right now. And then jumps to the 10th life. We are skipping lives now. He says the plan failed, but they made promising strides. Taiku successfully invented the gas core engine, and they managed to build a migrant fleet that housed a total of 100 people, and he thinks their final goal may be the ramjet engine. Taiku says he knew he could do it, and that's tech for him. Cheolsu tells Minsu he successfully developed an enzyme that reduced cellular metabolism by 30% during cryogenic sleep. Minsu says that's surprising, as he didn't really have high hopes on that front, asking if they made any progress on hypersleep or other ways to extend life and delay aging. Cheolsu says no, and the lengthening of telomeres repeatedly results in cancer, and as for aging, they saw some success synthesizing the NAD in cells, but it proved ineffective in prolonging life. And he tells Younghee, it was impossible to bring them back to the past using brain waves. She asks if it really is impossible, and Cheolsu says besides that, they also failed to recruit more people to the team. He continues, and then now we are in the 11th life. He says not much has changed from the last attempt, they made no progress on the telomeres, and they failed to miniaturize the anti-aging device. Same for the datification of the brain, and for their efforts to expedite technological advancement by spreading prophecies also fell short. The 12th life now, we see them all sitting at the table, and he says they yet again failed, and the laser they developed was weaponized. The 13th life, yet again they failed. The only thing worth mentioning is related to his time loop. The date he returns to seems to skip ahead 3 months each time, but the distortion caused by the destruction of the Earth, he gets cut off as we are now in the 14th life. He said it was yet another failure, and this continues through the 15th, the 16th life, the 17th, the 18th, the 19th, and so on. He doesn't even have any idea what attempt he is on now, and he's lost count. He doesn't remember anything he told them last time, or maybe he's already told them what he's saying now, and he feels like they've had this conversation before. He doesn't even know if he's in a time loop anymore, or how many times they've had this meeting, and he sits there starting to feel overwhelmed, as he doesn't even want to look into their faces. He says that he refuses to give up now. It jumps to the interstellar colony ship called the Alphas, and their current voyage time is 40 years, as we see all of them inside of sleep capsules. Their pods start opening up, and they start waking up. Yumi says she feels woozy, like she has a bad hangover. Taiku says it's better than he expected, and he's just a little stiff, like he's been in a bad sleeping position. Younghee asks if it's really been 40 years, because it only feels like she woke up from a short nap. While they're all discussing, Cheolsu's buried in his work and starts heading out. Other people are now awake as well, saying the same things the rest were, and he has a video message that he views. Daniel says that he hopes he is well, and he's sure many years have passed by the time he sees this message, and he has left for Alpha Centauri on the Alphas. Unfortunately, they failed, and he thought they had evacuated on time, but the gamma rays were far more powerful than he expected. He deeply regrets delaying the construction of the spaceship despite his warnings. He should not have redesigned it to house as many people as possible, as his decisions have cost him and everyone else their lives. But he takes solace in the fact that he is on board the Alphas and has survived. It comforts him to know that humanity still has a chance at going on, and he wishes him success. But he knows that he doesn't need his well wishes, as it was fate after all that led him to where he is now. The message was not a surprise. Even if he had remained on Earth to help Daniel with the construction of the spaceship, it still would have failed. It was the outcome he had seen through the numerous repetitions. The doors open, and what he sees in front of him is the cockpit and a planet that is a mix of red and blue in front of him. He says Proxima b was an exoplanet that looked like a capsule ball from a gacha machine. The side facing its host star, Proxima Centauri, was covered in steaming oceans and red deserts. All the side facing away from the star was covered in ice. It had water, an atmosphere, habitable land, and a strong magnetic field. The planet did not differ much from their expectations, or so they thought. As we see a massive explosion on the Earth that sends out powerful shockwaves that can be seen from way above the planet, Cheolsu and the rest are looking at the light, and Taiku is surprised, and so are the rest, and they start screaming. Cheolsu doesn't seem fazed, and then we see Youngsu carrying Minsu, and Zuckerberg is there too. Yumi asks what happened, and Youngsu tells them that Minsu is injured, but it's not too serious though. Turns out the planet's surface was cluttered with massive volcanoes that erupted on a regular basis. Younghee is crying. Cheolsu says he thought Proxima b would be a paradise, but it was not suitable for human survival. Thus, they travel to the third planet around Alpha Centauri b. It jumps to 2 years and 5 months later. They finally arrive at Alpha Centauri b, and like with their attempt at Proxima b, their next move was exploration and research. However, Cheolsu begins the briefing on Alpha Centauri b. The first planet is too close to the star and is arid, just like Mercury. The second planet is orbiting within the Goldilocks zone, but their data shows that it has 3/10 of Earth's mass and is only about 4/10 of Earth's size. Furthermore, it has no atmosphere, making it impossible to settle. The third planet reports indicate that it is habitable, but the average temperature is -60 degrees Celsius, so it is possible there is water present beneath the surface, and if they can find resources there to serve as fuel, it might be okay. Everybody says that it's frozen over, asking if they can even build on such a planet. Oda Lee says she doesn't believe colonization is possible, and everybody is just talking. We see Cheolsu at the edge, and he starts laughing to himself, and he looks up as Daniel asks if he's okay, and I believe this is Minsu who is injured, asking if he's okay. Cheolsu says he's fine, he's just laughing at the absurdity of it all. The rest look at him confused, and Youngsu asks who he's talking to because there's nobody there. He then turns, and we see his eyes definitely look a bit crazy, as he's starting to see countless people from Earth, such as Charlotte, Smilov, and so on. He says that they are now left with 2 choices. The first is to roam from galaxy to galaxy with no particular destination. The second is to live in space as they rely on planets like Alpha Centauri bc to sustain them, and he would like to hear their opinions on the matter. Charlotte asks if this means they are not going to Alpha Centauri A. Cheolsu says yes, because they have concluded that none of the 4 orbiting stars are habitable. And Oliver chimes in, saying that the radiation measurements show that the average temperature was 35 degrees Celsius. Cheolsu says yes, but the data is hardly reliable. Donnie chimes in, saying he has a question that is not related to prospective planets. Cheolsu says that's fine, telling him to ask his question. And a woman asks why he's opting to live in space instead of looking for somewhere else to colonize. Cheolsu himself then says it's because he didn't know exploration was the original mission of the goal. He starts recalling all of his multiple deaths, the loss of Yumi, how he had to go through it alone, even though they made it off, it still wasn't enough, and how every single time he's just resulted in a failure, and that they are the last remnants of humanity. He says he apologizes for not telling them sooner, and the truth is he's kept it under wraps because he feared it would harm their mission. But Earth was destroyed by a collision with an alien spacecraft filled with antimatter, and in the aftermath, the human population that remained in the solar system has perished, and they are the only survivors because they managed to leave the solar system early enough. He knows all of this is extremely hard for them to believe, but it is definitely the truth, and he's just uploaded the proof on the server, so they should take a look at it. We see them all doing so, they're looking at their tablets, and they're talking to one another, and he says he's sure they'll all need some time to process, and they'll reconvene this time tomorrow. He'd like to hear their suggestions on how to proceed with it. He exits, and as soon as he turns the corner, his shoulders start to droop, and he just looks defeated. He then grabs onto the wall, and it just looks like he needs somebody to support him in this moment. He heads back into the meeting room, and they say they've all seen the message, and ask if he anticipated all of this. He says yes, and they ask him how, and how he could possibly know all of this, and he says they were able to predict that the alien spacecraft would collide with Earth because of their technology. Therefore, they worked with the ISDC to evacuate as many people, and the result, however, is what they see now. They then say that if he already knew the Earth would be destroyed, why didn't he warn the public, and why he only shared it with a handful of people? He says that's because he knew a public warning would have been pointless, and they probably won't believe him, but he already knew how the future would unfold depending on his decision, and he swears to them warning the public in advance never went well. But that's not what's important. Instead, he'd like to hear their opinions and come to a consensus on the next best course of action, and he wants to check the results of the poll. 32% voted to remain, 6% voted to leave, and the rest didn't vote at all. He takes this to mean that those who abstained are fine with either decision. The room is super silent, and he says that this is how it is. He supposes it's understandable since they just learned that Earth is gone, and he should be grateful that they took the news more calmly than he expected. Somebody raises their hand, and we see it's none other than Yumi, and she says that she's the director of resources, and she wants to speak freely because she thinks he's overlooked something. She asks why BC is the only planet considered for settlement. He asks what she means, and she says they should check out more planets and gather data before making any final decisions, especially since exoplanet AC's black body radiation temperatures are around 25 degrees Celsius, that the planet is worth looking into. He says he has already submitted several reports about the data they have on that planet, and as they all know, AC is simply too close to Alpha Centauri A. Then he realizes something and thinks he understands what they mean now, asking if they all want to explore the remaining planets of Alpha Centauri. Yumi smirks, and then goes into a full-blown smile, asking why they don't put it to a vote. 90% voted to keep exploring, and thus they set off in search of a new planet, and they explored the planets of Alpha Centauri A in order. They went to AE, AD, and the crew analyzed each planet they passed. Opinions were exchanged both objectively and subjectively as they looked for a planet most suitable for habitation. Finally, they discovered something extraordinary on planet AC, enough to garner everybody's attention, and they were all in disbelief. Oda Lee pointed out and asked if that's what she thinks it is. Cheolsu says it appears to be, as we see something artificial covering the planet, as it's some kind of dome, and finally, at long last, they found it. Proof of alien life. At a temporary laboratory on Alpha Centauri AC, Young-soo says there's no proof of life on his sector. He asks about Min-soo. Min-soo says he found nothing, just like on Proxima B. Taiku says there's nothing here either. Same with Young-hee. Young-soo says that he thought Proxima B was alright, but this planet is way better. Yumi says it kind of makes her shudder though. If they had voted to remain, they wouldn't have known about this planet until much later, after humanity prospered enough to explore space again, and their future generations might have flamed them. Taiku says it's obvious they definitely would have done that, and they'd laugh at their terrible decision to remain on the BC when there was a much better planet not too far away. The laughing continues, and Cheolsu enters the room, saying if they're done with the analysis, it's time to go exploring. They get to the base of the dome, and we see them all at the entrance to it. Cheolsu tells them that he'll go in first, and they can take their time before following him inside. Yumi tells him to be careful, as there could be security inside. He tells them not to worry, as he's sure everything will be fine, and he starts to float up through the tube. As he starts to look around, he can't really spot anything yet, and then he starts to lose his balance, and he hits the ceiling. He grunts, and they ask if he's okay, as he starts to gain his footing. They continue asking, and he says that he's fine, and not to worry about it. Yumi asks if he's sure as his location has changed, and he says that's because of the gravity. Then he starts laughing, and they ask what it is, and if he found something, and he says it's a passageway, just like the one they found on Rama. They all head back up, and they gently hop off the ground, as there really is gravity here. Taiku says the aliens are amazing. Taiku wonders why this thing didn't plummet down on AC, and that this is the answer, as it's being held in place by anti-gravity, or rather, the gravity is cancelling each other out. Yumi turns annoyed, asking if he's done messing around, because if he is, Cheolsu's waiting. Taiku says that nothing's going to change because they took their time, and Cheolsu's fine on his own. Then we see her genuinely confused about something. As he took his helmet off, she asks what the hell he's doing. He says they felt it when they came in, and that this place has air at a moderate temperature, telling them to take their suits off, as it feels comfortable. They say, hell no, and Young-hee and Yumi wonder if he's out of his mind. He asks what they're waiting for, saying they need to hurry up. As they run in, We see Cheolsu at the control room, and he closes his eyes, saying that this thing was made to be a kind of screen. Taiku says that it's like they're out in space. Cheolsu asks where his space suit is, and he says it's obvious that this was clearly built for terraforming. Cheolsu says that this was not built for terraforming, it is by pure coincidence that it contains air they can breathe. Poor Taiku turns into stone and dies on the spot. Yumi asks if this screen isn't for terraforming new planets. He says that's right, it's actually for repairing Rama. She asks why a device would be here, as it flew into their solar system. He says that's because Rama broke down near this planet, and they ask what he means. He says if this thing is nothing more than a repair kit, it should be safe for them to settle here. Taiku says finally they can set foot on land, and Minsu says he's going to go tell the others to send a pioneer unit. Young-hee turns back, looking at Cheolsu, asking if he's coming, and he smiles at her. She says surely he wants to figure out how this thing was made, but can tell he's already planning for his next life. He says yes, and he wants to know if he can recreate this thing later. He might not learn anything, but he can't ignore an opportunity that's right in front of him. The rest all kind of turn and stare at him, and Minsu says that's right, and this isn't the end for him, wishing him luck. Young-hee says that she's going to work on the Rama analyzer. Taiku says he can count him in as well, as Yumi pinches his ear, saying that she's going to take him with her, and he'll only get in his way if he stays here. She tells Cheolsu if he needs anything to let her know, and she'll do whatever she can. As Taiku is being taken away, he says that they'll be held at bay for having fun without him, and he better let him in later, and tells him good luck. Cheolsu is still smiling, and as soon as the door is completely closed, he turns, and his facade of a smile is completely gone. Cheolsu explains that their investigation showed that the planet AC was safe for human habitation. A location was carefully selected, and a settlement was established, and their ordeal was finally over. Humanity would rise again on Terra. Cheolsu continued developing his work as we see him writing on a whiteboard, but his hands look a bit wrinkled. As it turns out, he has aged drastically since we last saw him. It has been 20 years. He's looking up at his work. Taiku asks what's wrong, why he stopped, and what comes next. We see everybody with him, and they have all aged quite a bit in the last 20 years as well. Yumi is waiting for his reply. He says, para-production and para-annihilation. And extracting gravitation from vanishing masses. That's the base key that the creators of Rama used to travel freely through space. He's finally figured it all out as he's looking up at the city that has been formed on Terra. We see them in some kind of dome, and every single segment of the area has been covered in formulas to figure this out. Yumi asks if it's finally time and if he'll head to the surface now. He doesn't answer, and Taiku says he's known him for so long, and he can read his face like a book, and he shouldn't get any silly ideas, as his brain tells him that this might be his last chance as well. Young-soo also says they shouldn't give up, because if there's another great chance, then they should use it. If not, they can meet their end knowing they did their best. Young-hee tells him to think about it from their perspective. They didn't help him so they could drive him to the end of his life. I think this is Minsu who says she's right, plus they've come too far from their solar system. Not only is time a problem, the chances of success are slim. Cheolsu smiles, saying that it doesn't matter to him if this is his last life or not, and he's also not sure if spending the rest of his life here is the better choice. That's why he wants to return to their solar system. Again, he can't even look them in their faces. Minsu asks why their solar system, and even Yumi says the space-time coordinates have become distorted, and everything there is destroyed. She looks anxious. He says there's something he wants to confirm. Venus had a similar environment to Terra, and this could be an opportunity for them in this life as well. If his theory is correct, humanity might be able to return to their solar system as well. Young-soo thinks about it, and Minsu asks what about the problem of age, asking how he'll survive the journey back. Even cryogenic sleep has its side effects. Once aging kicks in, his body might not be able to take it. He says that's the risk he must take. So be it. Yumi sighs and tells everyone to gather around. She tells him she's out of reasons to try stopping him, asking about the rest. Minsu says he's never listened to them ever. Young-hee agrees, and Young-soo asks why they have to stop him, because he doesn't think it's a bad idea. Taiku is just in it for the ride, saying it would be far more interesting than staying here. Cheolsu says there's no need for them to all come along, as we see them still whispering while huddled. Yumi says they're going because they want to, so go inform ground base that they'll be taking the Alphas, as they can't make off with it like thieves. Cheolsu tells them to wait until the next life. Taeku then talks to Youngsu about that nano-pattern crystal growth he mentioned. As they all start doing their own thing to try to lessen the burden, Minsu and Younghee are going to work on reducing the side effects of cryogenic sleep. Yumi tells them to kick it into gear. As they're racing against time, Cheolsu just stands there in disbelief but feels reassured knowing that his friends are always there, and he can count on them. Since everybody knew what to do, preparations for a return to their solar system were made in record time. Fortunately, the people living in the settlement did not object to their decision, as we see Odalee and what I'm assuming are her grandchildren as Cheolsu and the rest fly away. Cheolsu says he prays blessings for all humanity remaining on Terra. We get to a 40-year time skip, and they're finally back inside their solar system. The machine beeps, and it is now ending hypersleep. Cheolsu gasps awake, starts coughing, and then stands up out of his cryopod, walking over to the wall and beginning to vomit. He asks if everybody else is okay. He says that he thinks they've made it, but he hears nothing but flatline machines, as all of their vital signs are zero. He says that every single one of them have now died on this journey with him yet again, but at least they went out in their sleep rather than somewhere else. Cheolsu says this is why he never wanted them to come along. As he's leaning over Yumi's pod, tears start rolling down his face, and he looks down at her resting, peaceful face. He realizes that it's not over, because if he gets another chance, he'll be able to see them all again, and they'll be youthful. He turns, looking at Youngsu, Minsu, Younghee, and Taeku, and tells them all to rest in peace, as he'll see his friends very soon. He heads out of his chamber and looks up at the cockpit, saying that it's still here, and it wasn't actually destroyed. Because Venus had survived the destruction, he could proceed with the experiment he had prepared with his friends. The results were extremely encouraging. He was right, proving that his friends' lives were not lost in vain, and he puts beers into every one of their hands, saying that if there's a next time, he thinks he'll be able to solve it, and that it's all thanks to them. He smiles, looking up, and then cracks a cold one. The ship warns him that the temperature detected in the cooling reactor in the engine room is going to make an explosion imminent, and that all passengers are advised to evacuate as quickly as possible. He says till next time, and he can't wait to see them again. As the explosion engulfs him, the birds are chirping, and he opens his eyes, smiling because he actually made it back. On the day at school, Yumi walks up the stairs and says 3 months have passed, so he should be back again by now. She then spots him ahead of her, walking up the stairs, and she calls out to him. She recalls how all these recent times he's been coming back, he looks more and more defeated, and she realizes something might be wrong, so she determines herself and pats him on the back. She says he doesn't look so sad this time, asking if everything's over. He says no, but he has much more to tell her, way more than usual. She says that it was another failure yet again, and that he had to come back alone. She's sure it's a burden on him, and she says she can't wait to hear about it later. He can tell that she's a bit frustrated, and he grabs her hand, saying it'll be okay, as it's not going to be bleak or sad this time. He starts to tell her about it. He says he told his friends everything that happened, starting with the terraforming on Venus, to how to create the screen, and all that was required to fix Rama, although it was apparent they had a hard time following his explanation. He was just very happy to be able to talk to his friends once again, and they could all tell he was a bit different, because he was smiling for the first time they've seen in a while. It jumps to 20 years later, at KNG. He says life went on not too different from his previous one, and he and his friends raised the necessary funds, and successfully developed on the moon. After that, they immediately moved on to developing on Venus. The people in the news wonder why Venus and not Mars, and that's because Venus is surprisingly habitable. Yumi says it looks like everyone is confused by the news, and she wonders how they'd react if they knew the truth. Youngsu says the Aegis rays are in position and checking system before rotation. Taeku says no prompts detected, system is ready, and Youngsu says they're good to go, and if he's ready to commence. Cheolsu thinks about it and tells him he's ready for it to start, and they say alright, activating. The Aegis ray then starts to beam down onto its target, and creates a dome that starts to surround the entirety of Venus, wrapping it in a protective shield. Minsu is surprised, and says it really worked. Even Young-hee is saying this is just a repair station, not a terraforming tool, asking if that's right. Yumi says she remembers him saying Rama was coming to Earth in search of water, and it mistook Earth as having this kind of repair station. Cheolsu says perhaps, but he can't be sure, but one thing is for certain, that it'll soon be coming. But follow-up is pretty much the same. Back on Earth, everyone was yapping about the development on Venus, but it eventually quieted down entirely, and as Rama hurtled towards Earth, it incited a new kind of chaos on their planet. The same people as always were protesting that the non-believers were doomed, and the city was on fire just like the very first time we saw it. Daniel tells Cheolsu that he's aware that humanity is in grave danger, and they are direly in need of his help. Cheolsu says he will take care of it, so please go about his life as usual, and he assures him that Rama won't be colliding with Earth. They tell Cheolsu to look out his window. As he does, Rama was directly in front of them. Minsu says they've been talking about it this whole time. Taiku and the rest all said that thing is incredibly massive. Yumi yells, saying it's time. Taiku says that he's going to initiate the incident energy waveform conversion. Youngsu says it's complete, and he's going to start the space distortion, as the waves on Venus start to look as if it was the ocean. Minsu says there's nothing wrong, and it's in all the areas now. Young-hee says she's going to target Rama for gravitational lensing, and Yumi says to go for it. She then tells Cheolsu everything is ready, and he closes his eyes, telling them to activate the Aegis, as it then starts to beam once more like it did previously. We see the beam this time though is aimed directly towards Rama, and it starts to break it up into pieces, which has never been seen before for his other lives. While it, of course, is getting smaller and smaller, Taiku says that its orbit and speed aren't changing at all. Taiku wonders if this is going to work, because their spaceship starts shaking, and they didn't expect the impact to reach them. It starts rattling, and Cheolsu says to keep shooting, as they have to keep supplying Rama with water until it can function entirely on its own. The engine inside of Rama starts whirling around incredibly quick, until it's in almost a full loop. A light flashes red, showing Rama's true form, that looks oddly like a butt plug. Yumi asks if they should stop the ray, and Cheolsu says yes. They immediately do so. Minsu asks if Rama is steering itself right now. Cheolsu looks over at it, and Rama slowly but surely turns directly towards them, as a red beam starts to appear. They wonder if it's really trying to attack them, as it shoots out red particle rays that flash and blind every single one of them. After the flash goes off, Cheolsu covers his face and grits his teeth, only to look up and see a giant purple and bluish beam soaring overhead. The rest also look up at this, and the trail it's leaving behind, confused, wondering if they succeeded or not, and if they actually just managed to pull it off, as the beam flies directly past them. Cheolsu starts to feel hope, and the rest get excited, screaming, saying they actually did it, and tears start to form in his eyes. He starts to feel such a sense of relief, and Yumi gives him a big hug, and starts crying into his chest. He puts his hands on her shoulders and starts crying too, and the rest join in. He says that it's all thanks to them, and he couldn't have done it without everybody's help. We see Sori on Earth, and everybody's saying they love Cheolsu. The asteroid Rama, which was threatening to destroy mankind, has been redirected, and on its current course, it will soon be out of their solar system. It will no longer be a danger to Earth, and that everybody is safe, and we see her crying, as they can rest easy now. Fireworks go off for celebration. Sori says they owe this miracle to Dr. Cheolsu and his team, thanking him, as he has done a great service to mankind. Taiku cuts off the news, saying if they were grateful, they should have thrown them a huge party or something, and asks what the hell this is, as we see them just ordering some food to eat in their apartment. Youngsu says that he's begging him to shut his mouth, and Taiku is going crazy, asking where the steak and whiskey is. Yumi starts to get pissed, and she says today is the day she finally buries him. Cheolsu laughs, saying he just really wanted to have a beer with them in a small, private setting like this. Taiku asks why it had to be his house, as it's not like they're broke college students, and they could have gone out for some pork belly. Minsu asks if he really wants to eat out now, as they'd be mobbed on the streets. Cheolsu starts the beers, and Young-hee says that now this is over, she's curious about what Cheolsu's dream is. He thinks about it, and they say that besides him, they've all accomplished their dreams now. Yumi became the CEO of the greatest company in Korea. Minsu researched his meats and anti-aging technology. Young-Soo's flown all over space, and Taeku developed the gas core engine, and she got a chance to terraform a planet, thanks to him. He says that he also fulfilled his dream, as his goal was to stop Rama. Then he wonders if goals and dreams are different, and Yumi hits him in the side, saying surely he has some kind of dream, and he says that he just wants to enjoy this moment with them right now. She slaps his back as hard as she can. That shit low-key stinging. Young-Soo asks what if his time loop doesn't end with his life. He says he doubts it, but if that's the case, he'll just try to live a different life each time after he stops the asteroid. Taeku says so the thing that's been tormenting him wasn't the time loop, but it was his inability to save Earth. Young-Hee says she gets it now. That's why the question about saving him was only worth 4 points, and there was a good reason for it. Cheolsu asks what they're talking about, and Min-Soo asks if they don't remember, as his name appeared in a weird science question in one of their workbooks back at school, and everybody was laughing about it, as they thought it was hilarious. Cheolsu didn't though, and he looks down at it, and they put Rama into the question and had a good laugh about it. Taeku even drew an illustration, and it was about Cheolsu observing the asteroid, and they needed to save him. Young-Soo says he remembers now. If saving Cheolsu was worth 4 points, then what about the remaining 96? Taeku says that's obvious. It's for saving the rest of them and Earth, and that was the hidden question inside the question. Cheolsu asks if that means he finally got a 100, since he's with them here, and Yumi leans up against him, saying of course. Min-Soo says to celebrate their perfect score, everybody should raise their beer, and they do so, and they say to Cheolsu, who's worth 100 points, and they all cheers each other's drinks. They start laughing, and Cheolsu takes a sip, saying the others argued with Taeku over the description, but he liked it, because he is worth 100 points, and it means that his friends all deserve 100 for saving him. And at that moment, it definitely dawned on him that he has achieved his dream. He never thought about it, and he figured this was the dream he'd been harboring in his heart. He wants to thank his friends for joining him on this journey and saving him. He wanted them to know that it was them who allowed him to continue, and the beer tasted extra sweet today, which is a relief, because he had to drink quite a bit to muster up the courage to say those cheesy words to his friends. And we see that for Cheolsu, saving the world got him a good job stamp for approval, and this was the end of the series. Overall, I really am glad that it had a happy ending, and it was a really enjoyable ride. This script alone has taken me 40 hours, but I loved every minute of it. I don't know how long the editing process will take, but probably another 25 to 30, and this series was just a blast. But there's quite a bit that I wish it expanded on, such as why he kept going back in the past and nobody else did, and who the Saudi prince was in the beginning, or maybe it was just a random dude, because there was another picture of random pedestrians. I really enjoyed how every character had pretty much the same personality throughout his life, and I'm glad that a lot of them had character development and changed. I wish there was a slight bit of romance to the manhwa, but I'm glad that there wasn't, because it would have made Yumi's deaths a lot harder. I also wish the lives were expanded more upon, and we go to see more during the 20-year time skips, as it would add a lot more attachment to the characters in my opinion. All in all, I think this manhwa was pretty good, and I hope you guys all enjoyed it too. If you've watched till the end, comment, Rama, to let me know. Since this is a complete series, there will be no more parts. How did you guys like this series? Subscribe for more videos like this, leave a like or a comment to help the channel out. Thanks for watching.